The Guardian of the Sanctuary. Written by Gerasimova. Narrated by Justus McGonigal. Chapter 1. Where the Sanctuary Begins. Sunrise. The sun poured its light to wake the world. Whether the darkness liked it or not, it didn't ask permission. Everything was returning from its dreams, except the mountains. The mountains were already awake. They had been watching, quietly, as a lone figure moved through the icy ridges. And now, the sunrise found him too. Light struck the wanderer, revealing secrets etched across his face, as though truth were the sun's one law. He turned slowly, soaking in the snowy peaks, now spilling with gold, knowing what lay ahead. His path was risky, especially considering who he was about to wake up next. The traveler froze, still as the shimmering towers of frost beside him. But the wind tugged at his cloak, like a child in a hurry, urging him forward. It brushed snow from the stone ahead, as if nature itself were clearing the way. The wanderer stepped toward the mountain's core, an ancient entrance, carved with care, before worry had a name. The archway gaped open, wide and incredulous. It couldn't quite believe he was there, that he would dare. He did. And just before the figure vanished into the cave's waiting dark, the wind calmed, holding its breath. Inside the cave, dark shadows covered ancient walls, hiding the prophecies written on them. But a faint, pulsing glow lit the heart of the cavern. An old woman sat in silent meditation, her hair cascading over her shoulders, touched by silver light that came from nowhere and everywhere at once. This was Mulan, the one who saw what others could not, the one who waited when the world rushed past. She sat in perfect stillness, as though listening to the whisper of something older than stars. Her lips moved, breaking the silence, a voice that echoed across time, full of the weight of what was to come. All the colors of the magics shall merge into a single beam of pure light. The mightiest mage shall rouse the world in a monumental awakening. He will kindle the breath of life within all hearts, mirrored by the white strands igniting amidst his black hair. This destiny is imminent. The air stilled as her eyes opened, slowly, like a veil lifting. She stared into the emptiness, as if searching for the manifestation of her foresight. And then she saw the man in front of her, the fate itself, kneeling patiently at her feet. He pulled back his hood, and there he was, Iranar. Black hair streaked with white, like lightning across a midnight sky. A quiet strength in his eyes, a touch of mischief in the curve of his mouth, and one eyebrow slightly raised, as if he were in on a secret the rest of the world hadn't caught up to yet. "Mother," he said with a voice deep and warm, "it has already happened." Mulan blinked once, then twice. You are the most powerful mage?" she asked, utterly scandalized. He didn't say a word at first, just offered the faintest smile, the glint in his eyes revealing that he was amused, but far too respectful to show it. "I don't know," he said at last. "I have a serious competitor now." Noticing Mulan's worried look, he added, "You should really see your grandchild." Far beyond the frozen peaks, the sanctuary thrived. It bloomed like a dream shaped from light. Trees hummed with life. Birds wove melodies through the air. It felt more than real. It felt sacred. Mulan stood at the edge of this oasis, speechless with awe. Just ahead, a toddler with berry juice smeared across his cheeks, charged toward a large bear like it was his best friend, or a mountain made for hugging. Will, age 2, was wild and radiant, his dark curls tousled from wind and mischief. A baby deer trotted beside him like a fluffy little helper, brimming with purpose, but clueless where to take it. A small bird, on the other hand, seemed to know exactly what to do, fluttering just above Will and chirping urgently as it tried to fix his hair mid-sprint. Will dropped to his knees in front of the bear, holding out a squished berry. "One for me," he said solemnly, popping it into his mouth. "One for you." The bear accepted it calmly, as if he had done this before. The deer leaned in. "One for me, one for you." Then came the fox. Will blinked at it thoughtful. "One for me, one for you," he said uncertainly. He gently placed a berry on top of the fox's nose, where it wobbled slightly, but stayed balanced. The fox froze, eyes crossed, balancing the berry like it had been ordered to perform a trick for royalty. The bear and deer stared at the berry as if it was the last one in the whole world, their tongues slowly peeking out in anticipation. The fox didn't dare move. Then, in a blur of feathers, whoosh, the bird swooped down and snatched the berry right off the fox's nose. Everyone blinked. Will let out a betrayed little gasp. The bird looped back, chirped a short apology, and dropped the berry into Will's waiting hands. A winged prankster making amends. Will burst into laughter. His laughter spilled through the sanctuary, sunlight dancing in its every note. Not far behind Will, watching it all with a smile she couldn't quite hide, stood a woman. Gentle, grounded, radiant. Mila. Mulan's eyes softened, widened, filled with tears. "All my life, our life, has been about mere survival," she whispered, eyes sweeping over the blossoms and laughter, the beauty and the peace. "And this is like stepping into a living fairy tale." "Thank you," Mila said modestly. "The sanctuary was very different when we found it." Iranar stepped in, folding his arms proudly. "We rebuilt it from dead, eroded land for our son." Mulan looked at the sanctuary symbol, etched in glowing lines on a stone. Its perfect symmetry seemed to promise harmony. Her voice was reverent now. "So, this truly is the sanctuary, the one the prophecy speaks of, the place that will harmonize the world." Mila gently scooped Will into her arms. He snuggled in, face still streaked with berry juice. "We don't know all the sanctuary's potential yet," Mila admitted, "nor how it will balance the world. That secret lies with the Guardian." Everyone looked at Will. The berry-faced guardian of the sanctuary blinked once and sneezed, as if confirming this statement, and the wind outside the trees momentarily changed direction. Mulan exhaled slowly, her eyes shimmering. "Mila, I remember when you were just a little girl, the sweetest little girl. You'd ride out to your uncle before a battle and hand him a belt you made to protect him." She smiled faintly at the memory. "And you'd give flowers to raging enemies, hoping they'd cry and leave." A soft laugh passed between them, and then Mulan looked at both Mila and Iranar. I remember all of it. I even remember seeing glimpses of your future." Her voice quieted. "But even with all my powers of foresight, I never imagined you two married." Irinar cleared his throat. "Yeah, about that. We're not married." Mulan blinked. Again. Mila smiled, a little too brightly. "I'm still engaged to someone else." Mulan gaped. "Well, in a way," Mila added. "We just can't break it officially. The superstitions in his homeland are intense. To end the engagement would come at a cost." "According to their elders," Irinar muttered, "it requires at least one goat sacrifice." "At least two," Mila confirmed. "And after that, rabid vampire bats are said to still invade his kingdom for 7 years." A long pause. Mulan pinched the bridge of her nose, clearly unprepared for this particular kind of chaos. "So, how long do you plan to stay engaged?" Everything calmed. Will, mid-chew, suddenly coughed, a tiny, dramatic choke on a berry. In the momentary silence that followed, even the birds stopped singing. Then Will, utterly unfazed, turned to a nearby goat and continued his ceremony. One berry for him, one for the goat, as if the world depended on the balance. The goat let out a delighted baa. A bird chirped, then another. And just like that, the sanctuary came back to life. Laughter and song spilling through the air like it had only been waiting for his cue. The guardian, without question, held the key to the sanctuary's joy. Chapter 2. And the magic just got louder. 16 years had passed. The sanctuary still thrived in secret, but tonight, the world was watching something else. Far from waterfalls, beneath the sweeping rooftops of the Grand Palace, the most lavish ball of the century unfolded like a conjured dream. Music soared, dresses sparkled, chandeliers gleamed, as though starlight had been poured into glass. And of course, there was gossip. So much gossip. A crowd of elegant magi swirled across the ballroom floor, robes fluttering, glances flashing, brows raising. And somewhere near the golden fountain of fortune, which occasionally whispered people's secrets aloud, purely by accident, a familiar voice rang out. "Ah, my eternal fiancée graced us with her presence." Mila turned toward him. Dressed in velvet and pride stood Varlam, tall, theatrical, and still clinging to an engagement contract that had outlived 3 fashion trends and 1 small kingdom. A nearby girl gave a skeptical look. "Still betrothed after all these years?" 19 years and counting," Varlam replied with a dramatic bow. Another girl chuckled behind her fan. "Quite a drawn-out affair, don't you think?" "Oh, it's all about anticipation," said Chatterley, whose dress shimmered brighter whenever things got awkward, much like its wearer. Mila smiled politely. "It will last as long as it needs to." She turned to Varlam, voice softening. "I still owe my life to you." Varlam looked touched. Or smug. Possibly both. Elsewhere in the ballroom, the energy shifted. The music faded. Laughter fell to whispers. Even the chandeliers dimmed, as if awaiting something important. A hush spread through the sea of guests. At the center of the ballroom stretched a vast, circular platform. Not just a stage, but an intricately carved map of the world itself. Rivers shimmered in silver. Mountains glinted in gold. Borders pulsed faintly, alive with light of magic. And now, 8 young women rose like goddess statues on the map, each perfectly anchored in her homeland. High above them, among the anticipating crowd, stood a striking young man, Will. 18 now, nearly as tall as Iranar, with a gaze that could still be boyishly charming one second and devastatingly charming the next. He was observing the beauty contest beside his parents with a blend of amusement and curiosity. Suddenly, a single spotlight snapped on above, slicing through the dark and painting a circle over the heart of the stage. A booming voice echoed across the room. "And now for our grand finale." All eyes turned to the map below, where the 8 young women now stood illuminated. No longer just figures on a map, but fierce competitors ready to reveal their power. Their dresses glowed brighter, magic flickering like the promise of destiny in every fold. The host's voice carried on, rich, resonant, a force of nature itself. "These enchanting participants will now demonstrate their magical allure, attempting to captivate the heart of the world's fairest judge." Gasps, murmurs. Someone in the back whispered, "Wait, who is the fairest judge?" Another voice offered solemnly, "The embodiment of balance." Someone else scanning the crowd added, "So pure, he must be glowing." It wasn't clear if he was joking or hoping. Then a young mage, whose shining belt pulsed off rhythm with the music, leaned in and whispered, "Maybe he floats." His friends, all equally over-accessorized, nodded in unison. "Behold," the host declared, "the most harmonious mage, the guardian of the sanctuary, straight from the core of the world." A spotlight exploded around Will. He froze. One foot twitched like it considered escape. Iranar leaned in and gave him a firm push. Will stumbled forward. "Observe his perfection," the host bellowed. "Oh no," Will muttered. He descended the stairs with all the grace of someone trying very hard not to trip in front of 8 most beautiful women and the entire magical elite of the world. He stepped into the glowing center of the world map, now surrounded by women who had been trained since birth in the art of subtle enchantment and dramatic glances. The lights were blinding. The beauty wasn't helping. Will couldn't see a thing already. And then someone tied a blindfold over his eyes, just in case. "And now," said the host, spinning him like a wheel of fate, "let the choosing begin." The young woman began to move. Not dance exactly, but circle, gesture, shimmer. Soft energy and enchanting scents filled the air. One girl played a harp that wasn't there. Another, from the land of living nature, moved with quiet grace, leaves and blossoms fluttering from her sleeves, like secrets carried on the wind. A third simply locked her gaze and didn't blink once. Will, blindfolded and dizzy, swayed slightly, and then he moved. Drawn by something, heat maybe, or presence, he took a careful step forward, toward the warmest glow in the room, literally and otherwise. Hana's magic radiated from her like sunlight about to catch fire, wrapped in a dress of deep, burning red. Will reached out and steadied himself, his hand brushing her shoulder, then the curve of her curls, and finally, her magnificent unibrow. "And now," cried the host, "the highlight of our evening, the kiss." Mila clasped her hands together. "A simple kiss on the forehead," she whispered. "That's all." "You've got this, son," said Iranar, his tone pure battlefield command. Will reached up to remove the blindfold. It slipped straight into Hana's décolleté. He yelped softly, flicked it away as if it had stung him. "He's adorable," whispered someone. Hana stood proud, her unibrow arched like a crown she's worn all her life. And tonight, nothing would stop her from claiming the real one. She cupped Will's face in both hands and kissed him, deeply, passionately, unforgettably. "That's my girl," shouted Rosalia, clearly her mother, not just by resemblance, but by the sheer force of personality radiating from across the room. Applause. Music. Moments later, the real crown was placed on Hana's head, shimmering red and gold. "And with that kiss," cried the host, "the magic of passion triumphs." The crowd erupted in cheers. Sparks shot into the air, and fire curled at Hana's feet like a victory dance. Smoke poured out of nowhere. Someone started coughing. Someone else passed out. But Will and Hana had already begun to dance, stealing all the attention. And not just dance. Tango. Their bodies guided by a rhythm deeper than music. Magi in the crowd held their breath. The chandeliers dimmed. But it was Will and Hana who glowed. Now led by Will, they did not only impress, they inspired. "So, you're the guardian of the sanctuary," Hana said, her voice a blend of curiosity and confidence. "I've always wanted to see it." Will smiled. "I'd be happy to show it to you." "Really?" Her unibrow lifted like a hopeful hawk. "Tell me everything about your sanctuary." As the music built to a crescendo, Will executed an exciting move that became the highlight of their performance. Holding Hana's hand firmly, he pulled her into a tight, dramatic spin. They turned once, twice. The world seemed to spiral around them, and at the exact peak of the music, they stopped, locked in place, poised and breathless. A moment of stillness, more powerful than motion. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Then, applause, loud, astonished, rising like fire. And for the first time all evening, Will looked like he was actually having fun. Chapter 3. Well, that escalated magically. The music had faded, but Will's heart was still dancing. He and Hana wandered into the shadowy park beside the palace, their hands brushing now and then as they followed winding lantern-lit paths. Above them, stars sparkled with curiosity, following the story's every twist. Behind them, the grand palace still gleamed in the dark. Inside, the world's finest magi were sipping honeyed wine and debating whether the guardian of the sanctuary had just been kissed or ambushed. Will tried not to think about it. He was too busy pretending to be mysterious. "In the heart of the sanctuary," he said, voice low, "there's a well, not an ordinary one. It connects all the waters of the world." Hana gasped. "Oh, that's absolutely fascinating." Will tried not to look too pleased. A figure emerged from the darkness. An elderly mage stood ahead of them, cloaked in flowing, dark silk robes, stitched with cloud-like patterns that shimmered faintly as he moved. His long silver hair was tied with a simple cord, and his eyes, quiet, unreadable, held the kind of depth that comes only from dreams too powerful to forget. He spoke softly, but the words carried as though the night itself leaned in to listen. "Any water in the world is connected to the rest of the water in the world. Your well does not make your sanctuary special at all." Will winced slightly, like he'd just bitten into a lemon and couldn't spit it out with Hana watching. Hana, by contrast, lit up with a joy so sudden it could have powered a chandelier. "Oh, Soon Hoon Chai." Will said nothing, but his eyes performed a full opera, one that sang, quite dramatically. Of course she knows him. Of course. The man narrowed his eyes in gentle curiosity. "How do you know me?" "You're the most powerful mage of dreams. I've memorized all your drifting cloud scrolls." She beamed. "I've always wanted to meet you." Will squinted. "Ah, didn't you start that secret fantasy dreams club? With the scented scrolls and confession boxes?" The Mage of Dreams looked genuinely alarmed. No, that wasn't me. I would rather ground swallow me whole than be associated with." As if on cue, the ground obliged. The path beneath the Mage of Dreams began to quake and shift. A deep rumble, a crack. Something was pulling him downwards. Soon Hoon Chai's eyes widened as the ground beneath him shivered. A low groan rose from below, deep and alive. The earth split wide under him. He sank only a few inches, then a few more. Will and Hana lunged, each grabbing one of the mage's arms. "Hold on!" Hana cried, her whole body shaking as she dug her heels into the earth. But Old Man's robe, silk of course, slid like water through their fingers. "We can't lose you! We just met!" she shrieked, still pulling, still screaming, and screaming. Despite their best efforts, the earth gave one final lurch, and, with a muddy slurp, the Mage of Dreams was gone. Silence. Stars. Two teenagers collapsed in the dirt, tangled together, gasping for breath. Mud streaked their hair, their arms, their faces. Hana's sleeve was stuck in Will's collar. Will's boot was almost off. They blinked up at the stars, unsure if they'd just lived a nightmare. "Did that just happen?" Will asked, breathless. Hana nodded, dazed. "I think we lost to the most powerful Mage of Dreams." A sound broke the stillness. Footsteps. Gasps. They turned. At the edge of the garden stood Mila and Irinar, frozen mid-step, staring in silence. Behind them, a gathering of international guests looked on, eyes wide, jaws slack, drinks tilted halfway, fans caught in their flutter. One woman had her hand clutched to her chest, like she just witnessed a forbidden romance novel come to life. No one moved. No one spoke. They didn't have to. The mud said it all. It delivered a scandal not in words, but in brushstrokes. The scene could have been framed in gold and hung in a museum titled, "Disgrace at Dusk." Back in the sanctuary, Mila was no longer stunned. She was furious. "You kissed the wrong girl," she exploded. Will stood with his arms crossed, jaw tight, his face flushed with rage, deliberately avoiding his mother's gaze. "Hana is the daughter of Gorday! Gorday! The evilest mage ever! The Demon Master! And you, the Guardian, at the World Celebration, you're rolling passionately in mud with her! What a terrible, disgraceful example you've shown the whole world!" Will straightened. His voice was sharp. "Look who's talking! Like you're an amazing example yourself! When you were 18, like me, you ran away from home with a stranger, an enemy of your nation, got engaged. Still engaged, you eloped with another, your fiancé's sworn enemy." He pointed toward Irinar. "And that's how I happened. The whole world knows this story." "Don't you dare speak to your mother like that," Irinar roared. He hardly ever raised his voice, so when he did, it felt like the sky should crack. Mila wisely decided it was his turn to parent now, and stormed off without looking back. Will dropped onto a bench, fuming. Iranar sat beside him, hands folded. His voice was steady now, but filled with concern. "Will, you must listen. You cannot see Hana anymore, nor bring her here," he said. "It's likely she carries the same darkness her father did. The very demons that once ravaged this sanctuary before your mother and I restored it. Those demons are after this sanctuary. They're after you now." Will stared at him. He knew demons were real. He wasn't naive. But something about the way Iranar said it dulled the fear behind the warning. It sounded more like a ghost story, as if he were still 5 years old, being told not to wander after dark because the shadows might nibble at his toes. He clenched his jaw, stood tall. "I am the guardian of this sanctuary, and I make the decisions here. If I choose to bring someone into my home, no one will stop me." Iranar rose too and blocked his path. He stood calm, centered. Will stepped forward, fury and fire in every line of his body. "You cannot bring her here," Iranar said. "I am stopping you, right now. What can you do about it?" Will didn't answer. He just moved, a blur of motion. A sudden shift. He stepped in fast, trying to catch Iranar off guard with a sharp punch. Iranar deflected it easily, turning his body and guiding Will's momentum past him. Will pivoted, spun, and came back with a high strike. Too wide. Iranar ducked, swept Will's legs out from under him in one fluid move. They flowed into the fight like they'd done 100 times before. Because they had. Iranar had trained him since childhood. Swordplay, defense, hand to hand. Their bodies remembered the rhythm, even when their minds burned with anger. This was part battle, part muscle memory, and somewhere in the middle, Will wasn't even sure if he was really attacking his father, or just trying to land something that would make him feel heard. But Iranar didn't hold back. Swift, precise movements. A pivot, a sweep. Will hit the ground hard, breath rushing out of him. "I'll marmalade you," he wheezed. Iranar raised an eyebrow, then walked away. Will lay on his back, panting. His chest heaved, his pride stung, and yet he didn't move. The stars above blinked calmly, as if none of this mattered. A soft wind rustled through the trees. Somewhere, the sound of water trickled over stone. He stared up at the sky, then turned his head. The sanctuary stretched around him, lush, glowing softly in the moonlight. Everything his parents had built, grown, fought for. Trees that had no business thriving in this region. Water that once refused to flow. He'd been raised in a dream, carved from dust. Will swallowed hard. He didn't change his mind, but for one still, quiet moment, he felt it. Gratitude. Chapter 4. Let's go find some harmony. The square around the ice palace glittered under the moonlight, like a jewelry box cracked open. Glacial spires loomed overhead, glimmering with otherworldly light, while servants scurried across frozen walkways, hacking at icicles with ornate weapons, making icicle removal look like a legendary combat art. Their glowing rune-inscribed tools were outrageously elaborate for the task, which spoke volumes about how seriously the kingdom treated the threat of falling icicles. Varlam strolled through the frostlit square, with one hand tucked behind his back, deep in the kind of conversation that made people smile, nod, and check for an escape route. "I'm just curious what you think, as the most powerful mage of natural forces," Varlam said, with the tone that made you wonder if it was a compliment or a setup. The mage beside him, swathed in wool and layered confidence, give a slow shrug. "Perhaps she's puzzled by your inaction," he said thoughtfully. "Maybe she's simply waiting for you to fall at her feet." Varlam arched an eyebrow. "Falling is considered bad luck." "Only if you crash face first," the mage replied, smirking. "Or tumble down the stairs. Or—" He didn't finish. The earth beneath him shuddered once, then crumbled. In a blink, he was gone, swallowed with the soft crunch of breaking frost. The clang and chatter of icicle chipping echoed on, masking the fall completely. Unfazed and lost in thought, Varlam kept walking. "I was merely joking. I don't believe in these stupid superstitions. Do you?" He turned, ready to be smug, and froze, just as the smile reached his face. It stuck there, twisted in shock. Where the most powerful mage of natural forces had just stood, there was now nothing but a gaping hole dusted with snow. Much later that night, or maybe very early morning, the sky hadn't decided yet. A ghost of light clung to the edges of the horizon, but the stars still lingered, glittering like they were too curious to leave before the good part. The sanctuary was quiet, peaceful, almost suspiciously so. Will stood by the ancient well, arms crossed, face still smudged with dried mud and pride. Faint bruises bloomed along his jaw, like medals he hadn't asked for. Across from him, Iranar held himself with the stillness of someone who could knock you flat without blinking. And between them, because of course she was, sat Mulan, cross-legged in meditation, perfectly centered, breathing like everything around her was sinking to her rhythm. "So, I can't bring the girl I like here now?" Will finally muttered. Iranar sighed. "Son, do you realize the responsibility?" "Yes, I can handle it. I'm the guardian." Iranar tilted his head. "You speak like a little boy." "Little boy?" Will exploded. "Yes, to truly be a guardian, you must first become a man." "What does that even mean?" Will said quietly, like someone who wasn't sure he wanted to hear the answer. Mulan, eyes still closed, spoke gently. "The guardian's duty is to harmonize the world. He must unify the magics of all nations within this sanctuary. To fulfill your role, you need to gather elements from each land." Will blinked. 8 lands? So, 8 elements. 9 elements, Mulan said calmly, as if this was obvious and he was the one behind on homework. Will stared at her, like she just recited poetry in reverse. Iranar chimed in, voice low and knowing. "Will, you are the 9th element." Will blinked harder. "No, I'm the guardian." "Correct," Mulan said, not missing a beat. "And the guardian embodies 9 elements." Will threw up his hands. "Why 9 elements if there are only 8 lands?" Mulan turned slightly, her eyes twinkling, like she'd been waiting years for this dramatic reveal. "The 9th element is the key." Iranar groaned. Actually groaned. "Ugh, Will, I'm telling you, it's you." Will looked between them like they were conspiring against him with these ultra-spiritual metaphors. "This doesn't make any sense." "It does make sense, Will," Iranar said firmly. 9 elements to become a man, to become the guardian. Will opened his mouth, closed it, and for one brief, painful second, he considered marmalading both of them. Will paused, took a breath. "Fine," he said. "Mission accepted." Moments later, night yet lingering, though the stars had begun to stretch. After gathering what he needed, Will returned, dragging an armful of ancient scrolls and weathered books. Mulan was alone now, still seated by the well, eyes closed, calm as water beneath moonlight. Will dropped the stack in front of her with a defiant thump. She didn't move. "You said I had to figure this out myself?" he puffed, still catching his breath. "Fine, I'll do just that. Let's find these 8 mystery elements." Mulan, eyes still closed, smiled faintly and adjusted her posture. "Oh, come on. I'll gather the elements myself. You could just help me look them up," Will added. "I am looking them up," Mulan said peacefully. "Somehow I thought so. Thanks." Mulan's smile deepened. "The sanctuary must resonate with harmony," she said. "You need to infuse it with sacred harmony from the haunted singing forest." Will raised a brow. "Sacred harmony? Seriously? That's an element?" "Yes. Sacred harmony from the haunted singing forest is your first element." "Brilliant," Will muttered, voice dry. The faintest stars blinked overhead, then slipped into the brightening sky, as if even the stars decided to turn their backs on him. He leaned on his elbows. Scrolls fanned out around him. The air was cool, still humming with leftover echoes from the argument. The silence, the fight, and the moment he accepted something bigger than himself. The haunted singing forest was real, and it was waiting. How exactly was he supposed to get there? Walk? Ride a horse? He was pretty sure it was one of those forests, the kind that didn't come with a map. Certainly not the enchanted kind that politely said, "You are here," then drew a dotted line straight to a glowing harmony chest for aspiring guardians. Ta-damn! Nope. This forest would probably eat the map, laugh, and offer him a riddle instead. But anyway, how about a horse? Or maybe a dragon? Will sat up straighter. A dragon would be awesome, but also unpredictable. Known for their fire-breathing tendencies and their unfortunate habit of nipping the rider's backside when startled. Yeah, no, let's skip the snapped in half by dragon chapter. His eyes drifted toward the meadow, where the sanctuary's horses roamed like they owned the place. He could ride one, if one would agree. But then it hit him. The ship! Irinar's ship. The one that looked like it had flown down from the stars, wings instead of sails. "That's it," Will whispered, his eyes sparkling with sudden excitement. "I'm taking the ship." He'd sail alone, across magical borders, into the first chapter of whatever came next. No parents, no chaperones, no lectures. Just him, a ship, and a sky wide enough to hold his dream. And in that moment, the edge of the horizon began to glow, just faintly. The first brushstroke of morning, sliding across the sanctuary like a promise. Will grinned up at the sunrise, heart pounding, with something between courage and chaos. "So be it," he said under his breath, smiling wider. "Let's go find some harmony." Chapter 5. Into the Haunted Singing Forest. He might be lost. He might be led. There was no map, no enchanted scroll that whispered, "This way to harmony, dear guardian." But the forest seemed very sure of where it wanted him. Will had a gut feeling he kept taking wrong turns around those towering ancient trees. And somehow, each one led deeper into music. Music! The forest didn't give him a riddle, or a challenge, or a riddle pretending to be a challenge. The forest gave him a melody. And Will followed it like a fool in a fairy tale. He wandered beneath the golden canopy of this ageless forest, bathed in the molten light of a setting sun that turned the leaves to fire and the air to silk. But the farther he went, the stranger it got. This music, it rose all around him, soft at first, like the wind was warming up its voice, then richer, clearer, soothing, delicate, and intertwined harmony. His feet slowed. His heart didn't. He saw no one, not a soul, but he heard an exquisite symphony. Violins, flutes, wordless voices that rose and fell like breath through a dream. The forest, it seemed, was composing a lullaby just for him. He spun slowly, eyes wide. Where is this even coming from? It's like the air itself is singing. A gnarled tree stood nearby, resembling a wizard who'd turned into wood, cloaked in vines instead of robes. Will leaned against it, let his eyes close. He hadn't meant to fall asleep, but the lullaby knew exactly what it was doing. He woke to screaming. The forest was still there, but all its warmth had vanished. The golden light was gone, the canopy above, now a black crown of tangled branches. The symphony turned sinister. High-pitched screeches echoed from nowhere. Melodies spiraled into madness. Will clutched his ears, staggering to his feet. He barely heard the voice above the terrifying noise. "You must leave at once." A man stepped out of the shadows into the moonlight, older than the forest, wrinkled like carved bark, eyes fierce, heavy with the weight of wild wisdom, robes woven from wind-brushed wool. Will shouted over the noise, "Why this torture?" The man stood firm, as if the shrieking chaos around them was nothing more than wind. "It's a defense against intruders," he said. "The forest plays it every night to protect itself. So leave." Will stared at him, disbelief etched across his face. "It plays it?" "Yes," the man bellowed, eyes blazing. "And it also plays the beautiful music during the day?" "By day, it plays the ancient wisdom of music," the man replied, his voice low and reverent. "It is captured and preserved in this forest forever." Will blinked through the madness. "Captured? How?" The man's face darkened. "You could not linger here. The sound will kill you, literally." Will pressed his hands harder to his ears, nearly sinking to his knees. "How do you know all this? Who are you?" The man lifted his chin, his silhouette outlined against the storm of piercing notes and moonlight. "I am the supreme mage of animals." And then the earth opened. Dead hands, bone pale, blotched with the sick black of decay. They burst from the ground beneath the mage's feet, their claws, thick and yellowed, scraped like broken glass, grabbing his legs, pulling him downward. He shouted in fury, fought like a beast. Will lunged forward and caught one of his arms. "Hold on!" Will gasped. The mage of animals grasped back, his grip tight but slipping as the earth dragged him down. Will refused to let him go, as if being the guardian meant he was always in control. But fate didn't care. The mage of animals was vanishing beneath the soil with desperate final shouts. Will still held tight, too tight. The mage's hand clenched back. He dragged Will with him. The ground trembled again and gave way under Will. He landed hard, the impact stealing the wind from his lungs and punching the ground with a hollow thud. For a moment, all he could do was lie there, sprawled in the dirt, ears ringing, ribs aching, blinking up at the tiny fracture of forest canopy now far above. The music, the nightmare wails, had dulled, turned to echoes, muffled like insanity heard through a thick wall. He pushed himself up, wincing. "Hello?" he rasped. Nothing. No answer. He turned his head, still catching his breath, expecting, hoping to see a shape, a weathered robe, a glimmer of movement. But there was nothing. The Mage of Animals was gone. Swallowed whole, like the others? Will stumbled to his feet. The cave was small, but the shadows made it feel endless. Walls, slick with damp moss, caught glimmers from the faintest light. A greenish, ghostly glow that shimmered from a thin pool of water near the back. The reflections danced, shifted, moved, too much. Every flicker felt like a figure just behind him. He turned. Nothing. Turned again. Still nothing. But the sensation wouldn't stop. That crawling, skin-prickling certainty that he wasn't alone. That something watched him from inside the walls. Something just waiting for him to let his guard down. His pulse thundered in his ears. He clenched his fists, jaw tight. Get a grip. Will exhaled through his nose, forcing his back against the wall. Rough stone pressing into his shoulder blades, grounding him. His eyes stayed locked on the pool, on the light, on the reflections that wouldn't stop shifting. Was this cave trying to kill him, just like the forest above had been? The sound up there, the deadly, unrelenting shriek, designed to drive intruders mad, it was still going. He could hear it. But down in the cave, it was soft, muffled, bearable. He was safe from that sound. Will slumped to the floor, mud cold against his legs, and let out a half laugh, half gasp. He was alive, bruised, terrified, shaking, but alive. The shadows still moved on the cave walls. The eerie reflections still shimmered, playing tricks on his mind. But no one was attacking him. Only his own fear. Dawn. It started slow, just a pale gleam along the forest floor. Then it rose, climbing the trunks, licking the tips of the leaves, until the singing forest was dipped once more in liquid gold. Panting and triumphant, Will emerged from the cave hole, as if reborn, and the forest welcomed him back with a symphony. It was glorious. The music swelled around him once more. It felt like a living thing. He stood there, taking it all in, when suddenly, something shifted. A beam of sunlight swept across the clearing, catching the branches from below, set perfectly by the early hour, as if to pour light on the forest's greatest secret. And now finally, he could see them. Birds. Birds! Hundreds of them, hidden in the canopy. So still, so well camouflaged. He never would have noticed them without that exact flicker of sunlight. Will's jaw dropped. No way! They glowed softly in the morning light. They'd been here all along. The symphony wasn't coming from nowhere. It was coming from them. He took one step forward, and another step. Naturally, curiosity won. He had to climb the nearest tree. Will started his ascent, slipped once, said some words the forest kindly ignored, but finally, breathless and scratched from the climb, he reached a wide branch with a perfect view. The birds flinched, ready to scatter. Instinctively, Will extended his hands, orange light blooming from his palms. The magic of animals. He didn't think it would work. It never worked like this in his sanctuary. There, the animals would bolt if he even tried to stop them. But these birds, they didn't fly away. They watched him. Maybe because this was the Magi of animals' territory, and here the old magic meant something. One bird tilted its head and opened its beak. A violin sang out, aching, sweet, bow on string. Another chirped, its note melting into the breath of a whispering flute. Another's call rose into a soprano, delicate, wordless, hauntingly real. Will stared at them, wide-eyed, grinning like an idiot. "You've got to be kidding me," he murmured. He scooted closer. The bird stayed. "So, this is it," Will exhaled. "This is how the ancient harmonies were captured and preserved." They didn't answer, but a bird 2 branches over let out a trill that sounded suspiciously like applause. By midday, Iranar's magnificent ship was sailing above the open sea, slicing through mirrored waves with its triumphant elegance that almost made you believe it was flying. And Will, mud-streaked, sleep-deprived, victorious, stood proudly on its deck. Beside him, the birds were lined up like a symphony in feathers, each one humming with harmony, each one his now, living proof that he'd found the first element. And for the first time, the wind was at his back. "Okay," Will said, glancing between them. "One of each kind." A lyrebird tilted its head. "Actually, you need 2 of each kind?" Will blinked. "Why is that?" As he posed the question, the birds exchanged knowing glances and burst into laughter, their chuckles echoing oddly human. They ruffled their feathers and giggled harder, and then, without warning, launched into the most adventurous performance he'd ever heard. Will stared out at the endless blue, wind in his hair, bemused by these mocking birds. But he was smiling, really smiling, because something had begun, and the music, the real adventurous music, was just getting started. Chapter 6. The Ghostly Girl. The sanctuary pulsed with song. A melody drifted through the trees on golden air, thick with the scent of wildflowers and sun-warmed earth. Birds glimmered among the branches, their feathers catching the last light of day, their songs rising, painting the air in sound. Mila danced joyfully right through it, as if the music had chosen her as its muse. With every spin, every tilt of her hand, a new harmony bloomed around her. Every gesture of her hand coaxed a new trill from the trees. Will was dancing too, in his own way, more like being dragged, spun, yanked, and occasionally shoved into rhythm. His shirt was wrinkled, his hair wild, and his expression somewhere between "help me" and "this is actually kind of fun." "They sing whatever and whenever they please," he laughed, half spinning, half stumbling after her. "How do you get them to stop?" Mila didn't stop dancing, just twirled with radiant ease, her bare feet brushing over the mossy earth. "Just quiet the lead bird. The rest will follow." "How?" he shouted, nearly tripping on a root. She gave him a sideways smirk, glowing, motherly, in the most mischievous way. "Really?" she said. "Magic!" Will let out a dramatic groan, but obeyed. He found the lyrebird nestled right by his shoulder, reached out, exhaled, and the magic poured from his palms in a barely noticeable shimmer. The song thinned, then faded. Will blinked, startled by the sudden hush. He should have thought of that himself, but he wasn't used to birds actually listening to him. If he tried that trick on a squirrel or a cat, they'd just flip him off and keep singing. He usually had to train animals the old-fashioned way, with time, snacks, and a lot of gentle arguing. But these birds, they just got it. And wow, they actually stopped. The silence was delicious, sacred, a small miracle. Will soaked it in for exactly 3 seconds, and then ruined it by cupping his hands around his mouth and belting out in the most obnoxious, operatic voice he could manage, mimicking the bird's majestic melody. The birds stared at him. Then, like a flock of tiny musical rebels, the lead bird chirped a bold note and launched into the most over-the-top, triumphant climax yet, dragging the whole chorus back with it. Will burst out laughing. Okay, keep singing. I want to see what happens after sunset. Somewhere deep inside, the sanctuary was smiling big. By nightfall, the sanctuary had changed. The music changed too. A hauntingly beautiful melody was rising. The music of the night whispered warnings, dark, unsettling, and clearly not meant to comfort. Just a few birds here created eerie, yet enchanting, mysterious, yet mesmerizing sound. Will stood beneath the great trees, captivated, his face alight with wonder. Cool, huh? He said. It's meant to ward off intruders. Or, Mila murmured from the shadows, perhaps it might just lure them in. He turned to her, curious, but then stopped cold. Someone else was here. A girl stood just beyond the trees, barefoot, luminous, ghostly. Her skin shimmered faintly, like moonlight caught in water. Her long black hair fell over a flowing white dress. This serene and otherworldly girl didn't speak. She only watched him. Then, slowly, gracefully, she extended her hands toward him, palms up. Will took a step, then paused. The forest didn't breathe. Time didn't move. Something about her felt familiar, impossible, but true. Her presence matched the eerie music perfectly, like it had been written for her. That otherworldly charm didn't just radiate from her, it wrapped around Will like magic. He was being pulled in by her hypnotizing spirit. He raised his arm, hand outstretched. Will! Mila's voice, strong, grounding, real. He turned. What? He snapped. But she was gone. Only the trees remained. Only the music. Only the endless echo of questions. Will blinked, stunned, and then turned back toward his mother. Mom! Like it was her fault the mystery had vanished from the sanctuary. And somehow, this mystery stayed with them too. They spent the next day in silence, each trying to make sense of what had happened. Only by evening did they come together, drawn inevitably to the fire. Mila, Iranar, Mulan, and Will, leaning forward, eyes fixed on the flames, like they might flicker into answers. She felt familiar, Will said quietly. And she looked like... He hesitated, words catching in his throat. The firelight danced across his face. She looked like how I'd imagined the cursed. No one spoke. Mulan's silence was the kind that held worlds. Iranar looked down, his jaw set like stone. Mila's voice broke through the hush, trembling but sharp. Familiar? Cursed? How can that be? Aren't they in the past? Didn't all the cursed come to the surface from the underground caves? Become magi again? Like all of us? Iranar exhaled through his nose. A long, quiet breath. Not one of annoyance, but of inevitability. No, he said. Not at all. Some remained, but they are in the past. Mila turned to him, incredulous. In the past? If some remained, if they're still there, then what happened to them? What happened to her family? Irinar met her gaze, calm and immovable. If they're still down there, they're just decaying darkness. Mila, let it go. Her eyes flared. How can you say that? If it's darkness, and they were our blood, then it's in us too. We can't ignore that. We've made our choice, Irinar said firmly. They made theirs. Even if they were family, their choices are not our burden. But what if that girl, what if it was a message? Mila's voice rose, carried by something deeper than fear. Why would a cursed girl appear here, in our sanctuary? She looked at Will like she knew him. You can't tell me that means nothing. Will's breath caught. His eyes flicked between them, heart thudding louder than the crackle of the fire. I need to know who she is, he said. What she wants. I need to understand what really happened to the cursed. Because they could have been me. Could have been any of us. What happened to them defines us too. Mila nodded fiercely. If we don't understand it, if we keep pretending it's not there, the story just repeats itself. Mulan's eyes were closed, her face serene in the firelight. Her voice, when it came, was soft as breath. That which is hidden beneath blood is never truly buried. Silence. Irinar gave her a side glance. Intrigue Mila more, and she'll be marching straight into the caves of the cursed herself. Mila turned to him, chin lifted. If you won't tell me what happened, then yes, I will. Mulan finally opened her eyes. They shimmered with old sorrow. It's dangerous to stir such a past, she said gently. The tragedy of the cursed. It's like a disease. It's better left untouched. She turned her gaze toward the fire. As for what exactly happened, why some stayed, why others left, nobody can truly say right now. Mila sat perfectly still, but the firelight pulled forward the lines of her face, casting her profile in strokes of sharp determination. Her voice, when it came, was quiet, controlled. Nobody, she said, except... The fire cracked, and above them, in the dark branches, a lone bird sang a single, haunting note. Far from the sanctuary, across frozen rivers, beyond mountains veiled in ice, that same note seemed to echo down the crystal halls of the ice palace. And then, a grave voice, falling into the place like the end of Mila's thought. Master of Mysteries. Chapter 7. Inheritance. A storm was gathering, inside and outside the ice palace. The throne room flickered under a cold, spectral glow. Cracks veined the towering pillars, branching like frozen lightning toward the vaulted ceiling. The candlelight hit the icy walls and scattered, throwing ghostly shapes that slithered across the floor. Thor, wrapped in heavy storm-colored garments, strode across the gleaming hall, each boot step cracking the silence like distant thunder. At the far end of the room, Varlam stood alone. His figure, half shrouded in the gloom, was distorted across the broken reflections of ice sculptures. Aha! Master of Mysteries, Thor said, his voice curling into the chilled air with wisps of smoke. I have news for you. Varlam turned, slowly, his face slipping out of the shadows and into the warmer pools of candlelight. A turn so deliberate, it seemed to make the entire hall of ice statues stare at him, breathless. Is it confirmed? Varlam asked. Thor nodded grimly. Yes,
and it's widespread. Not just here. The most powerful magi are disappearing, taken underground by some sort of creatures."
Varlam's gaze sharpened, a blade beneath a layer of frost on his face. "There's only one sort of creature that still lives underground." Thor hesitated, then half-whispered the word, as if naming them might summon them from the depths.
"The cursed?"
Varlam's answer cut through the hall like a crack in ancient ice. "The cursed." The silence of the ice palace stretched thin between them, brittle as the frost webbing the walls. Varlam turned toward the great frozen doors, his reflection fractured a dozen ways across the ice. "Prepare my gear," he said, low and certain. "The caves of the cursed are waking, and so must we." The wind moaned outside, gnawing at the palace walls. Thor hesitated, the torchlight catching the tight lines around his mouth.
"You mean you're going underground? On purpose?"
Varlam didn't even blink. "I know it's madness, Thor, but someone has to do the reckless part properly." Thor shifted his weight awkwardly. The mighty commander who could face down storms and armies, but clearly not fond of the idea of wandering into the cursed tunnels for the fun of it.
Sure, he muttered. "You can't let me have all the adventures on my own. And besides, nothing says perfect vacation, quite like certain doom."
He cleared his throat and straightened his already straight spine.
"But realistically, there are far more important things to do here, for the kingdom. Just saying."
Varlam allowed himself the faintest smirk. "You're afraid."
"I'm not afraid,"
Thor said too immediately. He lifted his chin and squared his shoulders with practiced heroism.
"You know me. I could take on the entire cursed army myself, barehanded, blindfolded, on one foot."
He gave his hammer a dramatic spin, then faltered, just slightly.
"I just prefer not being gnawed on by vengeful subterranean creatures, if I can help it."
A beat.
"You know, tactical wisdom."
"Relax," Varlam said dryly. "You're not going." Thor opened his mouth, whether to argue or to fake more casual bravery. It wasn't clear. Then froze.
"Wait, I'm not?"
Varlam stepped closer, his figure catching the spectral gleam of the ice statues, until he seemed like a phantom himself. "No, I'm leaving you here, in charge of the Ice Kingdom." Thor blinked. He looked ready to protest, then visibly recalculated.
"I mean, of course, naturally, best man for the job," he said, puffing up slightly. "Someone has to keep the idiots from panicking about vampire bats or rivers boiling over."
Varlam gave him a level stare. "Especially when the idiots start believing it's an omen because they found a crooked icicle." Thor muttered something very unheroic under his breath, but then braced himself, steadying his stance.
"I'll keep order, on my honor."
"I know you will," Varlam said, his voice rare and genuine, carried a weight that made Thor stand even taller. "You're the only one who still cares about this kingdom for what it is, not for what they fear it might become." Thor gave a single solemn nod. No more jokes now. The storm outside wailed louder, rattling the stained ice windows. Varlam turned his back to the throne room. The torches dimmed as he passed, leaving the statues and frozen spires in deeper shadow. He walked alone toward the armory doors, slow, sure, as if every step carried the weight of two worlds, the one above and the one that waited below. Behind him, Thor stood like a stone sentinel. And somewhere deep beneath the Ice Kingdom, beneath this world, beyond mortal reach, something ancient stirred. That night, the sanctuary couldn't sleep, feeling that its past was waking up. Under the soft light of the living lamps, Mila lay awake in a nest-like bed of woven flowers, leaves, and soft moss, staring up into the braided canopy above. Beside her, Iranar sat unmoving, listening to sounds that most would miss. The subtle sighs of branches shifting, the faint murmur of roots below, the low, uneasy hum of a place that should have been at peace. Outside, the birds refused to settle. Even the trees seemed to lean closer, whispering secrets to each other. Mila turned to Irinar at last. Her voice was soft, almost playful, a ripple across still water that could turn deep at any moment. "Tell me about your ancestors," she said. "When they finally learned magic and left the caves of the cursed. There must have been a division, right? Some chose to stay behind?" She meant it lightly, gently, but the words struck something raw. Irinar stiffened, then snapped. "I don't want to talk about it." His voice cracked across the sanctuary like a whip. Mila flinched, not from fear, but from sheer shock. The man who embodied perfect balance, who could rarely raise his voice, but never lose himself, not once, not with her, had just let something break through. For a long, terrible heartbeat, they just stared at each other. Irinar's face crumpled. Regret carved deep lines across it. He reached for her. "Mila, wait. I'm sorry. Please." But Mila was already rising, her hands steady, her heart shaking. "Don't tell me you're going to find out yourself," Irinar said, a trace of helplessness in his voice. "Not myself," Mila said simply, straightening with quiet defiance. "There might be someone else." His eyes darkened. "You're not going to the Ice Kingdom now?" Mila met his gaze head on, with a look that said louder than words. "You don't get to decide." "I haven't been there in a long time," she said coolly. "His people are getting nervous. Rumors are spreading that we're breaking the engagement. And therefore, of course, rabid vampire bats are coming to invade their land. Falling stars are bringing doom, and lightning bolts will be dueling for territory atop the spires of the Ice Palace." She shrugged. "You know how creative his people get when they're scared?" Irinar let out a low breath, a sound between a growl and a sigh. "I gave up my foolish dream of being the universal ruler," he said. "But sometimes, I still wish I could control this stupid world." "You wish you could control me," Mila said softly, not angry, just stating it. He looked at her. The unspoken answer hung heavy in the air. "If I do," Irinar said at last, his voice rough, "then that's foolish too. No one can force a heart to feel." Silence stretched between them, again, deep, fragile. "What's in your heart, Mila?" he asked. She smiled, just a little. "Why ask when you already know the answer?" "I want to hear it." Mila stepped closer. The living lamp shimmered gently above them, like 1,000 fireflies leaning in to listen. "You," she said. "Our son, our sanctuary." Her words drifted into the air as seeds, small, simple, and infinite. Irinar closed his eyes, just for a second. When he opened them again, the whole world had softened. He reached out, and this time, she didn't pull away. Dawn spilled its first sleepy light across the sanctuary. Will wandered through the garden, kicking at tufts of moss, a content smile playing on his face. Birds, his birds, chattered from every branch, not just singing, conversing. They responded to his whistles, echoed his moods, sometimes even finished his sentences, or tried to. No other animals listened like they did. Harmony thickened the air. Mulan appeared beside him, so quietly she might have sprouted from the ground. "I'm sorry, Will," she said, folding her hands calmly. "But these birds, won't survive here." Will gawked at her. "What? They love it here." "They're meant for the eternal trees," Mulan said serenely, as if that explained everything. Will let out an exasperated sigh. "Oh, great. What's next? Should I just uproot half an eternal forest, wherever it is, and move it here?" "If you want the birds to survive," Mulan replied, her voice maddeningly reasonable. Will groaned. "I can't even find my second boot some mornings, and now I'm supposed to go tree hunting, with 7 more elements still waiting to be found?" Mulan only smiled, that small, infinitely patient smile. "Perhaps the trees themselves are your next element." The forest of living nature wasn't a mystery to him. Not this one. Will knew this place, had spent half his boyhood summers here, running barefoot under these colossal trees, losing bets to squirrels, getting hopelessly lost, and somehow always finding his way back by the scent of wild raspberries. Stepping into it again felt like falling into a warm memory. The air was dense with life, almost hugging him, rich with the scent of earth and greens. The glitter of leaves, so high overhead, they could have been pieces of a living sky. Will grinned. Home away from home. And then, boom! A tree exploded just to his left. Bark and leaves shot past his face like nature's own flying daggers. Boom! Boom! Snap! More trees detonated around him, turning the forest into an absurd, magical battlefield. Will dove to the ground, covering his head with both arms. "Okay," he shouted. "Not welcoming. Got it." Then, through the dust and debris, a hand appeared, rough, calloused, grinning. Rootkeeper.
"Isn't this my favorite grandchild?"
he said, hauling Will to his feet like he weighed nothing. Will brushed twigs out of his hair, dazed. "You consider me a grandchild?"
"Of course,"
Rootkeeper said, slapping his shoulder hard enough to make Will stumble.
"I raised your mother. Same stubborn blood."
Will blinked around at the chaos. "Are the trees exploding? For defense?"
"In a way,"
Rootkeeper said, smiling kindly.
"Also, unusual frost last night. They're more touchy than normal."
Will's eyes gleamed with mischief. "Can I have some? The shooting kind?" Rootkeeper chuckled, the sound warm and deep, and gave him a grandfatherly smile, the kind that meant he was about to launch into a proper nature lesson.
"All trees," he said, "can have pieces that shoot off under pressure, drastic temperature swings, or a desire to keep fools out." He winked. "But eternal trees," Rootkeeper grew serious, "they endure anything. No explosions, no drama, just life."
"That's actually why I came," Will said, "for the eternal trees." Rootkeeper threw an arm around his shoulders.
"Then come, let's meet your inheritance."
They walked beneath ancient canopies, the world growing quieter, richer, more green with every step. The grove of eternal trees stood like guardians of the past. Their trunks were massive and ancient, their bark so deeply grooved it looked like rivers carved into stone. Thick, silvery vines spiraled up their trunks, weaving themselves into living patterns, runes of nature no mage had ever fully translated, perhaps because they weren't meant to be read, only felt. Rootkeeper spread his arms wide.
"Choose what you wish,"
he said.
"This place was your mother's home, her sanctuary. She nurtured her dreams of family here, dreams of you. This forest shares a special bond with you. Feel free to choose any trees and plants you'd like. I'll help transport them to your sanctuary."
Will's eyes lit up, visibly moved by the connection to his mother and overwhelmed with gratitude and excitement. And for a moment, Will felt like everything might be possible after all, even bringing life back from ancient sorrow, even becoming the guardian the sanctuary needed. Chapter 8. The Harp That Fought Armies. The sanctuary was under siege, not by enemies, by trees. A convoy rolled through the sanctuary gates, like a parade turned wild and unruly. Enormous carriages creaking under the weight of ancient trees, lush vines spilling over the sides, flowering shrubs bobbing with every bump. Mighty beasts strained at the harnesses, elephants, fierce oxen, powerful horses, and shaggy creatures twice the size of any known bison, stomping like they remembered a time when the world was young. Will stood at the front, arms crossed, trying to look in control as animals trumpeted and ancient branches swayed dangerously close to smashing the walkways and each other. Irinar watched the spectacle with one skeptical eyebrow raised. "How do you intend to plant all these?" he asked, surveying the chaos like a general evaluating an ill-prepared army. Will grinned, full of bravado he absolutely had not earned yet. "I'm the guardian. I can do it," Will declared, chest puffed out as if he had any clue what he was doing. 10 seconds later, he was dodging for his life. One of the ancient trees, easily twice the size of the sanctuary's old gates, lurched sideways as it was unloaded, missing him by inches and splattering him head to toe in mud that smelled older than recorded history. "Okay," Will gasped, slipping across the churned-up ground like a startled duck. First tree almost planted." It wasn't. The tree wobbled ominously, let out a rumble of disapproval, then collapsed onto its side, flattening a shrine of healing herbs into herbal tea. A wild ox bolted, dragging an entire cart of flowering vines as if leading a runaway parade float. Elephants bellowed. One shaggy beast gave up halfway and just sat down in the middle of the road, staring mournfully into space. Will charged after a loose vine, tripped over a root, and face-planted into the sacred pond. As he surfaced, water dripping from his nose, he muttered to himself, "Is this root judging me?" "It's judging me." He wrestled another root toward a pre-dug hole. The root flailed sideways, caught his ankle, and spun him like a carnival ride into a pile of ceremonial flags. From the ground, staring up at the gathering carnage, he wheezed, "Everything's fine. Everything's under control. Totally normal guardian procedure." At one point, he tried bribing a stubborn tree to stand upright by reasoning with it. "You're ancient. You're wise. You've literally watched civilizations rise and fall. You're supposed to know how gravity works." The tree rewarded him by shedding an avalanche of foliage straight into his face. Will, leaves sticking out of his hair at impossible angles, glanced skyward and sighed. This is fine," he said to absolutely no one. "This is still technically going well." Somewhere far off, the birds seemed to organize into a choir, purely for the purpose of mocking him. One shaggy beast chewed thoughtfully on his official guardian of the sanctuary banner. Another was using a sacred stone altar as a scratching post. Will staggered across the field, covered in leaves, dirt, and the faint remnants of his pride. "I am improvising," he shouted to the chaos, waving a broken branch like a general's sword. "This is all part of the plan." At one point, Will considered rallying the animals with an inspiring speech, but the only sound that came out was a half-choked wheeze as he tripped over a decorative rake. "Planting trees is supposed to be poetic," he declared heroically to the field, brandishing his broken branch as though it were an ancient relic of power. The field offered no encouragement. A wayward fern whopped him on the ear. By the time night fell, the sanctuary didn't look like a holy refuge anymore. It looked like it had been politely steamrolled by a very confused, very enthusiastic, natural disaster. Will collapsed next to the third half-buried tree, still muttering strategies under his breath, like he could logic his way out of being an idiot. When the stars finally came out, they pretended not to see the mess. The sanctuary groaned under its new, chaotic landscaping project, and so did Will. He was still lying next to the third half-planted tree, covered head to toe in dirt and mystery bruises. Mulan found him, slumped against a massive root, shovel dangling from his hand like a defeated flag. "You should let the animals assist you," she said gently, her silhouette framed by the living lamps of the sanctuary. "It's also a skill you must master, working with animals." Will sighed miserably. Sure. Just one tiny problem. They don't listen to me. Magic barely works on them. So unless I plan on becoming a full-time animal trainer—" "No need for that," Mulan said serenely, as if she hadn't just watched him get trampled by half the animal kingdom in slow motion. "Why don't you use a harp from the Magi of music? With the right melody, animals will do whatever you need." Will perked up instantly, hope sparking in his tired eyes. "A harp?" he said. "Please tell me it's the next element." Mulan only smiled. She had that smile again, the one that suggested she knew about 7 things he didn't, and was enjoying every second of it. Will wasn't sad to leave the tree fiasco behind, not even a little. He practically bounced down the misty trail leading away from the sanctuary, a travel pack slung over his shoulder, still picking leaves out of his hair like leftover trophies from a battle he absolutely did not win. Adventure! Finally! Not hole digging, not root wrestling, not awkwardly apologizing to elephants. A few birds tried to tag along, hopping after him like gossiping little shadows. One even fluttered onto his pack, singing a guilt-tripping tune. Will spun around dramatically. "No," he said, pointing at them like a stern parent. "You're staying. Go sing someone else into madness. I'm going alone." The birds looked offended. A small goat, but of course the goat wanted in, butted his shin gently, like it was volunteering for the mission. Will sighed. "No, thunder hooves. You're not my cavalry." He finally marched away, victorious in the battle of wills against actual wildlife, savoring the delicious idea of peace. Just him, a glorious empty path, turquoise sea breezes curling in from the cliffs ahead. Nothing could possibly go wrong, right? The cliffs rose ahead, jagged and sun-drenched, crowned with wild trees that clung to the rock like stubborn, ancient dreams. The sea churned below, deep, brilliant blue, scattering diamonds of light across the restless water. And above it all, tucked between the spires of stone, perched the fabled land of the Magi of music. Will stopped, one boot on the path, and just stared for a minute. He'd grown up hearing tales about this place, the birthplace of living songs, the forge where melodies were spun like gold. Even Iranar, who rarely waxed poetic about anything, had once called it the heart that hums the world awake. Now here it was, rising before him, alive, echoing. Somewhere deep in the cliffs, sweet soaring notes floated out the pure laughter of a flute, the silver whisper of harps, filling the air with magic that seemed to echo from the world's first song. Will smiled, heart lifting. This was going to be amazing. He hiked upward, following the weaving stone paths carved into the cliffside, each step thrumming beneath his boots with faint, musical echoes. The higher he climbed, the richer the soundscape became. Lyres, pipes, even songs woven with voices so pure they hardly sounded human. But then, something new broke through. Loud, sharp, and wildly out of place. A new sound tore through the harmony, like a catfight in a pottery shop. Will froze, head tilted. What is that? It wasn't beautiful. It wasn't even bad in a fun way. It was aggressively terrible, like someone trying to play 3 instruments at once while falling down a flight of stairs. Naturally, Will's curiosity kicked into overdrive. He veered off the main path, clambering up a narrow ledge where tufts of wild grass poked through the stone. The noise got louder, more chaotic, more fascinating. The cliffs opened up, and there, perched dangerously close to the crumbling edge, sat a young mage, furiously plucking at a harp like he was trying to wrestle it into submission. Will stared. It sounded like the harp was arguing back, and winning. He approached carefully, clearing his throat. "Excuse me," he said, hands half raised like he was greeting a very temperamental animal. The boy didn't stop plucking violently. He just shot Will a warning glare, as if to say, "Approach at your own peril." The harp gave a wheezing twang. Will decided not to judge, but deep down, he suspected the birds could probably play better. "Excuse me," he ventured again. The boy sprang up, clutching the harp protectively. "Hold it right there," he cried. "Unless you're a mage of music, you shouldn't even think about touching this harp. It's enchanted. Very special." Will, very politely, did not roll his eyes. "What makes it so special?" "It's always out of tune. Impossible to tune," the boy declared, like that was a brag. Will blinked. "Then how do you play any melody?" The boy folded his arms across his chest, clearly reciting a line he'd heard from someone cooler. "Pure magic." Luckily for Will, someone cooler was already walking up the path. Sanu, an older mage with a patient smile and the kind of aura that suggested he'd seen a lot, and laughed at most of it, strolled over. "Ignore him," Sanu said with a chuckle. "The harp's fine. He's just struggling because he lacks motivation. What about you? Got any motivation?" Will straightened. "Absolutely. I need it to make animals help build my sanctuary. I can't do it alone." "That's the spirit," he said, handing Will a sheet of music. "These melodies work well with different animals. And how lucky for you, just in time to join the traditional test with the other students. If you survive, the harp is yours." "Survive? Test?" Will asked warily. Sanu pointed down the cliffs to where a broad field opened onto the horizon. And from that horizon came a sound. Not the cheerful chirps of birds or the lullaby of the waves. A thunderous, battle-hungry roar. Will's jaw dropped. "Is that an army?" Sanu just shrugged. "Tradition." And somehow, that was that. They started walking. With every step closer, the ground rumbled louder beneath their feet. Will kept glancing around. Surely someone would explain this better. Surely there was a logical reason musicians were walking toward the sounds of imminent death. A harpist next to him casually adjusted a tuning peg. Another cracked his knuckles like he was about to start a bar fight. With a harp. Will eyed the field ahead. Gleaming armor, war horses, really big swords. He pointed. Tradition? Seriously, though, that's an army." Sanu adjusting his robes. "You noticed. Good. That's step 1. "What's step 2? Will asked weakly. Sanu smiled like a man handing over a potion with a politely undisclosed side effect. "Defeat them. with music. Will was still trying to process that when they reached the field and really hit at full gallop. At the edge of the field, more harpers assembled already, tuning their instruments with an alarming lack of urgency. Meanwhile, a gleaming war legion charged toward them, shields high, horses thundering, warriors yelling so loudly the cliffs shook. Will grabbed the nearest harpist. "What are we supposed to do with these harps?" "Play them," came the cheerful answer. "What do you even play against a herd of mad warriors? Their funeral dirge?" No, something fun and lively." Will blinked once, slowly. Maybe I should just plant those trees myself. But there was no time to rethink life choices. The battle was upon them. The harpers struck up a juicy, bounding tune, like tavern music after too much wildberry brew, and no regrets. And impossibly, it worked. The army's horses twitched, then stumbled, then broke into joyous, uncontrollable dances. Warriors were tossed off their saddles as the animals twirled and pranced like drunken ballerinas. Chaos reigned, helmets flew, shields dropped, and the once fearsome army collapsed into a flailing, giggling mess. Will ducked behind the broadest harpist he could find and peeked out, his eyes round, gaze bright. When the last Roman tumbled from his own pirouetting horse, Sanu turned casually to Will. "See," he said with a wink, "music is magic." Will just stared at the fallen army, the grinning harpists, the harp in his hand, and realized, for the first time, he might actually be good at this. Chapter 9. Having fun? At a beautiful geyser spot, a playful natural fountain that puffed and hissed at random, Will hunched over the harp like a student cramming for an impossible exam. A battered sheet of music flapped on the rock in front of him, and he studied it with the ferocity of a man trying to decode an ancient map. The harp itself, though a grand and gleaming thing, turned out to be less of an instrument and more of a weapon in the wrong hands. Every time Will plucked the strings, a sound like 1,000 angry geese echoed through the sanctuary. Nearby, a gathering of woodland creatures, a bear, a fox, even a tiny, nervous rabbit, winced in unison. Other animals covered their ears with dramatic whimpers, throwing each other tragic glances, as if preparing to be remembered as those who did not survive the great harp disaster. All other animals, all except for one. A plump porcupine, who had apparently decided that survival was overrated, sat comfortably on his backside in the middle of it all, munching contentedly on something that looked like food. Probably. He didn't flinch. He didn't wince. He didn't even blink. It was unclear whether he was extremely brave, extremely deaf, or simply very, very committed to snack time. Will cleared his throat and sat up straighter, determined. "All right, bear, plant this tree," he ordered, giving the harp a confident twang. The bear blinked at him. The harp, in reply, made a noise so horrific it probably killed a few flies midair. Will winced. Okay, that wasn't it." He strummed again. "Skrrr." The lyrebird, perched on a branch overhead, gave an exaggerated shudder. "I'd rather listen to those creepy birds at night," he muttered, speaking for the bear, for the rabbit, and for the entire suffering audience. Will glared up at him. "Maybe I should just take this harp and smack some sense into you with it. Then you'd understand what I want." The lyrebird tucked his head under his wing, just in case. Nearby, a small grumpy squirrel sat venting beside a steaming geyser. He did not like the harp. He did not like the sheet of music, and he especially did not like that everyone was paying attention to them right here at his geyser spot. He squeaked indignantly from time to time, trying to drown out Will's racket with his own music. No one noticed. Not even the porcupine, who was still sitting on his butt and eating. Time, stubborn and mocking, passed. Through countless disasters, through more ear-bleeding notes than anyone should ever be exposed to, something miraculous happened. Will began to improve. Bit by bit, the screeches softened, the thuds turned into uncertain melodies, and before long, music filled the sanctuary. It spilled like sunlight between the trees, sparkling through the leaves, swirling around the roots, weaving through the rivers of warm air. Bears and foxes and rabbits moved to its rhythm, planting trees with a kind of clumsy, glorious grace. Even the lyre bird bobbed his head in reluctant admiration. The grumpy squirrel, however, hated the harp more than ever. When Will was bad, he naturally didn't like it. Now that Will played well, and was actually winning real adoration, the squirrel's envy burned bright, and he loathed the music with a furious passion. The porcupine, for the record, was still sitting on his butt and eating. And for one shining moment, Will thought he had done it. He had finally mastered the harp. He had finally saved the birds and the trees of the sanctuary. He glanced down at his precious sheet of music, resting on a rock nearby, his treasure, his lifeline, and watched in frozen horror as the bushy-tailed furious squirrel darted out of his geyser spot, snatched the paper in his tiny teeth, and bolted. For half a second, no one moved. Then, chaos. Will let out a yell and charged after the squirrel. The bear lumbered behind, roaring all the while. The foxes darted ahead, weaving through the trees like arrows. Birds swooped overhead, screeching orders nobody could understand. Even the tiny rabbit bounded heroically into the fray, looking determined to tackle the squirrel if necessary. Only the porcupine stayed exactly where he was, nibbling serenely, watching the mayhem unfold with the detached curiosity of a philosopher. The chase tore through the sanctuary like a tempest unbound. The squirrel zipped between tree trunks, over rocks, under branches, the sheet of music flapping wildly like a stolen flag. Will scrambled after him, leaping over roots, sliding down hills, grabbing desperately, and missing every time by this much. Everything around him seemed to move in rhythm, following the same frantic beat. It felt like even the trees were leaning in, whispering, "Catch him! Catch him!" That's when the squirrel's luck ran out. He made a terrible miscalculation. In his panic, he darted straight back toward the geyser vent. Boom! A blast of water shot straight into the sky, launching the poor squirrel and the stolen sheet of music high, high, high into the heavens. The animals skidded to a halt, staring upward in horrified silence. Then the squirrel tumbled down somewhere behind a tree, chirping indignantly. The sheet of music, however, vanished into the blazing blue sky, spinning like a lost leaf. Will dropped to his knees. The bear sagged onto his haunches. Even the lyre bird wiped an imaginary tear from his eye. A funeral air settled over the sanctuary. Without the music, the trees couldn't be planted. The birds would die. The forests would wither. The very heart of the world would be gone. A tiny sniffle echoed through the clearing. It was the rabbit. As for the porcupine, he continued eating without a care in the world. What in the world was he eating? No one knew. Will bowed his head, clenching his fists in the dirt. If only, if only. Something stirred, soft as a whisper. Flutter, flutter, flutter. The sheet of music, charred at the edges but miraculously whole, floated down from the sky. It drifted lazily through the golden sunlight, spiraled once, and landed, with perfect precision, right onto Will's lap. The world froze. A heartbeat passed. Another. Then, silence shattered. "Go, go, go!" Will shouted, leaping to his feet. Pandemonium erupted again, but this time in glorious form. The harp sprang to life under Will's hands, music racing like wildfire. Animals hurtled back to work, planning faster than ever, trees springing up behind them like joyful fireworks. The sanctuary sang, alive with color, movement, life. The foxes danced, the bears spun in circles, flinging seedlings like masters of the forest. The bull, long recognized as the protector of the sanctuary, moved with unbreakable strength, lifting trunks high with his horns and setting them deep in the earth. Several bears together, urged on by the magical music, managed to plant huge saplings of eternal trees. Even the rabbit tackled a plant twice his size and dragged it into place, grunting heroically. And through it all, sitting right in the middle of the whirl, the porcupine nibbled serenely on his lunch, occasionally blinking if a particularly enthusiastic fox flew past. By sunset, every tree was planted, every flower blossomed. The sanctuary would thrive. And Will? Will grinned, cradling the harp against his chest, as the last golden notes faded into the twilight. They had done it. There, with just a little bit of motivation, he declared, looking so smug that the lyrebird sang a few triumphant notes, then mimicked Will's line back at him in perfect, exaggerated pitch. Naturally, the notorious squirrel reappeared, a twig stuck in his fur, squeaking furiously at the triumphant sanctuary like a grumpy theater critic. Will ignored the lyrebird's dramatic attitude and the grumpy squirrel and wandered deeper into the sanctuary, his heart soaring higher than the sun itself. The trees, slender silverwoods, shimmered in the breeze. Fiery maples blazed like captured sunsets. Golden blossoms from deep within the living nature land stretched toward the sky, already humming with life. And the birds were everywhere, singing, chirping, whirling among the branches with wild, joyful abandon. It was everything Will could have wished for in that moment. The sanctuary was alive. The eternal trees were thriving. The birds were saved. For him, the world was saved. Will lifted his arms to the golden light, beaming, half expecting the trees to burst into applause. They didn't, of course, but they did rustle approvingly in the breeze. Or at least, Will decided they did. He was halfway through mentally composing a heroic ballad about himself when Mulan caught up with him, breathless and serious. "I'm sorry, Will," she said, her voice low and hesitant. "With the conditions here, these trees won't survive. They need more sunlight." Will's mouth dropped open so fast it nearly unhinged. "They won't grow here?" He spun around, flinging his arms wide in dramatic outrage. "This is the sanctuary. Shouldn't it, have special magic or something?" The trees, for their part, remained politely silent. A few leaves fluttered down, almost apologetically. Somewhere in the background, a bird whistled innocently. Will clenched his fists, determination blazing anew. Fine! If the sanctuary didn't have enough magic, he'd find some more. He marched back to the river, where Irenar's amazing ship bobbed gently in the current, waiting like a loyal steed. Will leapt aboard with the solemnity of a knight preparing for battle. "Here I go," he muttered, tightening the ropes with great ceremony. "Saving the sanctuary again." He pushed off from the shore, the sails snapping to life above him. The river carried him onward, through winding valleys and wide plains, past glittering stones and fields of flowers, until at last the green world began to fade, and the sand took over. The desert was a furnace. Heat rippled over the sand, blurring the horizon into a wavering, unreachable line. Somehow, against all odds, a lush oasis bloomed in the heart of this barren sea. A small explosion of green and other vivid colors of life. Will trudged toward it, sweat plastering his hair to his forehead, determination burning hotter than the sun. A figure moved among the flowers, a man in flowing sun-bleached robes, tending to the garden as if he ruled the daylight itself. Will cleared his throat. "Excuse me, I'm the guardian of the sanctuary, and I have a special mission," the Mage of Sunlight interrupted without looking up. His voice was dry, like the desert. "You're bound to fail your mission. You're bound to fall." Will blinked. "Wow, thanks for the warm welcome. But why would you say that?" The Mage of Sunlight rose slowly, shading his eyes with one hand. "Arrogance precedes a fall," he said, studying Will with unsettling calm. "And you wear it heavily." Will opened his mouth, closed it, then opened it again, spluttering. "Wait, why am I arrogant?" The mage gave a shrug that somehow managed to be both grand and incredibly annoying. "You think you're so unique, the one and only guardian." Will spread his hands wide. "But I am the guardian." "And you have your special sanctuary, right?" The Mage of Sunlight winked, with a smile so bright it was almost cold. "Well, I have one too. I'm working things out here, just like he is with his own sanctuary over there." He nodded toward another mage, far off in the distance, watering a towering cactus with the care of a mother hen. Will squinted across the shimmering sands. "So, anyone can have a sanctuary?" he asked, suspicious. The Mage of Sunlight smiled faintly, and for the first time, sincerely. "Perhaps there's hope for you yet. What do you need?" Will exhaled slowly. "Some extra sunlight, if you have any to spare." Without another word, the mage pointed toward a cluster of glowing orbs at the edge of the oasis. "Take whichever sun you need." Will nodded. "Thank you. And you are—" The mage's smile twisted slyly, and then loudly, with the conviction of a staged finale, he sang, "The mightiest mage of sunlight." Will narrowed his eyes, a smirk tugging at his lips. "One and only, huh? Didn't you just say arrogance precedes a—" Before he could finish, the Mage of Sunlight sank straight into the sand, vanishing slowly. Will flapped his arms uselessly. For a split second, he wasn't sure. Was this some kind of weird quicksand situation? Or something worse he'd already seen before? The answer came immediately. Hands. Pale, decaying hands clawed out of the ground, grabbing at the mage, dragging him down faster. "No! No way! Again?" Will shouted, rushing to help. The mage dipped lower, barely conscious. He grabbed Will's wrist with sudden frantic force. A burst of golden light surged from his palm, blazing down at the grasping limbs. The decayed arms recoiled, then retaliated. A jagged bolt of dark lightning shot up from the pit, striking the sunlight magic midair. The blast cracked like a shriek across the desert. A wave of terror slammed into Will, heavy and electric. And just as he tried to pull back, another hand lunged from the sand and latched onto his boot. Will let out a yell that probably traumatized a few lizards 3 miles away. He wrenched himself free, flailing, scrambling, practically running on air across the sand. When he finally dared to look back, the mage was gone. Nothing remained, only the pitiless gleam of the floating suns. Will stood there for a long moment, breathing hard, feeling the desert spin around him. He didn't know what was happening. He didn't know why it was happening. Were the cursed after him? Was it connected to him? Or had he just stumbled into the wrong place at the wrong time, 3 times in a row? He didn't know. He didn't even know what he was supposed to do anymore. Slowly, stiffly, Will turned his gaze to the floating orbs. They hovered silently above the oasis, their light pulsing, intense, neither welcoming nor friendly. Will eyed them warily. "So, I just take one?" he muttered. The orbs drifted closer. Closer. Their glow sharpened into something fierce, almost furious. And suddenly, scream. Will darted across the desert, dodging and weaving as the angry little suns attacked him. They zipped through the air like furious wasps, chasing Will over the dunes, blasting little craters in the sand wherever he leapt. Will darted, ducked, stumbled, and at one desperate moment, scrambled straight up a palm tree like a cat fleeing a pack of wild dogs. He clung to the top, gasping, wild-eyed. Whoosh! A sun barreled past, singeing the leaves. Will yelped. The palm tree bent under his weight, swaying lower, lower, until it kissed the sand. Another screamed by. Boom! The palm tree snapped back like a catapult, launching Will into the air. He tumbled, spun, flailed, performing aerial acrobatics so chaotic that even the suns seemed confused. While twisting through the air, Will spotted 3 more orbs streaking toward him. He jerked sideways in flight. He somersaulted backward. He dodged one. He dodged another. The third singed his boot. Will staggered back into the sanctuary, looking as if he had fought every force of nature and lost, but somehow still carried home a souvenir. His cloak was scorched. His hair stood on end, bristling like a startled hedgehog. His eyebrows were conspicuously absent. And yet, a tiny sun floated dutifully behind him, orbiting his head in smug little circles. Will dragged himself upright, coughed out a cloud of soot, and croaked hoarsely at the sun orb. "You better be the right element." Chapter 10. Flamenco of Fire. The frozen lake stretched out before her. Black glass flecked with stars, so still it warned her not to trust it, yet so beautiful she couldn't resist. Mila urged her horse forward. Hooves struck sparks on the ice, and with every step, cracks formed and delicate ripples of light bloomed beneath them, like the lake was deciding whether to applaud her entrance or swallow her whole. On either side, formations of ice and crystal rose in the shapes of ancient monuments. Gaudy archways, bombastic warriors, even half magi, half beasts, sculptures of history, magic, and highly questionable taste. Each glowed faintly from within, as if haunted by spirits who refused to let go of their artistic vision. Overhead, the sky came alive. Green, violet, gold, light twisting in ribbons too slow for fire, too wild for wind. The northern lights danced across the heavens and spilled into the frozen lake, their reflection so vivid it felt like the world had turned upside down. It was an eerie splendor that claimed this kingdom as its own. The ice palace loomed, a frozen crown at the edge of this radiant realm, a towering fortress carved straight from winter's spine, spires, shimmer, and a silent dare in its deathly air. Mila breathed it all in, the biting cold, the unbearable stillness, and the distinct sense that destiny was once again setting her up for a story she'd be forced to explain later. She made this ride countless times, from the sanctuary to the Ice Kingdom, and every single time it ended in adventure, drama, or both. Usually both. Here she was again, a little older, a little wiser, maybe. Definitely colder, at that precise moment anyway. But still, here she was. Who would have thought her life would turn out like this? Raised beneath the luminous, uncompromising standards of her father, the greatest of the once cursed, who had clawed his way back into the light and expected everyone else to do the same. He had taught her integrity so deep, it practically glowed. Balance, discipline, that sacred blend of power and purity, strength and grace, no shortcuts allowed. And if that weren't enough, she'd been polished further by her uncle in the living nature, the home where the very trees whispered lessons, where life grew in perfect harmony with itself. Every step of her upbringing had led toward a path of purpose, dignity, and effortless poise. And yet, here she was, still not married to the man she loved, the man with whom she had created a son, a family, a sanctuary. Still officially engaged to the king of the coldest, iciest land in the world, the everlasting engagement that was tied to ancient fears, ancient laws, stubborn, superstitious rules carved into the frozen stones of the Ice Kingdom long before either of them was born. Laws that apparently not even a king could break without triggering a minor apocalypse, or at least an avalanche. And so, the engagement had dragged on, year after year, trapped in traditions no one dared to challenge, let alone change. It wasn't Varlam's fault. It had never been Varlam's fault. Through impossible ceremonies, glacial diplomatic dances, and enough awkward silences to fill a royal archive, Varlam had been nothing but kind, gentler than expected, patient beyond reason, more a true friend than a would-be husband. He had saved her life once. No, not just saved, brought her back. She had died, and he, somehow, had given that life back to her. Since then, in all the quiet ways that mattered, with strength, with loyalty, with no expectation, it sometimes felt like he had saved her again and again, 1,000 times over. Whatever happened next, Mila knew this much. She would stand by him, always, no matter how complicated, frozen, or cursed the future decided to be. Mila leaned low over her horse's neck, her hair streaming behind her like a cape caught in a blizzard. The palace drew closer, brilliant and terrible, and beautiful beyond all reasons. Ahead, another story was waiting, reckless, breathtaking, undoubtedly problematic. And she, Mila of the living nature, daughter of the reclaimed bloodline, mother of the guardian, was ready to ride straight into it. Mila found Varlam waiting for her in one of the long glass corridors of the Ice Palace, where the crystalline walls caught the winter's sunlight and fractured it into wild, wandering rainbows. He leaned casually against a frosted column, arms folded, wearing the half-smirk of a man who had survived too many impossible adventures to take anything seriously anymore. As soon as he saw her, he pushed off the wall and gave a small, overly formal bow. "Well, if it isn't the fearless Lady Mila," he said, "here to save the kingdom from its deadliest enemy, their own imagination." Mila laughed, low and warm. "Oh, that imagination," she said. "You'd think we could outlaw it by now." Varlam shrugged, the gesture somehow managing to be both careless and philosophical. "Sometimes it's the only thing people have left in their lives. And to outlaw that, even kings aren't that powerful." He tilted his head toward the great halls behind him. "Besides, if you outlawed superstition, what would my mother do with her time?" Mila grinned. "I'm sure she'd find something, like dressing the ice statues in flamenco outfits and staging tragic operas starring herself." Varlam laughed. "She already tried that last winter. The statues still haven't recovered." They fell into step together, their movements easy, instinctive, the way only two people who'd survived madness and come out laughing could walk. For a while, they simply let the frosty beauty of the Ice Palace shimmer around them, the silence wrapping them in a comfortable cloak. Then Mila bumped her shoulder lightly against his. "So," she said, "back to the caves of the cursed? Remember the good old days?" Varlam's smile thinned, just a fraction, a shadow passing over his face. "I have a feeling
What we'll find this time will make the old days look like child's play."
Mila threw her head back and laughed.
"I don't know if anything could beat us running away from Gorday. You remember? You created that tornado to stop them, and his twisted guards were spinning in the air like laundry while Gorday screamed, 'Get them! Get them!'"
She doubled over, barely able to get the words out through her laughter.
Varlam chuckled darkly. "That was the most perfect epic chase, until we ran into that terrible monster."
Mila blinked, still laughing.
"If you mean Iranar, he saved both of us then."
Varlam gestured skyward, like he was appealing to invisible judges.
"He shoved me down that tunnel so hard, my left hip still clicks when I run."
"He saved our lives," Mila insisted, grinning.
"He's still an absolute—"
Varlam cut himself off with a dramatic scowl.
"You know what he is."
Their laughter quieted, just a little, and a different kind of tension crept between them, the kind not even time could fully erase. Iranar, Varlam's greatest rival, the man he had nearly killed, and who had nearly killed him during the last Great War. The man Mila had thrown herself in front of, a heartbeat before the blow could fall. And Mila, the woman who died that day and lived again only because Varlam, against all odds, but not quite against all laws of nature, had given her the breath of life. A tangle of battles and debts and unspoken loyalties. 19 years later, and still not fully untangled. Varlam sighed heavily.
"Ah, come on. That was 19 years ago. Ancient history."
Mila chuckled and mercifully changed the subject.
"And then," she said, teasing, "it was you who finally told me the mystery of the cursed. Told me the truth about myself."
Varlam raised an eyebrow.
"Over a bottle of stolen wine," he said. "In that crumbling cathedral, run by the man who secretly ruled most of the world," Mila added, laughing.
"I seem to recall you getting adorably tipsy," Varlam said, eyes gleaming.
"And being absolutely stunned to find out you were half cursed."
"I was not adorable,"
Mila protested, blushing fiercely.
"You were,"
Varlam said, grinning like a man with nothing to lose.
"And if I'm being honest, it was probably the most romantic moment of my life."
Mila turned even redder and promptly found something very interesting to glare at in the architecture. Her voice dropped, harder now, steady.
"I need to know the truth again. About the cursed. About the girl I saw. About whatever darkness is still down there."
Varlam's teasing faded, replaced by something quieter, steadier. He gave a single nod.
"Then we'll go."
A pause, a flicker of dry amusement.
"And fine. You were right. Just like you said. It'll be like old times."
"Only this time," Mila said, bumping him again, "we're older, and slightly less foolish."
Varlam snorted.
"Huh, speak for yourself."
They shared a quick grin, the one that always showed up right before everything went gloriously wrong. Overhead, the frozen arches of the ice palace gleamed like glass struck by a thunderstorm. And somewhere, almost too faint to notice, the temperature shifted. A low, sweet scent crept through the air. Cinnamon touched with smoke. Mila wrinkled her nose.
"Do you smell that?"
Varlam frowned, his senses prickling.
"Smells like trouble."
The walls around them began to change, the icy light narrowing to streaks of gold and red, pulsing like veins under crystal. Mila and Varlam slowed instinctively, glancing around, right on cue.
Woomph! A blast of energy surged through the corridor, rattling the frost from the walls and nearly knocking them off their feet. A wall of fire exploded with a roar of heat. The frozen chamber of the ice palace, so pale and pure moments ago,
now reflected the flames, casting wild dancing shadows up the cathedral high ceilings. From the heart of the inferno, a figure spun into view, twirling with triumphant, untamed grace. Lucia. Swathed in flowing crimson, flames licking at her heels, she struck the ground with a sharp, sizzling stomp, beginning a flamenco that could have made the ancient spirits of the land stop and stare. "Where do you think you're going?" she sang, her voice dripping with theatrical outrage, perfectly in time with the staccato crack of her heels against the burning floor. Mila folded her arms. "Why would that be your concern?" Lucia twirled, the flames bowing to her in a shower of sparks. "I'm your mother-in-law to be." Mila arched an eyebrow. "Yeah, I've been hearing that for 19 years. Varlam winced slightly, clearing his throat. "Mother, we're planning a little trip to the caves of the cursed." Lucia froze mid-spin. "What a horror story! Living together and not even married. Unthinkable." She stamped her foot, sending a gust of heat toward them. "You're not going anywhere, unless you're a respectable couple. A king and a queen, like you should have been, 19 years ago." Mila tilted her head, feigning sweet curiosity. "And what exactly happens if we leave, not engaged?" Lucia threw her hands to the heavens in a spectacular dance pose. 19 years! And you still don't know what happens! What happens to kings that break their engagement?" Mila turned to Varlam with mock seriousness. I know. It's something like the entire royal wine cellar turns into vinegar." Varlam nodded gravely. "No. You see, there was a rumor, of a legend, of a myth, of a king who broke his engagement and got struck by lightning 7 times, survived. Got hit so many times he became immune to lightning." Mila tapped her chin. "I actually haven't heard that one before." Lucia pounced, eyes gleaming. "And then what happened? Then what happened?" She slapped her palms together, sending a wave of flame curling up the walls. "A rain of rabid vampire bats. Ah, and the whole kingdom plunged into chaos. Oh!" Mila stifled a laugh. "Vampire bats. Ah, that's the one I heard." Lucia spun in a dramatic whirl, her skirt flashing like wildfire. "And then he developed an allergy to gold. Gold! His crown made him sneeze." Mila nodded gravely. "That changes everything." "And then," Lucia declared, stabbing the air for emphasis, "he went bald. Bald! Overnight." Mila shook her head solemnly. "Tragic." Lucia pointed a smoldering finger at Mila, her voice dropping to a scorching hiss. "And you want this to happen to my son? You, a stain on my most glorious and legendary dynasty!" Mila muttered under her breath, just as humble as ever. Varlam sighed heavily. Mother, would you stop? This is dangerous." Lucia threw her arms wide, laughing. "Not for me. Flames fear me." She snapped into another furious flamenco, the fire swirling around her feet, as if it too were caught up in the rhythm. "I'll dance until the entire ice palace melts into a puddle. And then you're still not going anywhere." Mila met her eyes across the firestorm. "We're going." Lucia narrowed her eyes. "Not unless." Mila exhaled, her voice steady and clear. "We're getting married?" Lucia paused dramatically. Mila stepped forward. "We're getting married, not because of your son getting struck by lightning or getting bald overnight, but because I owe him my life." Lucia blinked, then nodded. Once. The flames parting slightly at her gesture. "Good enough." The fire flared one last time in a spectacular, defiant burst, a fiery flamenco flourish, before collapsing into glowing embers at their feet. Mila and Varlam exchanged a long look, half amusement, half exasperation, before stepping carefully over the smoldering floor. On their way out, Varlam caught sight of a melted ice statue in the corner, a king, now twisted and pathetic, slumped sideways like a forgotten wax figure. Varlam grimaced.
Good grief.
Lucia beamed with pride. Masterpiece! They slipped through the last flaming corridor, Mila and Varlam bursting out into the cold air beyond, coughing and waving away the last stubborn wisps of smoke. Lucia's dancing might have ended, but the trail of emotional glitter and outrage she left behind was still hot on their heels. Varlam stopped, hands on his knees, catching his breath. He looked up at Mila, wide-eyed. We're getting married? He gasped. Did you actually say we're getting married? Mila tossed her hair back and straightened her cloak with exaggerated dignity. What else could I have done to make your mother stop? Fake a magical coma? Varlam threw his head back and laughed helplessly. So, we're... But he never finished. A new voice boomed across the ice.
Aha! You didn't tell me you were going with your fair lady.
Thor came striding toward them, broad-shouldered and beaming, his long, wild red hair tangled in the wind. His armor gleamed bright and brash, defiant against the ice palace's ancient glacial shimmer.
Is that why you're not taking me?
Thor demanded, clapping Varlam on the back so hard he nearly toppled over.
Because now I'm ready to fight till death more than ever.
Varlam groaned. You can't come with us, Thor. Who's going to be in charge of the kingdom? Thor puffed out his chest proudly.
Prince Borealis III can do it. He's perfectly capable.
Varlam looked at him, deadpan. He's the biggest idiot in the history of the Ice Kingdom. Thor shrugged.
You don't have to be smart to rule a kingdom. That's not what brings people together.
Mila raised a curious eyebrow. Oh, and what does? Thor beamed.
Charisma.
Varlam shook his head. Everybody hates him. Thor gave a wise, solemn nod.
When everybody hates someone, that really brings people together. Nothing builds loyalty like a common enemy.
Mila burst out laughing. She had to admit, as ridiculous as Thor sounded, there was a strange, terrible wisdom to it. And frankly, the Ice Kingdom had survived worse rulers. But still, Varlam said, trying to regain control, we can't just leave Prince Borealis III in charge. The man once outlawed snow because it was too cold. Thor lifted his chin proudly.
And yet, people live to tell the tale.
Varlam buried his face in his hands. This is a disaster waiting to happen. Mila leaned closer to Thor, her voice low, though clearly meant to carry. Honestly, she murmured, more to herself than anyone else, I think Thor's already leading better than half the rulers out there. Thor winked grandly. For a heartbeat, Varlam looked like he might actually refuse. Mila braced herself. She was ready for another argument, another speech about duty and caution. Instead, Varlam let out a long, strangled groan, the sound of a man surrendering to inevitable fate. He pointed a finger sternly at Thor. You're coming, he said. But if anything happens to my kingdom while I'm gone, you're marrying my mother. Thor blinked once, then burst into peals of laughter, loud enough to shake the ceiling. Icicles rained down like they'd been waiting for the punchline.
Deal!
He roared. And with that, the three of them, a bold king with no brakes, a woman shaped by grace and wilderness, and a storm in armor who charged first and asked questions much, much later, strode off toward the next breathtaking, magnificent tempest. Just like old times. Chapter 11. A Dance of Shadows. Moonlight streamed through the ancient trees of the sanctuary. weaving rivers of silver across the mossy floor. Will stood among the eternal trees, tall, ancient, crowned with a soft inner glow that pulsed in slow, steady rhythm. A heartbeat. His heartbeat. It was subtle, almost too faint to notice. But once he heard it, he couldn't unhear it. The sanctuary was alive with him. Will pressed his hand lightly to the nearest tree, feeling the deep, patient thrum against his palm. It filled him with a strange, quiet wonder, a sense that he was part of something vast and endless. The moment shattered with a heavy smack landing squarely on his back. "How's my little boy?" "Ow!" Will yelped, staggering forward. The wonder knocked right out of him. Behind him, a low, hearty laugh rumbled through the moonlit stillness. "What a delicate creation," Iranar said, grinning wide, a devilish sparkle in his eye. Will spun around, glaring with all the dignity he could muster. "I can be stronger than you," he protested. "Just wait and see. I'll become the strongest." Iranar ruffled Will's hair. "You don't need to be the strongest, son," he said, the laughter still dancing in his voice. "You need to be the quickest." As if summoned, a small black bat fluttered out from beneath his cloak, flapping indignantly into the moonlight. Iranar didn't miss a beat. He launched into the bat dodge exercise, designed to sharpen Will's reflexes, speed, and focus. The rule was simple. Don't let the bat touch you. Sometimes, Iranar dodged with effortless, almost lazy grace, stepping aside at the last possible moment, as if drifting through a dream. Other times, he moved in sharp, dazzling bursts, flipping, twisting, ducking, martial arts and acrobatics blurring together as he slipped just beyond the bat's reach. The bat attacked again and again, but Iranar was always ahead. Not just reacting, anticipating, reading the air. Will stood frozen, his heart pounding, equal parts awe and fierce excitement burning in his chest. It looked effortless. It looked impossible. "This little guy can teach you," Iranar said lightly, tossing the bat a wink. "He's much faster than I am, faster than you'll ever be, unless you learn to think quicker." He finally stopped moving, tossing Will a friendly shove that felt like a mark of challenge. "Train with this bat. Show me next time what you've got." Will clenched his fists, electricity sparking through him. He grinned fiercely. "Next time, I'll marmalade you," he declared. Iranar smiled calmly. "Heard that before." The wind stirred through the glowing trees, carrying their laughter high into the silvered branches. And somewhere deeper in the sanctuary, the heartbeat pulsed on, steady and strong. The cave shimmered with silver mist and thick turquoise beams of moonlight, casting the cavern into a world of swirling shapes and moving shadows. Will stood in the center, muscles taut, heart hammering, eyes gleaming with excitement. The first bat came at him like a thrown dagger, black against the glowing beams. Will dodged to the side, quick as a thought. Too slow. The bat's wing brushed his shoulder before he could escape. He dropped into a crouch, already pivoting for the next attack, breathless but grinning. It wasn't about how many times he fell. It was about how many times he dodged better than the last. More bats came now, playful and merciless, sweeping along the thick beams like arrows of shadow. Will darted through the shafts of moonlight, slipping between them, skidding on the stone floor, diving under the beams. Again, but the bats were too quick. And every time he thought he'd gotten ahead, another wing brushed his hair. Another tail flicked his elbow. Another body zipped past his ribs like a whispered insult. He stumbled once, falling hard, palms scraping against cold stone. The bats wheeled above him, screeching their victory songs. Will pressed his forehead against the floor for a second, laughing bitterly under his breath. Cheaters, he muttered. It was supposed to be one bat. One, not 5 attacking him at once, like tiny airborne assassins. But he didn't stay down. He pushed himself up again, bruised, aching, his mouth curved in a fierce challenge. This time, he saw them coming sooner. This time, he dodged 2 in a row before the third one clipped his ear. This time, he rolled and sprang instead of diving blindly into the open air. Little by little, mistake by mistake, breath by breath, he got better. His gaze, a blade of pure attention, thin and bright, like the moonbeams around him. No second-guessing, no hesitation. Only, now, now, now. The bats didn't swoop him with the same easy mockery anymore. They circled him warier, more cautious. And somewhere deep inside, under the aches and the gasping lungs and the bruised pride, a spark caught fire. He hadn't won yet, not even close. But one day, he would outdance them all. Far across the sea, the ship cut through the morning mist. Mila stood at the prow, her cloak snapping in the salt bright wind, watching the endless water dance with silver fire. High above her, Thor perched on the mast like an overeager bird of prey, arms flung wide to the sky.
"This magic wind is in our favor,"
he shouted down, grinning from ear to ear.
"In just 3 days, we'll be right by the Magi of Music."
Mila shielded her eyes from the rising sun. "Remind me again," she called up. "Why exactly are we visiting the Magi of Music? Is this part of the plan, or just your idea of a vacation?" Varlam, leaning with infuriating calm against the rail, smiled his self-satisfied smile that made her want to shove him overboard, but affectionately. "We're going to enjoy a concert," he said. "Thought you might appreciate it." Mila laughed, a high and bright laugh in the misty air. It felt good, so good, to be swept along by this unpredictable journey. "I would love a concert," she admitted, then quickly added, "but I thought we were unraveling the mystery of the cursed." Varlam stepped closer, his voice dropping low enough that only Mila could hear. "Mila," he said, "I have no idea where the last of the cursed are hiding." She turned to look at him, heart thudding. "But," he continued, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous, secret light, "I do know where the last most powerful mage is." He turned away then, letting the sails snap behind him, the ship leaning forward, ready to chase the biggest mystery of the world. The ship rocked gently beneath the bright sky of a new morning, sails taut with enchanted wind. Thor was practically vibrating with excitement, clambering around the deck as if high on wildberry brew.
"They're going to perform it! I can feel it!"
he declared, gripping Mila's shoulders with alarming enthusiasm.
"The legendary trick, taming fire-breathing dragons with nothing but the power of their music."
Mila gave him a patient look, gently prying his fingers off her cloak. "I thought the Magi of Music specialized in, well, music." Thor nodded vigorously.
"Exactly! They play the lute so fiercely, even volcanoes calm down, sea monsters weep, dragons kneel."
Varlam, lounging by the rail, snorted. "Ha! If you're expecting a dragon-taming concert, you're going to be extremely disappointed. The only animal you can tame today is your great-uncle's goat."
"I don't have him with me this time,"
Thor bellowed, his hammer a mighty silhouette against the sun.
"But who cares? This is the moment of music, magic, and the most magnificent adventure of them all."
Varlam arched an eyebrow. "Actually, this is the moment you're staying to guard the ship." Thor blinked.
"What?"
Mila hid a grin behind her hand. "You're not coming with us. Someone has to make sure the ship is still here when we get back. And we don't even have your great-uncle's goat to guard it this time.
But,
Thor sputtered.
But you'll do fine, Varlam said, clapping him on the back. Maybe play the lute a little. Calm the sea monsters. Thor stared after them, heartbroken, as they disappeared over the rocks.
Left to serenade sea monsters while they chase glory. Classic.
He muttered forlornly into the sea breeze. The land of the Magi of music, already revealed in glimpses during Will's wild journey, was a symphony carved into stone. The climb had lasted from sun to stars. Towering pillars soared like frozen melodies, spirals and bridges of rock twining through the sky, catching the faint glow of the night. Mila and Varlam climbed steadily, their boots slipping now and then on the smooth, singing stones. Far below, the ocean shimmered with a sharp, liquid brightness, as if the sun had spilled itself and never quite cleaned up. Far above, gulls drifted in slow, circling arcs, their cries winding through the hollow canyons. The landscape felt alive, laughing, leaping, dancing, even with no living soul in sight. By the time they crested the final ridge, the sky had deepened into a velvet blue-black. 1,000 stars blinked awake overhead, and the cool breath of the sea brushed against their faces. There, cradled in the arms of the cliffs, was the amphitheater, a vast, hollow bowl of stone, wide and stunning. Torches flickered along the outer rim, their flames small but fierce. And at the center, moving with majestic, masterful energy, was a man, the most powerful mage of music. Ancient, his hair a crown of silver white, his frame wiry and sharp as a hawk's wing. Every bone in his body should have protested. Every muscle should have given up years ago. And yet, he danced. He spun, sprang, flipped, and struck the earth with a force that sent vibrations through the stone. Every movement was alive, not just with strength, but with dazzling, uncontainable joy. All around him, the turquoise magic spread, rising in spirals, wrapping his arms, arching high into the night sky, before raining down like fireworks. The magic followed his rhythm, his will growing sharper, brighter, as if the music had set nature's hidden fire alight. The ground rippled under his feet, a giant living drum. The very air seemed to sing along. Mila stopped in her tracks, jaw falling open as the old man moved with a kind of agility that defied both logic and anatomy. Even Varlam, usually so composed, let out a low, impressed whistle. Then he raised his voice and called down. "I'm terribly sorry to interrupt, but you must be warned. You're in grave danger. The ground could give way beneath you at any moment." The mage of music threw his head back and laughed, twirling even faster, sparks flying from the soles of his worn leather boots. He launched into a leaping backflip, landing in a perfect flourish as if he weighed nothing at all.
"Heard that many times,"
the old man bellowed up at them, his voice rough with amusement.
"I always take it as a compliment."
He danced on, ecstatic and defiant, as if daring the world below to catch him. Mila and Varlam exchanged a look. "No, seriously," Varlam called. "If you could just stop for a second." Crack! The ground split open. The mage gave a delighted shout and plummeted straight into the earth. Without a second's hesitation, Mila and Varlam leapt after him. Time seemed to slow as Mila sailed through the collapsing earth. For a single moment, she thought of Will, his wild laugh, his stubborn spirit, his unfathomable destiny. She made a promise in the air between heartbeats. "I will come back to you with the answers. No matter what waits below, I will come back." The ground rose to meet her, and she plunged into the dark. They landed hard in a cramped, dust-choked cave. Silver beams of moonlight slicing through cracks above. Mila coughed, brushing dirt from her cloak, peering around. "Where did they take him?" she demanded, spinning to scan the darkness. Varlam closed his eyes for a moment, reaching out with senses deeper than sight. "His magic is potent and leaves a clear trail," he said. "It's easy to follow." He opened his eyes, smiling grimly. "This way." The cavern was quiet, echoing strangely. A shadow moved at the corner of Mila's vision, and she turned, only to find a colony of harmless bats fluttering back into the darkness. Varlam lowered his hands from a ready stance and gave her a crooked grin. "Cozy little place, isn't it?" Mila made a face. "It smells like someone's been brewing swamp potions in here for a century." Varlam chuckled quietly, the sound echoing off the damp stone walls. "You know better than I do. Legendary potions often come with legendary odors." They moved deeper into the tunnels, their boots crunching over fine dust. The walls closed in tighter, carved with strange, looping symbols, and stranger still, rough little figures half hidden in the gloom. Somewhere in the distance, a thread of eerie music pulsed through the air. Was that music echoing through the cave, or just the imagination trying to fill the quiet? Mila slowed, reaching out to trace a carving with her fingertips. A horned creature. Or was it just something evil, standing triumphantly on a heap of fallen warriors? Nearby, a spiral twisted into the shape of a grinning skull wearing a crown. She shivered, the light laughter from a moment ago dying at the back of her throat. There was something, almost mocking, about the images. Varlam joined her, studying the walls with a narrowed gaze. He smirked after a moment, as if guessing her thoughts. "Bad jokes," he said lightly. "Some dark ancients were fond of them. Like to leave surprises, make travelers wonder if they were walking into a prophecy or a prank." Mila gave a small, uneasy laugh. Some jokes age worse than others." A pause. For a moment, it almost felt like the carvings themselves were watching them, grinning their cracked, mischievous grins from the stone. Somewhere deeper in the dark, unseen, the music pulsed again, threading through the stone, calling them forward. Far away, under a softer moon, the sanctuary sang in the night. Will stood by the ancient well, the ghostly melodies of his birds weaving through the trees as if half in a dream. Fog drifted low along the ground, catching the moonlight and transforming it into gentle murmuring shapes of things unseen. The land beneath his feet seemed to pulse, a faint, steady rhythm, almost too subtle to notice. The heartbeat. His heartbeat. Again. Each pulse echoed through the stones, through the roots, through the glimmering air, as if the entire sanctuary shared his heart. He turned, drawn by a pull he couldn't name, sensing something just beyond the veil of sight. It was her again, the girl, or the ghost, or something in between. She floated toward him, pale and shimmering, her long black hair damp and clinging to her face, as if she had risen from the drowned world beneath the roots. Her white dress drifted around her like mist, each movement delicate and ethereal. Her eyes, deep dark pools, held him still. She stretched out her arms, silent, slow, inevitable. No words, no sound, only the unbearable softness of the moment. The whole night leaning in, waiting. The pulse grew stronger, not faster, but deeper, more resonant. Will felt his foot slide forward, one step closer, drawn by something older and greater than himself. Suddenly, a hand clamped down on his shoulder, anchoring him in a moment of pure shock. Will gasped and spun. "Grandma!" he blurted. Mulan stood behind him, watchful and calm, her hand steady and firm. The earth's pulse wavered, flickered, then steadied again under his feet. He turned back, but the girl was gone. Only the mist remained, swirling through the ancient trees. Only the faint, broken melodies of the birds, whispering through the branches, like the last breath of a dream. Chapter 12. Mission Radiation Rock. It was the kind of day that dared you to move fast, and promised to bake you alive if you tried. Will crouched by the pond of wisdom, eyeing the water like it had personally challenged him to a duel. Sunlight flickered through the leaves overhead, scattering gold coins across the surface of the pond. Tiny reeds swayed beneath the ripples, suspiciously innocent. "This," Will announced with full heroic weight, "is the Pond of Wisdom." Mulan stood nearby, arms crossed, one eyebrow delicately raised. "Mom had one just like it, back in living nature," Will added, flashing a grin that could have sold snake oil in 3 kingdoms. "I bet she'd be thrilled to have one here too. What do you think?" Mulan smiled now, the kind of slow, warm smile that made you feel like you just passed a test you didn't know you were taking. "Very thoughtful, Will." Will straightened proudly, chest puffing out a little. "And don't tell me these seaweeds won't survive." A flicker of wicked humor sparked in Mulan's eyes. "Well," she said carefully, "they might struggle during a frosty night." Will deflated slightly, hands dropping to his hips. "I can't just stick an extra sun over it. It'll go out at night anyway," he muttered, already plotting 50 reckless solutions in his head. "There are other ways to keep a pond from freezing," Mulan said, voice dropping like a secret whisper through a keyhole. "And if you find one," she leaned in, eyes glinting, "just imagine a natural hot pool all year round." Will's eyes lit up so fast, it was a miracle he didn't catch fire on the spot. "That," he breathed, "actually sounds really cool." The plan was simple, not necessarily good or smart, but simple, if you didn't mind a minor possibility of instant fiery doom. Will stuffed the last of his supplies into the ship's hold, tying knots that probably would not impress any professional sailor, but who had time for perfection when destiny was calling? He was on a mission, again, only this time, the stakes were just a little higher. A radiation rock, a real live ticking bomb, if you mishandled it. An amazing harmless advantage, if you used it right. At least, that's what his grandmother said. And if his grandmother was sure, well, mostly sure. Will shrugged to himself. It would be fine. He was the guardian. The ship snapped its sails to the wind, gliding forward like a shadow slipping between worlds. Will paced the deck, mind racing faster than the waves. His elements. He had already gathered half of them. First, the birds, his faithful feathery army. Not exactly terrifying in battle, but good for dramatic entrances. Second, the trees. The sanctuary's breath. Big, rooted, unbothered by minor problems like reality. Third, the harp. An instrument of impossible delicacy, each note brimming with endless potential. Fourth, the sun orb. A tiny sun bobbing along after him like an extremely smug, oversized firefly. And now, fifth, A rock that could either heat a pond nicely or reduce a small kingdom to rubble. Will rubbed his chin, feeling the stirrings of wisdom. What did it all mean? The birds, the trees, the harp, the tiny sun, and now a bomb rock? He frowned in deep concentration. Maybe he was supposed to start a hero's feast where the trees sang and the fire roasted marsh roots? Invite only the coolest ancient heroes and their pets? Maybe he was just gathering an extremely bizarre collection of party tricks. Birds singing backup, trees for the backdrop, the harp for those show-stopping solos. Tiny sun lighting the stage. One very questionable rock for special effects. Yeah, he was the guardian of the wildest, brightest sanctuary ever dreamed. And if that wasn't a proper destiny, what was? It sounded about right. Will smirked to himself, tightening the ship's rigging with one hand and narrowly avoiding getting knocked out by the swinging boom. He adjusted course, dodging a sudden surge of rogue waves, a very territorial flying fish, and a particularly judgmental seagull, all without losing stride. Mission style, epic quest, possibly doomed, but with flair. By the time the jagged cliffs of the volcanic land pierced the blood-red horizon, adrenaline had turned Will to a razor edge. Ahead, the realm of the Magi of Passion burned and thundered, rivers of fire veining shattered rock, smoke spiraling skyward like dark serpents, the ground shivering with subterranean growls. Heat shimmered in the air, charged with danger and the promise of spectacular triumph. Will grinned and tightened the straps on his satchel. This was going to be fun. He steered the ship to a rocky outcropping and leapt onto land, boots crunching on the scorched earth. The volcanic plain stretched before him, cracked and seething. At the center of the chaos, a mage of passion worked with steady, reverent hands over a steaming stone pool. Will approached, dusty and determined, heart pounding with urgency. "Excuse me, I am the guardian of the sanctuary, and I need a radiation rock," he said, way too confidently for someone who had no idea how they worked. The mage of passion looked up, studied him for a heartbeat, then, without a word, reached into the glowing basin and lifted a crimson rock, pulsing with dangerous light. He set it gently into a rough stone bowl, keeping it submerged in water. "This must stay underwater," he said. "Take it out, and it blows. Massive explosion." He handed it over, lowering his voice. "I'm giving you this rock secretly, just because I like you, and I have faith in you, Guardian." A faint smile touched his lips. "But if you need a second one, I can't cover your butt again. You'll need royal permission and a flame-proof will." After thanking the Mage of Passion, Will accepted the bowl with exaggerated caution, holding it out at arm's length like it was a feral cat he just promised to bathe. He started across the craggy plains, weaving between hissing fissures and geysers spitting random bursts of flame. At first, he walked stiffly, arms tight, legs deliberate, like someone carrying a live bomb and deeply aware of it. Then he caught himself looking silly, sucked in his chest, swung his shoulders back, and relaxed into a saunter. The baseline of destiny thrummed under his every step. The mission was clear. The stakes were very high. He was the hero, the very image of cool. He didn't see the shadows slinking through the smoke behind him. Hana appeared out of the swirling black clouds, like a mischievous spirit. Will startled, the bowl slipped. The glowing rock tumbled once, then dropped deep into a steaming fissure, vanishing far below. For half a second, time froze. Reality blinked. Boom. Will barely had time to shout before the ground beneath them exploded in a blinding blast of fire and fury, launching Will into the air like a very indignant comet. He landed squarely on Hana with an oof that knocked the wind out of both of them. They groaned, tangled together on the cracked stone. "What are you doing here?" Will demanded, rolling off her. Hana pushed her hair out of her face, scowling. "What are you doing here? This is my territory." Will sat up, flashing a crooked grin. "I need a radiation rock to warm the waters of a secluded hot pool in my sanctuary," he said, dragging the words out over the top seduction. Hana raised her unibrow. "Let me guess. You need another rock, because the first one exploded spectacularly." Will groaned. Yeah, and apparently I need royal permission to do it again." Hana smirked. "Then here's your royal decree. You get your second rock, if you promise to use it for a secluded, steamy, wildly romantic oasis." She narrowed her eyes. "And I better get an invitation." Will shrugged with perfect nonchalance. "You got it." Without waiting for a reply, he sauntered toward another steaming pool, casually scooping up a fresh explosive souvenir, as if he hadn't just survived a volcanic slapstick moment. Hana watched him go, curiosity flickering across her face. Later, through narrow winding passages carved into molten cliffs, Will advanced with the smooth swagger of a man on a mission. The glowing rock pulsed faintly in the bowl he carried, casting eerie red light across the jagged walls. Not far behind, with every step silent and precise, was Hana. She darted from shadow to shadow, keeping pace, her eyes gleaming with amusement. The world narrowed to a single moving target. Nothing else existed, only Will, striding ahead through the misty cliffs, oblivious and perfect for ambush. Or so she thought. A light touch brushed her shoulder. Hana stiffened, spun around, and there he was, Will, standing right behind her, arms casually folded. "Why are you following me?" he asked, voice carrying an innocent menace. "What do you want?" Hana stepped boldly into the open, tossing her wavy black hair over one shoulder. "Your heart," she said sweetly, batting her lashes in exaggerated flirtation. Will blinked, then grinned, like the sun itself. "Do you really want to see the sanctuary that much?" Her smile faded to something quieter. "Yes," she said simply. "Take me there." Will held her gaze for a beat. "Not yet, but I will." He gave her a sly wink. "I'll take you there. I'm working on it." Before she could answer, he turned and continued his steady march forward, leaving her standing alone, puzzled, intrigued, and a little breathless. Will stood at the helm, the ship slicing through the darkening waves. In the hold, the crimson rock simmered faintly inside its stone bowl, humming with a quiet, lethal gleam. Will gave it a sideways glance. He was carrying a bomb, a real one. He was officially a dangerous man now. A professional, a guardian on a mission. He grinned to himself. Someone really ought to be playing dramatic lute music behind him right now. But even the satisfaction of not exploding so far couldn't quite erase the other thought, taking up way too much space in his head. Hana. He had said something cute to her. Actually, he had said something charming. At least, he was 90% sure it had come off that way. He leaned against the rail, the sea breeze tugging at his hair. What was she up to? She hadn't seemed angry. She hadn't seemed fake. If anything, she seemed like she really wanted to see the sanctuary. Really wanted to see him. Was this it? Was this how it worked? You save the birds, charm a girl, haul a bomb across half the world, and suddenly, boom, life made sense? Or was he walking straight into a disaster he hadn't even begun to imagine yet? Will narrowed his eyes at the horizon like it owed him answers. The ship gave a sudden lurch as a rogue wave slapped its side. Will stumbled, cursed, kicked a bucket out of the way, and swaggered back into position like none of it had happened. Professional, smooth, completely prepared. He adjusted the course slightly. The sanctuary's distant cliffs, barely visible against the bruised colors of twilight. Whatever was waiting for him, glory or heartbreak, or something so complicated he'd have to invent a whole new category for it. He was ready. Probably. Almost. Okay, he was absolutely going to wing it. But he would do it with style. Back in the sanctuary, sunlight poured like honey through the trees. Will lounged by the pond of wisdom, harp resting beside him, the last echoes of his melody rippling across the water, carrying the fading laughter of his adventure. He stretched slowly, feeling the warm satisfaction of a mission completed. The confident buzz of someone who had just smuggled a live bomb across half the world and still had all his fingers. Epic, heroic, legendary cool. He waded into the shallows, the water curling around his ankles. The bear surfaced nearby, snuffling curiously. Will hunkered down with a grin, hefting the stone bowl with the precious explosive. His hands trembled slightly from the effort, but he ignored it. "Take this rock to the very bottom," he told the bear in his best commanding agent voice. "And keep it submerged. Don't even think about coming up for air. Okay? Okay." The bear looked at him, a long, slow considering stare. Will crouched, lifting the bowl carefully, and instantly felt the tremor in his own hands. The rock inside shimmered ominously, thrumming with the kind of quiet threat that didn't need to make noise to be terrifying. Even just handing it off felt dangerous. Stupidly dangerous. One bad move, and the sanctuary could become the world's shortest legend. Will gritted his teeth, shoved the bowl an inch closer to the bear, and muttered under his breath, I'm the Guardian. I can do it." The bear kept staring at him, deeply unimpressed. Because honestly, he wasn't even doing the hard part. He was just trying to pass it off, hand shaking, voice cracking, pretending he was still the big hero. It wasn't bravery. It wasn't leadership. It was clumsy and scared, and almost cartoonishly pathetic. Above them, the lyrebird ruffled his feathers, cocked his head, and delivered the killing blow in the softest, sweetest voice imaginable. "You're the Guardian. Why don't you do it?" The words hit harder than expected. Not sharp, but real. Will sagged for half a second, glaring half-heartedly at the bird. But the truth crept in anyway. Soft at first, undeniable. If something happened to the bear, if something happened to the trees, to the birds, to this place, because he hadn't been careful enough, that wasn't bad luck. That was him. The sanctuary pulsed faintly under his feet, its heartbeat still steady, trusting him. Will stared at the rock in his hands, glowing, trembling, alive with deadly beauty. And for the first time, he truly felt it. The weight of being the Guardian. The real weight. Not about looking cool. Not about surviving a wild mission with a smile. Not even about gathering magical objects like trophies. It was about holding the whole, beautiful, messy, living world in his hands, and not letting it break. He drew a breath, deep, solid. Fair enough, Will said quietly. And without hesitation, he cradled the bowl with the rock against his chest, drew a deep breath, and dove. The cold water closed over him in a rush. Will kicked downward, swimming hard through the shimmering blue-green depths, the weight of the rock pulling at him, downward, further, all the way to the bottom. The bear watched him go, grunting softly, more than approval. It was a quiet fondness. Above them, the lyrebird sang a low, amused tune, half mocking, half proud, and the sanctuary, all around them, seemed to listen. The pulse of the earth steady and sure beneath Will's feet. Chapter 13. The Caves of the Cursed. Now it smelled like regret. Not just the stale dampness of an old cave, not just the sour stink of rotting air, but real, honest-to-goodness regret. The kind that made your hair stand up before your brain caught up. The kind that made you wonder if maybe you had just, in fact, made the worst decision of your life. And they were only 10 steps inside. The tunnel opened its maw, black and breathing cold mist from its throat, like some ancient sleeping monster. Mila and Varlam pressed forward, their steps echoing in the hollow cavern. Varlam lifted his hand, creating a soft glow from his palm. It cast just enough light to let them see, and just enough to make the darkness feel very much alive. The walls rippled with wet shadows. Every twisted rock formation seemed ready to slither loose and snatch them. The farther they walked, the ghostlier the silence grew, as if it clung to the walls and waited. A silence that felt too empty, and their minds kept filling it with fragments of eerie music. Or was it just their minds? Mila swallowed hard. Do you hear that music? Or am I actually losing it? Varlam's face was grim, carved from stone, as he lifted his hand higher, his light flaring slightly in the gloom. I heard it, he said quietly, but now I think it's gone. The silence rushed back in, more haunting than before. And yet, beneath it all, the ghost of a melody still seemed to hum, just out of reach. Or maybe it had never been there at all. The narrow beam from Varlam's hand cut across the cave walls, gliding over weeping stone, slick roots, the bulging tips of stalagmites. Each surface gleamed damp and distorted, as if reality had slipped sideways. Drips of water started tapping against the stone, ticking like a broken, speeding clock, counting down seconds, till... The light crawled across the mud-slick floor, slow, deliberate, searching for something Mila couldn't see, but felt all the same. Worse than the maddening drip of water, worse than the damp chill, was the way it all felt. Familiar. A flicker of motion tugged at the edge of her vision, a ripple just beyond the corner of her eye. She tensed. Varlam's hand snapped sideways, the beam jerking sharply, until it landed squarely on it. A body, a horrific body, sprawled in the mud, half sunken, half exposed. Nature had started to claim it, and changed its mind. Skin stretched deathly thin over broken bones. Black blotches oozed across the sickly white flesh. One bare foot bent backward, the mouth slack and distorted, as if the lips parted in a frozen scream that had never ended. Mila meant to move away, but her feet slipped forward. A traitorous stumble toward the horror, before she caught herself with a sharp gasp. The cave seemed to lean closer, too, listening. Was this creature actually breathing? And for a long, terrible moment, the body lay still. Too still. The light from Varlam's hand kept hovering, trembling slightly over the corpse. Closer. Closer. The face sagged in unnatural angles. The hollowed cheeks, the ruined mouth, the thin eyelids crusted with dried mud. Mila couldn't look away. Her whole being leaned in now, caught between dread and hope. Was it dead? Really dead? Or... The silence snapped. The body's eyes flew open, black and gleaming, two pits of furious, impossible life. This time, Mila actually jerked back, the sound of her own heartbeat suddenly deafening in her ears. The body convulsed, and without warning, launched into a series of manic, spasmodic backflips. It twisted and writhed midair with bone-cracking agility, its joints moving like a grotesque marionette yanked by invisible strings. Each landing made the ground shudder slightly beneath Mila's boots. Around them, more shapes stirred. Figures peeled themselves from the mud, dragging free from the walls, the floor. Pale, tattered things barely human anymore. One after another, they mimicked the somersaults, their spindly limbs flailing through the dank air like broken puppets. A sound followed, quiet at first, then rising. A hideous, scraping symphony from the dark. An orchestra of shattered instruments sprang to life. Drums made of cracked skins and rusted iron frames thumped uneven heartbeats. Pipes twisted into shrieking, warped cornets spat out notes sharp enough to tear through bone. Horns moaned, low and weary, as if mourning. The music wasn't played. It howled and bled from the instruments, clawing at the stone walls. The cave itself answered, groaning, the thick spiderweb of stalactites shivering under the tortured sound. Moon-pale strands of mineral dripped like frozen ghosts from the ceiling, shimmering eerily in the pale turquoise gloom. And then, like shadows come alive, a new show began. Women in tattered black garments spiraled down from stalactites, their bodies slick with mud, their skeletal fists pounding rhythm into the ground. Their hair lashed through the air like wet whips, casting off filthy water and dirt with every brutal spin. Their bare feet splashed and stomped, painting the stone in wild, dark arcs. Mila's gut twisted into knots she couldn't name. If this was a ballet, it was one no sane mind was ever meant to witness. Raw, frenzied, and sickeningly hypnotic. If this was a dance, it was choreographed by madness, despair disguised as grace. The final masquerade before the world tore itself apart. The crowd roared. All around the cavern floor, more cursed figures thrashed, banged, swayed in time to the music, their faces split by ghastly smiles, their fractured hands raised high as if praising this insanity. Varlam shifted closer to Mila, his face set, his hand brushing the hilt of his sword, ready, waiting, watching. Magic flickered faintly at his fingertips. Not yet, but soon. Suddenly, slicing through the chaos, a harsh beam of light, greenish and eerie, snapped into existence, pinning Mila like a dagger. She froze. Out of the shadows slithered a woman, if she could still be called that. Tall, gaunt, her bones sharp against skin stretched too tight. Her black hair in snarled ropes. She moved with the loose, vulgar sway of something that had long since forgotten dignity. And yet, compared to the rest of the cursed, her crooked elegance was almost classy. "Well, well, well," the classy, crooked cursed crooned, her voice a splintered hiss. "Look what the rats dragged into our little opera." Other cursed figures crept forward around her, mocking shapes with hunched shoulders and glittering broken teeth, faces twisted in permanent sneers. They looked like cautionary tales that had made a lifelong habit of poor life choices. Their laughter clanged off the stone walls, brittle, metallic, like bells rusted through and swung by a poisoned wind.
"That's her,"
rasped one, accursed with hollowed eyes and nails like iron thorns.
"That's the little treasure he's so fond of."
"His pet," another giggled, voice cracking like a snapped lute string. "His pretty little dove." Mila stiffened. Varlam shifted beside her, tension coiling through his stance. The classy, crooked cursed circled them, her steps dragging greasy echoes across the stones. "We keep her," she rasped, lips curling back. "We keep her, and he'll come running like the dog he is. And then we'll rip out all his lovely guts," howled another, shrieking so loudly that bits of moldering ceiling dust crumbled down. "Yes," the classy crooked woman sneered, her voice thick with glee. "His heart, his marrow, his bones will sing in our hands." She spun suddenly, jabbing a long clawed finger at Mila's chest. "You came here to show off another guy, you smart little rose," she hissed. "But you still belong to the most pitiful mage, as he still belongs to us." Mila tightened her grip on Varlam's arm. She raised her chin, her voice calm. "I have no idea what you're talking about," she said coolly. "This is my fiancé." The cursed recoiled for a beat, then howled with laughter, a mocking chorus that scraped against the bones of the earth itself.
"A fiancé?"
gasped one, doubling over in glee. "A decoy," bellowed another. The classy, crooked cursed leaned in close. So close, Mila could see the faint gleam of madness swimming in her yellowed eyes. "Oh, yes," she whispered. "I can just feel that wild animal magnetism between you two." Varlam raised an eyebrow with bone-dry amusement. "Really?" he said. The woman smiled with all her splintered teeth. "No," she said flatly. Another explosion of laughter ripped through the gathering, harsh and jarring, a sound like iron cages slamming shut all at once. And with every shriek, every rusted cackle, the greenish torchlight above them flickered and warped, shuddering as if the very air was recoiling from the sound. But one figure did not laugh. A man, moldering and blighted, yet eerily majestic, stepped forward. The crowd of cursed broke apart. They edged back, heads bowed, bodies hunched low, as if his very presence weighed down the air. Silence crashed into the cavern like a falling mountain. The cursed king, the decaying crown of a lost people, dangerously alive. He wore a tattered cloak that once might have been royal, now trailing like the shredded wings of a fallen bird. A twisted circlet of tarnished gold clung to his head, crooked against the wild mess of his hair. And yet, there was something magnetic about him, something that dragged the eye, even as the stomach twisted away. His voice, when it came, was a rasp of mockery and grief, stitched together into something almost mesmerizing. "Mila," he said, his parched lips curling. "To what do we owe the honor?" Mila straightened, her face unreadable in the flickering morbid light. How they knew who she was remained a mystery, but clearly they did. She was the daughter of the man who had perhaps once led the charge against their darkness. But something told her that, "Hi, I don't know who any of you are," wasn't the ideal way to open diplomatic talks with a half-rotted legend. "I want to know why your people stayed in the caves," Mila said, her voice cutting clean through the stale air. The king sighed. With a flourish, he lifted the crumbling horn, a relic of ruin, and blew a mournful note that split the dark with his tail. "We didn't want to join the villains," he said lightly. "We didn't support your father before his tragic death because he was too powerful, intimidating. And we didn't support Iranar or his father because they wanted to avenge the world, make everyone feel our suffering." He gave a helpless shrug, the picture of tragic innocence. "We thought that was entirely wrong. We just wanted," his voice dropped, almost reverent, "to survive." Varlam laughed. "Ha ha! Nice touching story," he said. His smile was thin and cold. "But that's not why your people stayed. They didn't stay out of principle. Your ancestors stayed because they couldn't learn magic. They were weak, hopeless. They didn't have a choice. They couldn't join the rest." The king's eyes glittered like shattered glass under a dying sun. "And we really didn't want to," he said with a sly curl of his lips. "Iranar was disgustingly arrogant." Mila's fists curled, but her voice stayed steady. "You're deflecting. We're talking about the past, our ancestors. You keep dragging Iranar into it." She stepped forward, her skirt drawing a defiant line through the dust. "Why? Why is he so important to you?" "He isn't," the king murmured. "Not to me." He leaned in slightly, voice soft as wrought. "But to you, he's everything. And I just want to open your eyes." He tilted his head like a man admiring a particularly foolish child. "Because, after all, you still don't know who he truly is." Mila stiffened. "I remember watching you two meet in secret down here, in these very caves. You were just a girl, so in love with him, and love," his grin widened, "made you blind. You know what he actually wanted?" His voice dropped to a purr. "In reality, he only wanted—" "I know," Mila cut in, her voice sharp enough to scar. "He wanted to rule the world." She took a breath. "But he changed." The king barked a laugh, dry, awful, full of rust and broken life. "He failed," he roared, the sound shaking loose a rain of dust from the cavern vault. "And do you think he's not trying again? He's trying right now, right under your nose." He pointed a shaking finger at her face. "Your sanctuary isn't just about bringing harmony to the world. It's about ruling it. And this time, he grinned, mad and wild. This time, we're going to stop him. Mila's heart hammered against her ribs. He's the most powerful mage in the world, ever, she said. Of all magics, and you, her voice dipped cold. You can't even make magic. The king's grin spread slowly, like rot blooming across fruit. Oh, we can now, he said, voice thick with a gloating kind of pleasure. He gestured grandly with one skeletal hand, a showman's bow before the final act. Just come, he crooned. Take a look and see. They followed him, against every screaming instinct, into a deeper cavern. And Mila stopped dead. The room opened before them like a fevered dream of darkness. 8 massive glass capsules rose from blackened pedestals, each one cradling a single suspended organ, a liver, lungs, a tongue, a brain, glowing with ominous, vivid magic. Each capsule pulsed with its own color. Poison green, drowning blue, bleeding crimson. The light from them crept into the walls, staining everything in ghostly tones that flickered like dying fireflies. At the center, towering over the others, a monstrous stalagmite rose from the cave floor. Embedded in its highest curve was a massive capsule, lit from within by a throbbing, terrible light. Empty, waiting. An altar unfinished. Varlam's face twisted with disgust. Mila swallowed bile rising at the back of her throat. The king strode into the room like a triumphant architect of ruin. He spread his arms wide, beaming. We can tame any magic through these organs, he said proudly, his voice echoing eerily in the blood-stained air. Organs of the mightiest magi. We focus on each one separately, as if it is our own. He sauntered over to a floating set of turquoise lungs, tapping the glass lightly with one long, cracked fingernail. The lungs shivered inside the capsule, releasing a faint musical hum. Ah, he drawled. Here we have the Mage of Music, fresh edition. Aren't they beautiful? Mila gagged, pressing a hand to her mouth. Her knees wobbled. She looked away, only to find more jars lining the cave walls, glowing faintly in shades of violet and orange. Inside them, organs, limbs, shapes that once were, or almost were, human. They stretched into the distance, some nested into rock shelves like grotesque trophies, others perched atop crooked stone spires. The room pulsed with soft, unnatural light, as though the cave itself were alive with it, suffering. And then, Mila's eyes came back to the center. The raised platform, 8 capsules, each holding something worse than the last. And behind them, she noticed again, towered the 9th, the one that was more intimidating than all the others, glowing with its hungry light. Mila's breath hitched. She didn't know if she whispered it aloud or only thought it. This one, it's still empty. The king's eyes gleamed. His voice dropped into an almost reverent hush. And that, he breathed, is going to be a very, very special organ. He smiled, wide and terrible. According to the prophecy, the key to ruling the world. You're monsters, Mila whispered. Behind her, the worst of the cursed crept into view. A hunched figure with limbs too long, skin like bruised parchment, and a mouth that split his face in the wrong direction. One red eye bulged from its socket, The other blinked out of sync, lost in some personal chaos. He crouched halfway behind a decaying piano, its keys slick with filth, as if the carcass of forgotten music could somehow excuse the thing he'd become. He clapped his hands together like an overjoyed child at a puppet show. "No, no, no," he cried, wide-eyed and sincere. "We're not monsters, but we're building one. You see, we're artists." "Still debating the design, of course," the king added, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "Artistic differences. You know how it is." He chuckled, the sound dry and rancid. "Come, Mila, give your best guess." He gestured grandly toward the empty capsule. "What do you think this very special organ is?" Mila shook her head once, defiance flashing in her eyes. "This is not why I came here," she said. Her voice was steady, but her skin crawled. Above them, unseen in the shadows, something dripped. A single drop fell, splat onto Varlam's forehead. He froze, looked up, high, very high. He glimpsed a jagged hole in the cavern ceiling, pale starlight barely reaching through. Varlam grabbed Mila's arm hard. "Time to leave, now." Mila hesitated, one last surge of defiance burning in her chest. She spun toward the classy, crooked, cursed woman who had first taunted them. "A girl," Mila demanded. "A ghostly-looking girl appears at our sanctuary. Is she one of yours? Are you sending a messenger?" A clipped, rasping sound escaped the cursed king. Maybe it was laughter. "Ghostly girl," he echoed. He gestured lazily around the cavern, at the hunched, decaying patchwork forms of the cursed around them. "Look at us," he said mockingly. "Does she look like any of us?" Mila's gaze swept over the crowd, and her stomach twisted. "No," she admitted quietly. The king smiled, slow and predatory. "Then we're not sending anyone to your sanctuary." He leaned in slightly, eyes glittering with dark amusement. "Yet." The torches on the walls began to flicker again, spasming violently. "But soon," the king whispered, "there'll be lots of us there." The cursed crowd erupted with laughter, a hideous noise, more screech than voice. And somewhere in the chaos, one cursed began scraping a rusted iron cauldron against the stone floor, producing a noise so shrill, so bone-splittingly awful, that even the nearest bats hanging from the cave ceiling flung themselves out into the darkness in panic. It was the kind of sound that could drive the sanest musician mad. The symphony of ruin. The king's voice sliced through the noise, savoring every word. "You didn't think we'd let you leave alive after everything you've learned here, did you?" Varlam turned to Mila. "Let's get out of here." The ground trembled beneath their feet. A deep pulse, like a wounded beast thrashing in its death throes. The so-called music spiraled into a frenzy, a chaos of wails, howls, and broken strings scraping against stone. Figures in black hurled themselves forward, clawed hands reaching, mouths snapping open in shrieks of rage and hunger. Mila and Varlam spun back to back, surrounded. "Hold tight!" Varlam's voice cracked through the madness. Mila didn't hesitate. She slammed her hand against his shoulder, locking her grip tight. The air around them split open, a deep shuddering bellow. Purple magic exploded outward, fierce, raw, beautiful. A twisting, writhing spiral of wind and crackling lightning. The tornado formed in a blink, bursting into the air. A beast of fury and light, created by Varlam's will.
It tore through the cavern, flinging the first wave of cursed straight into the air like lifeless dolls. The black figures spun helplessly, their cloaks snapping as if tattered wings, their screams shredded into the savage storm. Mila got used to the wind around them quickly and added her strength, pushing the magic harder, faster, weaving strands of silver air through Varlam's wild purple vortex. Their power fused, and the tornado roared higher, mightier, a true force of nature unleashed. The cursed tried to attack, lunging, leaping, only to be seized midair, twisted into wild spirals, their limbs pinwheeling helplessly as they were hurled back into the darkness. The entire cavern became an aerial battlefield, a mad, terrible dance, with shards of glass, scraps of cloaks, and mangled silhouettes spinning like debris in a maelstrom. At the heart of it all, in the quiet center of chaos, stood Mila and Varlam, locked together, unshaken. Magic surged around them, rising higher, faster, until it could no longer be contained. A final thunderclap split the air. The tornado burst upward, ripping a screaming tunnel through the cavern roof. Above them, the night sky tore open, cold, clean, and infinite. Mila and Varlam shot into the open air, spiraling skyward. Two streaks of motion and light, torn loose from the world below. Their cloaks snapped in the wind, trailing behind them like banners of defiance. Far beneath the furious howls of the cursed, dwindled into silence, lost to the triumphant roar of wind. Mila and Varlam plunged into the starry sky, into the crisp, exhilarating breath of freedom from nightmare. Chapter 14. The Cave of Lost Stars. Somewhere in the sanctuary, between stardust and a stolen wish, there was a tree. No simple tree, but one that remembered when the stars were children and kept their secrets tangled in its roots. And tucked beneath its branches was a temple, a portal of questions waiting for answers. Once you stepped inside, there was no turning back. Inside, there were the most curious things. A lamp that wouldn't stay quiet, a door that refused to open the same way twice, and a boy about to do something truly reckless. Again. Will was there, of course, stirring up trouble, naturally. Without Will, this temple looked like a place where wisdom slept. With Will inside, it looked like wisdom had thrown a tantrum and flung itself against every wall. Scrolls everywhere, golden and silver, cracked with age, some glowing faintly, others flapping around like parchment butterflies with very strong opinions. A few were singing. One was definitely weeping in a corner. Will stood at the center of it all, arms crossed, ankle deep in chaos. The table in front of him seemed to have once belonged to a chronically curious scribe from the Fourth Age, the kind who collected problems faster than solutions. Maps overlapped maps, magnifying glasses, dusty tomes in extinct languages, crystal balls stacked like apples, spindly brass contraptions that spun, hummed, or puffed indignant smoke for no reason whatsoever. Will picked up a scroll, unrolled it, squinted, snorted. Hogwash. Toss. Total hogwash. Toss. A third looked promising. Gold-rimmed edges, glowing runes, ornate signature of Supreme Sage of Elemental Studies. He frowned, read 2 lines. Ultra hogwash. Toss. A flying scroll gently smacked him in the forehead. He sighed. How do people even write this with a straight face? He picked up a crystal ball, big enough to need its own pedestal, glowing in his hands like it might whisper secrets or explode. Let me guess. Great ancient wisdom. Show me the true path or whatever. He stared into the swirling mist. Nothing. More mist. He tilted it, shook it. Don't tell me you're one of those relics that needs chanting to wake up. Will started chanting. Wake up, sleepy relic. Show me something epic. The mist shifted. A vague shape began to emerge in the crystal ball. Long silver hair, high cheekbones, a glint of piercing wisdom. Will leaned closer, squinted. Wait, is this help? Is this finally help? It was help. The best help he could hope for. Not a spirit reflection. A real reflection. Will yelped and nearly dropped the ball as Mulan's face stared back at him through the glass, calm as ever. She was standing right behind him. He spun, nose to nose with his grandmother. Hi, he said, grinning awkwardly. Just consulting the sacred stash of questionable artifacts. Respectfully. She raised an eyebrow. Will cleared his throat, louder than strictly necessary. I'm ready to move on, he declared, striking his best hands on hips' heroic pose and surveying the hazy pond outside the temple, as if expecting a giant glowing arrow to pop out and point the way. The fog drifted in from the open arches, curling gently around the floor, twisting, restless, curious. The air felt charged, like the whole sanctuary was waiting, tense with anticipation. Mulan smiled faintly. Her expression was impossible to read under the shifting violet glow. There is one essential element, she said, and her voice carried something deeper this time, as if she sang the opening lines of an ancient song. The sanctuary needs its star returned. Will blinked, threw a finger upward with too much confidence. The star's right above us. Mulan chuckled, low and warm, a sound that wrapped around the room like it belonged there. That is your star, Will. It appeared the night you were created. They turned their eyes skyward, and for a moment, Will could almost see the memory shimming there. A boy, a light, a destiny traced in heaven's hidden script. The sanctuary has its own star, Mulan said softly. Born when it was born, bound to it. Only a true guardian can retrieve it. Will furrowed his brow, a flicker of frustration peeking through. Okay. And where exactly is this sanctuary star now? Mulan's smile faded. The mist thickened around her, like old sorrow rising from the roots of the earth. When the sanctuary was destroyed by demons long ago, she said quietly, its star was trapped in the Cave of Lost Stars. Will's mouth dropped slightly open. He stared at her. And you didn't think to mention this essential star thing earlier? He managed. Mulan's eyes softened, her hand brushing his arm in a touch so light it almost wasn't there. A blessing, a farewell, a hope. It's the most perilous of all your challenges, she admitted. I've been worried, Will. The fog curled tighter around them, weaving invisible patterns in the air. And somewhere far above, a single star blinked brighter. The boat glided silently through a maze of towering cliffs, ancient spires hewn by centuries of wind and mystery into awe-inspiring forms. Some seemed frozen in the shape of dragons mid-flight. Others, silent seers lost in eternal meditation. Mist clung to the jagged rock as if it was too afraid to fall. This was the land of the Magi of Dreams, the strangest of all the realms. Here, logic took naps. Here, dreams made the rules, and occasionally rewrote them halfway through. When Will's boat curved deeper into the canyon, the cliffs narrowed and crowded closer, rising as ghostly remains of a forgotten city. Dozens, no, hundreds of cave mouths opened across the mountainside, each one flickering with soft, golden firelight. They dotted the stone like glowing eyes, watching him, remembering him. Will stared at the reflections of the caves, shimmering across the water, dark as glass, deep as sleep. The boat slipped beneath stone arches, draped in moss and murmuring vines. Some of them, he could swear, whispered his name. And then he saw it. The entrance. A cleft in the mountainside, tall and narrow, framed by twisted trees that seemed to beckon him inside with crooked fingers. Mist poured from the cave like ancient incense, silver and unending. And beyond it, stars. At first, Will thought it was the night sky. But no, the stars were inside. The walls of the cavern sparkled with light, millions of tiny glowing flecks, swirling and pulsing. It was as if someone had scraped the sky clean and hidden it here, in the heart of the mountain. The boat slipped inside the cave as if guided by invisible hands. Will drifted closer to a glittering wall, closer and closer to the wall, where the lights coiled together in a shimmering knot. And he could clearly see the stars now. No, they were not stars. They were lamps. Delicate, ancient, fantastical lamps, each one hanging weightless in the luminous air, each one burning with a tiny, eternal flame. One was shaped like a phoenix, curled in sleep. Another, like a teardrop caught mid-fall. Still others twisted like golden vines frozen in time, but most of them looked exactly as a magic lamp should. The classics, long spouts, curved handles, and the smug gleam of something that knew it held a genie. They weren't scattered by chance. They were arranged with dizzying care. Galaxies mapped by ancient hands, each lamp holding a story, a soul, a secret. Will's heart hammered in his chest. His mind scrambled to catch up. He wasn't floating through the night sky. He was floating through a library of dreams. And every dream here, silent and waiting, was trapped inside a lantern. Will swallowed hard, gripping the boat's sides. He drifted deeper, his jaw slack, his eyes wide as a boy stepping into a candy bazaar run by ghosts. Everywhere he looked, magic waited. Magic dreamed. One lamp, larger than the rest, ancient and hypnotic, spun slowly just within reach. Its surface was etched with swirling, labyrinthine patterns, glowing faintly under the blue haze. Will hesitated for precisely half a second, and then, of course, he reached out and gave it a curious rub. Whoosh! Smoke erupted, a shimmering river of cobalt and silver, twisting and coiling until it towered into a figure tall enough to make the ceiling nervous. Muscles rippled across his arms and chest, the ancient, carved from legends muscles. He obviously had a few thousand years to perfect them, and absolutely no intention of hiding it. The spirit's skin glowed with shifting symbols, constellations, forgotten languages, moving slowly across his body. His head was crowned with a single black ponytail, swaying slightly with each movement, and when he opened his eyes, they gleamed like twin sapphires, lit from within by flame that hadn't burned in ages. His voice was low, powerful, and effortlessly poised. "Your wish is my command." He spread his arms in a slow, graceful arc, part welcome, part challenge. Will burst out laughing, unable to help himself. I thought this was supposed to be my hardest trial, he said, waving at the wild forest of lamps spinning overhead. Are all these filled with genies? The spirit twitched, the faintest tightening of his brow, and coughed lightly, adjusting the folds of his robe with impeccable dignity.
Ahem. In a manner of speaking, he said carefully, they contain powerful spirit servants, but there's no need to wake them.
His glowing hand made a subtle, elegant gesture, as if trying to tuck the entire sky back into its place.
I alone am powerful enough to grant all your desires.
Will's grin widened, dangerously. Sorry, he said, but I'm very curious now. He reached again, and the cave seemed to shiver. Genie opened his mouth to protest, but Will was already rubbing the next lamp, his fingers tracing an unfamiliar symbol that looked like a flower of endless blooming, never quite finished, always unfolding. Poof! A spirit shot out, a tall, lean figure, robed in shifting gold, wearing a crown that hovered half an inch above his head, as if undecided whether it liked him.
Greetings, mortal,
the spirit proclaimed, arms folded, with the pomp of a self-declared emperor. Will clapped his hands in delight and grabbed another lamp. Swoosh! Another spirit burst forth, this one wearing flowing robes woven with stars, carrying a harp that thrummed with living fire. And another, and another, and another. Figures filled the air, a sorceress whose hair curled upward like a brewing storm, a winged sentinel wielding a blade of frozen mist, a devil with curling golden horns and eyes like burning embers, an angel whose wings shone so brightly they left after images wherever they moved. Others followed, ancient, wise-looking wizards, spirits crowned with antlers, masked spirits murmuring riddles in lost languages. Each, upon appearing, placed a hand over their heart and declared in chorus, "We are ready to serve you.
We are ready to serve you.
We are ready to serve you." Figure after figure, until, poof, out spun a short, round spirit, clutching a giant wine bottle like it was the answer to every cosmic question. He floated sideways for a moment, blinking blearily at Will. Then he opened his mouth, grandly, and declared,
We are ready to...
He stopped, looked down at his bottle, crossed his eyes, hiccuped. Bop. A stern, impatient wizard behind him smacked him sharply on the head with a staff. The drunken genie swirled around, trying to see who had hit him, missed entirely, and whacked a masked phantom in the face with his bottle by accident. Whump! The masked figure let out an indignant howl and hurled a glowing scroll of burning notes. It struck a form with silver antlers, who retaliated with a bolt of sizzling blue magic. The blast ricocheted off a flaming harp and set a crowned ruler's robe ablaze. In a heartbeat, chaos erupted. Devils lunged, angels squawked indignantly, sorcerers threw scrolls, wizards swung glowing staffs like furious broomsticks. Feathers, fire, golden coins, and enchanted musical instruments filled the air. A disembodied floating head zoomed past Will's shoulder, cackling. A winged sandal smacked him lightly in the forehead and drifted away. In the middle of it all, the drunken genie floated serenely, pointing his chubby finger and laughing with childlike glee. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! Oh no! Smack! Ha 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 ha! Who's getting hit now? Whee! Occasionally he looked genuinely sympathetic when someone got hit particularly hard, only to burst into giggles again a second later. Will yelped and ducked as a flaming lute zipped past his head like a crazed streak of living fire. He pressed himself against the side of the boat, trying to disappear. "What are you fighting for?" he cried over the din. A spirit with a crown of ice snapped his fingers inches from Will's nose. "For your soul," A figure draped in stormlight thundered. "Which of us do you serve?" Another, a devil grinning wide, added, "Choose one of us, or your soul is ours to play dice with." A sage-like figure waved a tattered scroll and intoned solemnly,
"If you do not choose, your soul will scatter as dust on the wind."
The original dignified genie, now sitting cross-legged on a flying carpet and looking weary beyond belief, sighed.
You should have listened to me."
Will glanced at the spirits surrounding him, panic creeping into his voice. "But you all said you're ready to serve me. Look at yourselves. You're supposed to serve others," he protested, pointing frantically around like a drowning man grabbing at driftwood. "You're supposed to bring rain. You, wisdom. You, peace and harmony." The devil smiled a slow, terrible smile, his horns catching the flickering lamplight. "Theoretically, yes," he purred, "but in reality, you serve us." A solemn elder spirit floated forward, his robes swirling like smoke, his voice heavy as mountains.
"If you do not choose,"
he said gravely,
"they will torment your soul until it fragments into nothingness."
The original dignified genie winced and muttered,
"You really should have listened to me. Now you won't leave here alive unless you pick one."
The air grew dense, stifling and tense. The spirit surged closer, clawed hands, glowing eyes, grinning wide, demands rising like a tide. "So whom do you choose to serve?" The devil broke through the chaos and dove straight at him. Will didn't even have the time to scream. A cold spectral force slammed into his chest and began to pull, not his body, his soul. A sickening wrench, like invisible claws dragging something out of him, thread by thread. His breath caught, his knees buckled. The boat swayed violently beneath him as the world tilted and spun. Sweat poured down his temples. His limbs went cold. He tried to fight it, tried to move, but it was like drowning in air. His back hit the floor of the boat, eyes rolling upward, vision blurring. And just before the darkness swallowed him, a glint, high above, a shape, a lamp. Hanging from the cavern roof, glowing with the unmistakable symbol of the sanctuary, shining like the last lighthouse in a drowning world. Will's heart jolted, a spark flaring in the shadows. He wasn't theirs. He wasn't anyone's. He belonged to his sanctuary, to the life, the light, the future he was born to protect. With the last of his strength, Will drew in a ragged breath and roared, "I choose to serve my sanctuary!" A beam of pure, blinding light blasted skyward. Above, the lamp bearing the sanctuary's symbol ripped free from the cavern ceiling, streaked like a shooting star, straight into Will's outstretched hand. Flash! Light engulfed him, white, hot, all-consuming, and when it cleared, he was gone. Silence slammed down over the cavern like a falling gate. The spirits floated there, blinking stupidly at the now empty boat. A few coughed awkwardly. Some drifted back and forth, uneasy. A lone scroll fluttered sadly to the floor. Somewhere deep in the caves, a droplet fell with a tiny, echoing plink. Hovering gently in the air, his wine bottle bobbing precariously, the genie with the bottle cleared his throat. He waved his hand slowly and solemnly above his wobbly body, his eyes half closed, trying to look profound.
He should have chosen me,"
he slurred mournfully.
"I wasn't even fighting."
He frowned down at his wine bottle, lifted it grandly into the air like it was a priceless treasure.
I'm not a genie in a bottle. I'm a genie with the bottle. I don't need his soul."
He spiraled his finger in the air above his head, slowly, exaggeratedly, just in case any spirits forgot what a soul looked like.
"I just want someone to—"
He blinked drowsily at nothing, nearly dropped the bottle, snuggled it closer, and then, hiccup. Far, far away, under the hushed canopies of the sanctuary, a soft ripple of light kissed the eternal trees. Will stumbled into existence at the edge of the ancient well, clutching the lamp with the sanctuary symbol tightly against his chest. His hands trembled, his chest heaved. The lamp burned cool and weightless in his arms, a piece of the heavens made small enough to carry. The mist stirred around him, swirling with sudden life. Mulan was there. She rushed to his side, pulling him into a shivering, desperate embrace. Tears streamed down her cheeks unchecked, but her grip was steady, the kind of steady only love could give. Will stood stiffly for a second, dazed. His voice cracked when he finally spoke. This is insane," he whispered hoarsely. "I truly believed what I said." Mulan pulled back, just enough to look him in the eyes, her face shining with pride and wonder. "And that's precisely why it worked," she said, her voice thick with emotion. Will opened the lamp. A surge of brilliant energy burst free, and the star soared upward, rising like a phoenix through the trees, weaving past the branches, climbing into the silver breath of night. It ascended higher, then higher still, until it reached the wide vault of the sky. There, it flared, once, bright and steady, pulsing in perfect rhythm with Will's heartbeat. High above, it settled into place among the stars, restoring its light, sealing its power, and binding Will to the sanctuary with a new, unbreakable thread of life and purpose. Below, Mulan and Will stood side by side, their faces turned upward, bathed in the stars' radiant glow. The sanctuary was whole again, and somehow, so was he. Chapter 15. Something Very Special. Mila and Varlam stumbled out of the cave's shadow, blinking against the shifting light of early dawn, still breathless, still laughing like two fools who had just outrun death and weren't quite sure how they'd managed it. Above them, a few stubborn stars clung to the pale blue sky, fading slowly as sunrise stretched across the horizon in soft streaks of gold. Beyond the thinning mist of the Magi of Music's land, the sea shimmered quietly, calm, silver, impossibly wide. And skimming along the coast, with absurdly perfect timing, was Thor's ship, drawn there, of course, by the unmistakable sight of a massive tornado blasting out of the mountains. Varlam's signature move. Naturally, Thor had taken one look at the magical disaster and thought,
"Ah, I know who did that."
Mila lifted a hand, pointing. Varlam groaned with a grin. "We're not dead," he said. "We're just incredibly lucky lunatics." Still grinning, they began the long climb down, slipping now and then on loose stone, laughing whenever one of them nearly lost footing. Their hearts, for a moment, felt lighter than they had in days. Varlam threw Mila a sideways glance, hands on his hips, catching his breath. "The most powerful mage," he said, voice dripping with exaggerated betrayal. "Did you really say he's the most powerful mage?" He clutched his chest theatrically, staggering a few steps, as if mortally wounded. "Well, why don't you just go and marry the most powerful mage?" Mila didn't even slow her stride.
Because if I don't marry you, she said dryly, all your kingdom's horses will run away, and you'll be stuck riding a goat till the end of your life. Varlam smirked, thoroughly unbothered. You shouldn't worry about that, he said, tossing an arm over her shoulder, companionably. Mila pressed a hand to her chest. And then every mirror in your palace will crack, because the kingdom itself will lose faith in your reflection. You shouldn't worry about that either, Varlam said cheerfully, laughing under his breath. Mila gave him a sharp, mock-suspicious look. And should I worry that I'm starting to sound as funny as your mother? That gave him a moment's real pause. He grimaced, a deep, operatic wince that nearly made Mila lose it again. But when he stopped walking, stopped smiling, his hand dropped from her shoulder. The cliffs echoed with a sudden, uncomfortable silence. Varlam looked out across the rocks, the sea wind tugging at his dark hair. And when he spoke, his voice was low, serious. Mila. He turned, meeting her eyes without a trace of laughter. You should worry about your son. Mila froze. The lightness drained from her face in an instant. What? She said sharply. Why? Varlam's expression darkened, like storm clouds gathering behind his eyes. You saw what the cursed king is after, he said quietly. They're hunting for something special. Mila nodded slowly, a chill settling deep in her chest. They're looking for some special organ, she whispered. Varlam's gaze locked on hers. Exactly, he said. Mila stood there for a long, aching heartbeat, wind whipping around them, the cliffs sighing under the weight of the sea below, before she swallowed hard and started walking again. Varlam fell in beside her, matching her pace without another word. Down on the water, the ship rose and fell with the waves, still, expectant, like it already knew their story wasn't over. They moved faster now, climbing, sliding, half running toward it, their smiles long gone, their hearts carrying something heavier than fear. This time, they carried the weight of knowing what truly waits below the surface. The ship creaked gently beneath them, sails swelling as morning broke in earnest. Salt kissed the air, gulls cried overhead, and Thor, still dressed as if he hadn't slept at all, stood proudly at the wheel, grinning like a man who'd just won a bet.
Well, well, well,
he declared, as Mila and Varlam climbed aboard, soaked in cave dust.
If it isn't the legendary heroes of the cursed caves. You survived.
He squinted, dramatically scanning them from boots to eyebrows.
Still have all your limbs? All your morals? Still casting your own shadows? Good. How was the concert?
Varlam collapsed onto a crate and threw his head back. I am delighted to report that you missed a scandalous display of sound, he said. 10 out of 10 on escape drama. But musically? He shook his head. I've seen better orchestras in taverns with broken chairs.
Oh, come on,
Thor said, catching the joke and leaning casually on the rail.
You tornadoed out too early. I heard you missed the epic encore.
He wiggled his fingers in mock horror.
Word is, the finale featured a violin string decapitation and a full-on flute duel. Very avant-garde.
Mila burst out laughing. For a moment, humor was enough to anchor her back to herself, to remind her she was still whole. She wiped her eyes, still grinning. And here I thought the percussion solo was the deadliest part ever. Varlam didn't miss a beat. You've clearly never heard Thor sing. Thor placed a hand on his chest, acting scandalized, then let the amusement fade, just slightly from his voice.
You know,
He said, almost seriously,
it takes a special kind of bravery to go into the belly of madness and come out able to laugh about it.
He pointed a finger between them.
You two, you're story-worthy now. Sailors will sing about you, poorly, off-key, with too many verses.
He lowered his voice, mock somber.
They'll say, and lo, the brave souls who faced the ancient undead in their cave of unresolved drama and lived to regret it.
Mila leaned on the railing, watching the waves. You missed your calling, she said. You should have been a bard. Thor held a hand to his heart.
Please, I'm a sailor, which is just a bard with worse hygiene and a wildly inconsistent aim.
The wind picked up, snapping the sails taut. The ship glided smoothly toward the horizon. Mila fell quiet for a moment. The rhythm of the water, the creak of the deck, the salty breath of the breeze. It all wrapped around her, like a lullaby played by the sea. But before she could slide too far into her thoughts, Thor clapped his hands together and pointed.
So, are we celebrating your engagement again? Or is this still the one from 19 years ago?
Mila blinked. Varlam raised one brow. Thor grinned, utterly shameless.
So, be honest. Is this one eternal engagement? Or do you just tie a new ribbon on a goat every year and call it official?
I'll let you know when the kingdom's goats revolt, Mila muttered. Please do, Varlam said, stretching. I was warned they've been holding secret meetings.
Well, at this point,
Thor said,
if you ever actually get married, half the kingdom will faint, and the other half will riot for breaking tradition.
Mila rolled her eyes. Fine, forever engaged it is. Varlam gave her a sideways glance. Spared from marriage, cursed to eternal courtship. Could be worse. Thor beamed.
Exactly! Focus on the bright side. You'll never run out of awkward family dinners or speculative gossip.
And with that, the three of them, battered, bemused, barely rested, sailed on into the sunlit waves, setting course for the sanctuary. The ship lingered just off the shoreline, anchored in the golden shallows, as if torn between resting in the calm or surging forward. Mila stood on the glistening stone jetty, the waters of the sanctuary lapping at her bare feet, the light of its newly returned star still pulsing gently above in the morning sky. She called out, You're invited, you know. From the deck, Thor leaned over the side, like a suspicious parent.
What? Into the sanctuary?
He called back, clutching the rigging.
Where the most powerful mage in history lives.
He tapped his temple with an obviously performed caution.
Don't mind me. I'm rather attached to being alive.
Mila raised her brow. Relax. Iranar doesn't kill guests. He just scares them into better manners. Thor straightened with a grand, overdone solemnity.
Then I'd like to remain an uninvited guest. It's the safest kind.
Varlam appeared behind him, arms folded. He looked at Mila, then at the sanctuary, then at the air in between, as if it might catch fire on principle. Mila narrowed her eyes. Oh, come on. What are you afraid of? That you and Iranar might accidentally make eye contact and trigger a thunderstorm? Varlam didn't blink. Worse, he said. We might agree on something. Thor winced.
And that's how you know The apocalypse is close.
Mila stepped closer to the edge, hands on her hips. Gentlemen, let's live in peace, harmony, mutual respect. Just once. Tempting, Varlam said, but I've already survived one cursed cave this week. Mila lifted a hand, trying one last gambit. We brewed a new batch of sanctuary honey blend, she said. Linden, lavender, a touch of pear blossom. It's said to bring instant understanding to anyone who shares it. Varlam remained impassive. Thor looked mildly tempted at first, but then changed his mind.
I drank that once, he said to Varlam. Nearly agreed to marry your mother.
Mila sighed. That was a good batch. Thor gave a jaunty salute.
Well, your fiancé and I will just be on the sea over here, contemplating the meaning of restraint and the joy of not getting incinerated.
The sails unfurled. The ship turned slowly into the wind. Mila watched it drift away. Two silhouettes side by side, still arguing about knots and whether Prince Borealis III had already destroyed the Ice Kingdom, growing smaller with every breath. She turned. The sanctuary shimmered, quiet and endless. The trees rustled softly, the waterfalls sang, and she walked into it, alone. The truth heavy in her hands, still wondering how to give it to her son. Later, beneath the soft light of day, Mila wandered through the sanctuary, her footsteps slow, thoughtful. She was near the heart of it now, but something looked unfamiliar. A pond she couldn't quite recognize. It reminded her of the one in the living nature, where she'd grown up. But this felt different, more than beautiful. It was like stepping into a memory she didn't know she needed so much. The pond rippled softly, cradling the reflections of golden leaves and slow drifting clouds. It rested in the heart of Will's flourishing garden, glowing with abundance, wrapped in the quiet, radiant embrace of life. Not just peaceful, but joyfully alive, as if every leaf, every ripple, every petal was beaming, delighted to see her. Mila stood at the edge of it, awestruck. Did Will really make this? She whispered. She lowered herself onto the mossy stones and placed a hand gently over her heart. The pond of wisdom, still and deep, a mirror of the heavens. A few moments later, Will appeared beside her, casual as ever, barefoot and proud. He grinned when he saw her, and she returned it with a soft, loving smile. This pond is so beautiful, she murmured. It feels alive, like it brought a piece of my childhood here to meet me. Will crouched beside her and dipped his fingers into the water, smiling softly, watching the ripples bloom outward. He didn't speak right away. Then, after a long pause of shared quiet, he asked, "Did you find out anything?" His voice was tentative. "Is she one of the cursed?" Mila sighed and gazed out over the water. "No," she said slowly. "She's not. She might be a ghost. She seemed too pure to be one of them." "Wow, are they really that bad?" Will's eyebrows lifted. "In a weird way, I kind of wish I could see one." Mila gave him a sideways look. "They're threatening to come here soon." "Why?" Will asked, straightening. "They want something," Mila said. "Something very special from here." Will stiffened, but then his chin lifted with sudden resolve. "I'll be ready," he said.
They won't harm the sanctuary. He glanced at her, caught her worried expression, and added, with utter confidence, I'll figure out the sanctuary. I'll gather all the elements. I'll make it work. Don't worry, Mom. He sat down beside her, staring into the depths. For a while, the only sound was the soft hush of wind through the trees. I will be ready, he repeated. The sanctuary will survive. Then more quietly, more bitterly. Good grief. What's wrong with them? What's wrong with the cursed? He frowned, struggling for understanding. Some say it's because of a lack of love? Do you think that's true? Mila's heart twisted. In a way, she said gently. A lot of evil does stem from a lack of balance, lack of willpower, and a lack of love. Will kicked a pebble into the pond. Then they're screwed, he muttered. Finding balance? That's a long way off. Willpower? Good luck. He hesitated, frowning. But a lack of love, that's the hardest thing. You can't just, he made a clawing gesture over his ribs, his voice tightening, squeeze it out of your organs. Mila laughed softly. Yes, you're right, she said. But you can start with some, and then you can make it grow. Will looked at her. How? You can create the conditions for it to grow, she said. She spread her arms to encompass the pond, the trees, the light. Will frowned. But how do you do that? She turned and smiled at him, put her hand on her heart, slight tears in her eyes. It seemed like the way she loved him already, she couldn't possibly love him more. And yet, he did something that made her love him even more. You are doing it, Will, she said. He looked around and intuitively understood what she felt. This pond will stay. Its plants will grow. He made a promise to himself. He'll take good care of the pond and the whole sanctuary. It won't just survive. It will be thriving because of him. That night, under the soft shimmer of the returned star, and of Will's star, and countless others, each carrying its own story, the sanctuary finally exhaled. Its trees whispered lullabies. Its waters rested. The birds, for once, held still. And deep beneath the ancient branches of the oldest tree, Iranar slept, cradled in a natural bed formed by curling roots and flowering moss. Moonlight streamed through the canopy, striping his face in silver and shadow. His breath was slow, his lips, parted ever so slightly, murmured in a voice just above a whisper. Yes, yes, marmalade me. From behind the trees, Mila froze. She'd been walking barefoot under the stars, letting the night air cool her racing thoughts. And now, she stood completely still, blinking. A small, stunned smile crept onto her lips. Did he really just say? She stepped closer, silent as starlight, and knelt beside him. A warm breeze rustled the leaves above as she leaned in and gently shook his shoulder. Iranar, her voice was soft, teasing. Tell me, were you dreaming about me? His eyes snapped open. No, not you, he blurted, wide-eyed and horrified. Mila recoiled in feigned outrage. Wow. I mean, I was talking to Will, he stammered, scrambling upright. Training him. It was training talk. Martial metaphors. She stared. There was a pause. And then, Mila burst out laughing. The sound so bright, it startled a few nearby birds. She collapsed beside him, laughing into his shoulder. I believe you, she said between giggles. Totally. Nothing screams battle strategy like marmalade me. Irinar groaned into his hands. It was about velocity, dodge tactics, rhythm control. He trailed off, then muttered under his breath. It's an inside joke. You wouldn't understand. Mila pulled him into a tight embrace, her eyes gleaming with affection. Our son is amazing, she said softly. And so, apparently, is the way he's building his home, his sanctuary. They sat there together, tangled in roots and laughter, beneath a sky pulsing with quiet stars. And no star shone brighter than the one they had created together. Chapter 16. A Fluffy Nightmare. Rain hammered the trees, wind howled through the branches, and Will stood stiffly under a crooked little wooden awning beside the ancient well, arms folded, jaw set like a man about to single-handedly save the world from vague supernatural threats. Lightning flashed. His silhouette struck a heroic pose. Sort of. That ghostly girl, he muttered darkly. She might actually be a ghost? Mulan tilted her head, dry as ever despite the rain. Her face carried that familiar, maddening serenity, the one that said, You're overthinking this again, dear. Are you scared of her now? She asked, just enough of a tease in her voice to make it sting. I'm not scared, Will said at once, a little too fast. I'm being responsible. What if she is an evil spirit? Wouldn't it be wise, even prudent, to have some elemental backup, just in case? He finished his sentence just as a dramatic clap of thunder split the air behind him. He looked pleased. The storm was really working with him today. Mulan sighed, not annoyed, just amused by the drama of youth. She lowered herself into a lotus pose, right there beside the well, raindrops skipping gently off her shoulders, as if even the storm didn't want to disturb her peace. She closed her eyes, listened. There is indeed such an element, she said at last. Ball lightning. Very rare. Very powerful. It dwells in the land of natural forces. Her eyes opened again, and it's guarded, quite zealously, by a creature with no patience and too much venom in its veins. Will perked up like a knight freshly handed a cursed map. The land of natural forces? He said, eyes bright. I haven't explored there yet. He grinned, the rain lashing around him, thunder rolling in the distance like applause. Perfect. Will journeyed alone through the white silence, boots crunching like defiance under a sky the color of second thoughts. The land of the magi of natural forces was, well, frozen poetry, except when it could clobber you with a glacier. Towering ice sculptures loomed on either side of the trail, half magi, half rams, wolves frozen in mid-pounce, and something that looked suspiciously like a giant winged goat doing battle with a sea serpent. Probably a historical reference. Very educational. Adventure Journal, Entry 3. The Guardian Against the Cold. He braved the howling winds, the monstrous statues, and his own itchy storm pants, armed only with mild anxiety and a warm hooded traveling wrap. He pressed onward, fueled by destiny, and possibly some raisins. A chunk of snow slid off the horn of a frost troll statue and thumped him squarely on the head. "Unprovoked attack," he muttered, brushing it off like a man deeply wronged. He pressed on through glittering ravines, where veins of purple magic shimmered in the ice, as if this land had swallowed too many auroras. Further on, he pressed beneath a natural arch of icicles, shaped like thundering horns. A perfect frozen tribute to the magi of natural forces. Subtly, it seemed, was not in their magical vocabulary. The path sloped upward again. Will climbed. And somewhere between one frozen breath and the next, his thoughts slipped sideways. To her. The ghostly girl. Adventure Journal Entry 4. Unfinished Business. She hovers like moonlight and vanishes like dreams. Too beautiful to be real. Too silent to be safe. If she's calling to me, is it to be saved? Or devoured? Note to self. Ball lightning. Excellent ghost test. If she shrieks and glitches out in a puff of ghostly rage? Not ideal. If she hovers there, arms out like a divine sleepwalker? Also not ideal. Best outcome. She whispers, "You are ready," and then evaporates without further trauma. He tried to shake the thought off, and regretted it immediately, because the only idea eager to take its place, clinging like cold wind in the folds of his cloak, was food. He hadn't eaten anything beyond a few stubborn raisins in hours, possibly days. He couldn't tell. This land had no time, only dramatic lighting. Adventure Journal Entry 5. Emergency Provisions. If food magic existed, and honestly, how does it not? Someone's clearly slacking. He would immediately petition the sanctuary to install a magical cheese chamber. Just cheese. And jam. And warm flatbread that restocks itself automatically during combat. Preferably with a soft chime. He chuckled softly to himself, and then stopped. Because the trail twisted sharply to the right and spilled open onto a vast, cracked plain of broken ice. Wind whipped across it, dragging snow like smoke. In the distance, two teenagers stood, dressed too lightly for the biting cold, currently bickering beside a massive, ominous, claw-scarred structure. Will sighed, straightened his shoulders, tightened his cloak with the solemnity of someone preparing for heroic disaster. Adventure Journal Entry 6. The one with the monster. Showtime. Two teenage boys crept across a frostbitten bridge toward a towering ice structure. One was a freckle-dusted charmer with a smirk made for trouble. The other was somehow even more charming, and with all that beautiful hair, he looked like a girl who looked like a boy who looked like a girl. His hair was so long it had tangled itself around the nearest icicle and appeared to be negotiating for release. "Anyway," Freckled was muttering, "he said he won't fight the bear-wolf and called us superstitious idiots." Harry snorted, flinging his hair out of his mouth.
Right, they label us superstitious, yet here we are, practically tripping over vampires and bear-wolves and black cats with glowing teeth.
He squinted at Freckled.
And by the way, your left eye is twitching. That's a sign of good luck.
Freckled rubbed it with a groan. "Well, maybe with some luck, we'll still find a gullible hero to tackle that bear-wolf." Harry threw his arms wide with wild-eyed inspiration.
Hey, if your left eye is twitching, you could defeat the bear-wolf.
"Come on, you know that's impossible. I can't do it."
You can't do it because you know it's impossible. So we need someone who doesn't know it's impossible.
And right on cue. "Excuse me," said a voice behind them. They spun around. A boy just a few years older than them stood panting, hands on his knees. A mop of wind-mussed hair, dirt on his boots. Hero Hopeful written all over him. I'm looking for some ball lightning, Will said. Possibly guarded by some monster? Harry lit up like a frost lantern.
Oh, we know exactly where it is. Just bring us that bearwolf's carcass, and the lightning's all yours.
Will blinked. Okay, so where's this werewolf? Freckled wagged a finger. Not a werewolf, he said, pointing toward a jagged, sinister-looking entrance. A bearwolf. Whole different horror.
And just so you know,
Harry added cheerfully,
it's as poisonous as a viper. One bite, and you'll glow green before you combust.
Will blinked harder. Right. Cool. And the ball lightning?
Oh, that? Harry waved a hand. It's just chilling in a cellar, right underneath that fluffy nightmare.
Will scratched his cheek, suddenly itchy with anxiety. Harry gasped.
Your left cheek is itching. That's a sign of good luck.
Will's face twisted in confusion. He scratched the back of his head instead. Freckled's tone dropped an octave. But if the back of your head is itching, Will paused mid-scratch. It means someone's going to kick your ass, Freckled finished, solemn as a tomb. Will stared. But if the left cheek is itching, you said...
That's good luck. That's good luck, Harry insisted. Now go show that monster what a real hero looks like.
Will hesitated. I don't know if I want him to see me. Actually, I wish I had some magic to make me invisible. Harry clapped his hands.
Just poke his eyes out, and you'll be magically invisible to him. To be fair, everything will be magically invisible to him. But that wouldn't help you that much. He can smell you from across the kingdom.
Will groaned. I wish there was some magic to make me insmellable. Freckle gave a sage nod. You could. Wash yourself. Will shot them a flat, unimpressed look, then turned and walked straight toward the ominous tower. Harry gasped, like he just witnessed destiny in action.
See? We are in luck today. He defeats the monster, and we're heroes of the nation.
Knock on wood, Freckled cried, suddenly panicked. Harry knocked 3 times on his own forehead.
Thunk, thunk, thunk.
And spit 3 times. Harry spat like his future depended on it. And jump around yourself. Harry obeyed, hopping in frantic circles. Now flip. Harry paused mid-hop.
Seriously?
Freckled clutched his earlobe. Flip, or we'll have bad luck for generations. After a full chorus of groaning, Harry launched into a flip. His hair snagged mid-spin, yanked him off course, and he crumpled like a cursed folding chair on its last day. Freckle nearly collapsed laughing, his wheezes echoing through the ice valley. Will stood in the middle of the icy tower, arms folded, brow furrowed in supreme disapproval. The place was almost empty, just dust, shadows, and the faint glimmer of moonlight trickling through a narrow skylight above. Will's shoulders sagged. No bearwolf, no cellar, no lightning, he muttered. He flopped into the nearest armchair, an old, overstuffed, impressively fluffy monstrosity, and stared up at the moon, as if expecting it to offer a clue, or at least an apology. Where are you hiding? He sighed, dragging a hand through his hair. His other hand, unfortunately, was still resting lazily on the thick arm of the chair. Correction, the fluffy arm of the chair. The armchair's arm twitched, and then twisted, and turned to face him. What Will had mistaken for upholstery sprouted teeth, glistening, yellow, jagged things, and opened into a snarling, fang-filled face. A monstrous head rose from the side of the armchair, enormous and feral. A hideous hybrid of bear and wolf, its fur matted and charred in places,
one glowing eye twitching with barely suppressed rage. Will froze, still half hugging it. The bearwolf exhaled hot steam right into his face, then roared. Will's scream died somewhere around his throat, reappearing only as a strangled croak. He leapt to his feet so fast he nearly left his boots behind, and blasted the beast with a reflexive burst of fire magic from both palms. It only made the monster angrier. The bearwolf reared back with a thunderous growl and launched itself into a full charge. Will ducked, flipped backward, and rolled over a table just as the creature's jaws snapped shut, inches from his back. Its breath hit him a second later, a rancid wave that smelled like something had died, been digested, and then died again, just for dramatic effect. "You are so much cuter as furniture!" Will shouted, already dodging again. The room exploded into chaos. Thanks to weeks of training with bats, Will moved like a wildcat in a whirlwind, flipping, tumbling, bouncing off walls with amazing agility. The bearwolf chased him in a rampage of claws, roars, and the occasional confused howl as Will blasted it with frantic bursts of magic. A shot of lightning sizzled past the creature's nose. It let out a furious bellow. Will cartwheeled through a narrow gap between two ice pillars. The beast slammed into the wall, shook it off with a snarl, and barreled after him. Straight through the flames, Will hurled in its face. Just as the monster evaded another fiery blast, he charged, slamming into Will's rear with its massive torso, launching him like a human snowball across the room. Will crashed hard onto a wooden panel with a hollow thud. He groaned, then looked down. It was a hatch, a cellar lid. Will's eyes lit up. "Okay," he wheezed, rubbing his butt. "Now I know where the lightning is." He stood, still rubbing his bruised behind, eyes blazing with fury. Without hesitation, he unleashed a storm of lightning bolts at the beast. Bolts crackled from his fingers, a blinding arc of rage that lit up the entire chamber. The creature howled and stumbled back, swatting at the sparks with panicked confusion. Seizing the moment for revenge, Will delivered a powerful kick to the bearwolf's rear. The beast yelped and spun. In a comical twist of fate, the creature tried to snap at Will's kicking foot, only to bite its own butt. The beast froze, and then collapsed with a thunderous, echoing thud. Dead. Later, under the sarcastic sparkle of the night sky, Will trudged across the snow, dragging the lifeless bearwolf like a very bitter souvenir. His cloak was torn, his boots were scorched, and he was covered head to toe in dirt and soot. Finally, the picture of a proper hero. Floating beside him with smug obedience was the ball lightning, crackling softly. Hairy and freckled, stood frozen in place, jaws open, eyes bulging.
"You did it!"
Harry gasped.
"See? Your left cheek was itching. And you got some good luck."
Will didn't answer right away. He just scratched his sore backside with the exaggerated dignity of a man contemplating an ancient victory secret. Using your enemy's venom against them. Then, without looking up, he asked gravely, "So, if your butt's itching, what does that mean?" "You should really wash yourself," Freckled said sincerely. Harry burst into laughter so hard, he almost flipped again. Chapter 17. Tomb and Tango. The ball lightning hovered beside Will like a crackling sidekick, sparking in rhythm with his heartbeat. Under the moon-drenched skies of the sanctuary, its electric pulse thundered at a volume usually reserved for grand entrances. A breeze stirred the mist, and from it, she emerged, not stepping, not floating, but arriving, like a memory stirred from the soil by the moonlight itself. The ghostly girl. Her damp black hair clung in elegant strands. Her gown spilled like smoke across swirling winds, and her arms, pale, slender, impossibly still, reached out with the wordless urgency of someone asking to be remembered. Will blinked. Well, the ball lightning isn't chasing her away, so she can't be evil, can she? He took a step forward. The mist parted. His pulse thundered. A second step. Out of nowhere. Hi-ya! A triple tornado kick sliced through the night, delivered in the only way one man ever could. His father. The ghostly girl vanished. Will staggered back, outrage bubbling up. What the? Iranar landed in a flawless crouch, fists blazing with endless confidence. You're welcome. Will threw up his hands. Seriously, you can't do that. I just did. And now, watch this and this. Iranar whirled into a roundhouse kick that absolutely no one had asked for. Will launched into the fight. No magic, no shortcuts, just raw talent, honed instincts, and the kind of martial arts clash that could headline a championship. To Will's own surprise, he landed a perfect hit, then another. Ha! He actually held his ground. A surge of pride lit his face. Just for the record, Will panted, a little too pleased with himself. I was flirting with a ghost. Focus! Iranar snapped, then promptly flipped him over the shoulder like a sack of emotional issues. Thud. Will hit the ground hard. Stars spun overhead. Very good. Iranar clapped. That was almost a full sentence. Keep training. By morning, Will walked with Mulan beneath the eternal trees. The sanctuary glowed in the rising light, dew catching on every leaf, like tiny stars still clinging to the world. So, that ghostly girl is not evil, Will said, scratching his head as if he still couldn't believe any of last night had happened. You think too much about girls, Mulan replied with a sideways squint. You need to stay focused on the sanctuary. It's crucial for a guardian to maintain focus. It's not that easy. Is there something that could help me stay focused? I'm sure, she said, slowing to a thoughtful halt. There is something. She paused and closed her eyes, letting the hush of the forest settle around them like a veil. A moment passed. Silence. And just when Will opened his mouth to say something irreverent, her eyes fluttered open, lit by a deeper revelation. The Stone of Awakening, she said softly, held by the King of Inanimate Nature. Will perked up like a kid who just heard the word quest. Ooh, is it in the underground temples? A tomb-raiding paradise? Yes, it's hidden, she murmured, gaze drifting beyond the trees. Then she closed her eyes again. Within a bone. Will blinked. A bone? Wait, seriously? Am I supposed to raid his tomb or something? I was joking about. She opened one eye and cut him off with deadpan precision. Tomb raiding is no joking. He stared, then broke into a grin. That kind of grin that says, this is it. The moment we've all been waiting for. Wow, he breathed. That sounds like a grand final adventure. The ship was waiting. No oars, no crew. Just sails spun from supreme fantasy. Will was about to step on board. "This is going to be another terrible idea," he whispered, "and I can't wait." Mulan stopped him, pressing a rolled-up parchment into his hand, sealed in wax. "The location of the underground temples. Be careful. Some say the map reads you, not the other way around." Will squinted at her. "Is that supposed to be reassuring?" "Would have been suspicious if it were." She smiled faintly. The moment he unrolled the map, the wind picked up, the sky dimmed, and beneath the ship, the waters of the sanctuary began to churn, not with waves, but light. The ship moaned, then moved. He drifted through strange waters, where mists made up their own worlds, as if the ship wasn't moving through space, but through magic. Islands flickered in and out of existence. The sky changed color, and the stars forgot their order. Heaven twisted again and again. Time tilted. Storms rose and parted like curtains. Will couldn't even count the days, mostly because it had only been one. But the sense of heroic hardship was clearly ahead of schedule. In the hush of night, Will sat at the bow and finally fell asleep, the ball lightning crackling beside him like a nervous pet. He dreamed of bones and stones, of giant statues with hollow eyes, and of a voice, low and ancient, murmuring about harmony and something missing. Iranar kept showing up in his dreams, still training him, still lecturing about responsibility, or balancing upside down on one finger while reciting lines about soul discipline and inner resonance. Would the Stone of Awakening help me focus? Will asked him in his dream. Iranar remained perfectly balanced on one finger. "It reveals the part of you you're not yet ready to admit exists." Will stared at him. "Well, that's not creepy at all." The next day, when Will woke up, without warning, the ship stopped. The sun above him scorched white. The sky was endless. The water beneath the ship had vanished. He was in the middle of a desert. The hull sat gently on solid land, surrounded by dunes that shimmered like gold dust and heat mirages. And straight ahead, the underground temples, hidden inside a cliffside shaped like a collapsed colossus, mouth open, doors sealed with carvings of bones and vines, and a single message etched above it in flickering letters. "To awaken ancient treasure, bury the part of you that you fear the most." Will swallowed. "Should be fun." The ruins rose like jagged teeth from the desert floor. Massive stone temples, half swallowed by sand and time. Will crept carefully across the top of one. The ancient sandstone groaning beneath each step, like it hadn't been walked on in 1,000 years. He squinted down at the maze of collapsed corridors below. "Tomb raiding paradise," he whispered. "All it needs is a tea tent and fewer death traps." And then the stone gave way. His foot slipped, then the other. Gravity grinned. "Whoa! Whoa!" The fall barely had time to start when a hand shot out of nowhere and grabbed his arm mid-drop. Strong grip, sand-dusted skin, a mischievous smile. "Hana." Will gawked, dangling like a rag doll. "What are you doing here?" She hauled him up with casual grace. "You looked like you needed a hand. Literally." Will barely caught his balance. "Still, what are you doing here?" Her smile widened. "Saving you. I still want your heart." Will blinked. "Okay. That was almost romantic." He paused. "And definitely a threat." The corridors stretched out before them, tall and echoing, carved from black stone, veined with glittering gold. Ancient symbols pulsed faintly along the walls, glowing with a rhythm that didn't match torchlight or heartbeat, but something older, something awake. Their footsteps echoed as they walked, Will slightly behind Hana, who strode forward like she'd lived here in another life. Every now and then, a mosaic shimmered, or a gust of cold air curled from a crack in the wall, whispering secrets in forgotten tongues. Will touched one of the walls. Instantly, the symbol beneath his hand flared to life and hissed. He yanked his hand back. Hana didn't even turn around. "Careful. This place doesn't like hesitation." Will muttered, "Good to know." A moment later, the floor shifted beneath them. A spear shot from the wall. Without even blinking, Hana spun, drew a hidden blade from her boot, and sliced the spear in two midair. Will froze, blinked, then stepped around the wreckage carefully, like someone tiptoeing around their own mortality. Hana just kept walking. Will stared after her, eyebrows high, and then, very quietly, under his breath, "I need safer admirers." He jogged to catch up, ducking a slow-moving ceiling spike on the way. The sarcophagus room was a place that made treasure hunters forget their survival instincts. Massive, fascinating, deadly. Ancient columns lined the perimeter, looming like witnesses to 1,000 forgotten rituals. In the center stood a single sarcophagus, ornate and glowing faintly with some enigmatic enchantment. But it wasn't the sarcophagus that made Will pause. It was the strings. Dozens, maybe hundreds, of hair-thin threads crisscrossed the chamber in a web so delicate, so precise, that the entire room looked like a spider had been hired by a trap-obsessed ancient king. Attached to each string, weapons, arrows, blades, darts, spiked balls, everything short of a catapult, all pointed inward, all ready to fire if even one string was touched. Will exhaled slowly. "Well, so much for subtlety. Again." "Try not to die," Hana murmured beside him. "Ladies first." "Coward." She vaulted forward, and Will followed. Together, they danced. Tight rolls, precise flips, wild lunges. It was less like sneaking and more like improvised choreography on a wire of doom. One missed step, and they'd both be matching wall decorations. Finally, they reached the sarcophagus. It was wrapped in a tight cocoon of strings. The only gap just wide enough for someone very determined to squeeze through. Will crouched. "Okay, I'm going to lift the lid. Very, very carefully. You slide in and check if the stone's in there." "You sure it's in there?" "Nope, not even a little." He braced himself and lifted. The lid groaned like it hadn't been opened since consequences were invented. Hana slipped inside with the elegance of someone far too familiar with ancient curses and terrible plans. She eyed the skeleton curled inside, its mouth frozen in what looked like an awful lot like a scream. Definitely not mid-yawn. "I think I see it," Will whispered, muscles shaking. "It's in that bone." Hana narrowed her eyes. "What bone?" "That bone." "What bone?" Will's voice cracked. "The bone." "The splinter clavicle? Or the back knuckler?" "I don't know. It's glowing. That one. The big, shiny, cursed one." Hana stared. "Great. Precision under pressure."
That's what I love in a guardian. Will squeaked, arms trembling under the weight. Well, the one that used to have, reproductive male accessory? Hana smirked, and grabbing the pelvis and raising her unibrow seductively. Yeah, it used to have it. Sometimes. What do you mean sometimes? Hana whispered sensually to his ear. It's a skeleton of a woman. She deftly removed a gleaming gemstone from the pelvis. For a moment, time stood still, as the air thickened with what came next. Then, clang! Will's fingers slipped. The sarcophagus lid crashed down and pinged off one of the strings. A single note of silence rang out. And then, the room exploded. Walls screamed, arrows sang through the air, hidden launchers fired every kind of ancient cruelty imaginable. Spears, darts, spinning blades. It was like the entire chamber had been holding a grudge for 3,000 years, and finally got its chance to express it. Oops, Will muttered. Run! Hana shouted. They dove. A flash of silver sliced past Will's ear. He rolled, spun, ducked, his body moving before thought. All that time training with bats, memorizing their chaotic, perfect patterns. It paid off now. He saw the arrows before they fired, felt the direction of every trap as if the room itself had whispered it to him. Then he saw her, Hana, mid-dodge, eyes wide. She wasn't moving like herself, not like the lethal storm she usually was. The sheer number of traps, the speed, the chaos. It was too much, even for her. She was slipping. Will didn't think. He just moved. He lunged forward, grabbed her hand, and pulled her in tight. Their bodies spun together, the motion natural, urgent, alive. One spin, then another. Their feet found a rhythm. Not the rhythm of panic, but something deeper, familiar. The tango. It returned in muscle memory. The same steps they'd danced at the palace, now transformed into a dance of survival. And this time, again, he was leading. Blades whirled, arrows flew. Will guided them both through it, bending, spinning, lifting her through a web of death, as if he'd been training his whole life for this moment. And maybe he had. They carried on dancing. A sword swished past. He dipped her. Darts rained. They twirled away. They didn't dodge the weapons. They outdanced them. The tomb tried to kill them, and failed, caught in the tempo of their life. They tumbled into the next chamber, a heap of limbs and gasps and breathless adrenaline. And then they burst into laughter, an unstoppable laughter that only comes after you've narrowly avoided being turned into ancient history. Hana was the first to move. She leaned in close, her hands gently cradling Will's face. That was insane. Insanely awesome. Will wheezed, still half laughing. He looked down, clutching the stone now, glowing faintly in his palm, warm with a steady pulse. The Stone of Awakening. The eighth element, he said, staring at it. Mission's almost complete. He stood up, dazed but determined, ready to move, ready to finish this. Heart pounding, mind set, already stepping away. But Hana wasn't done. Wait, she called out, grinning as she lifted her head and waggled her magnificent unibrow. I still want your... She leaned forward. Heart. Will froze, blinked, then declared, with the solemn conviction of someone who had absolutely no idea what he was doing. Screw all that. He dropped the stone and strode into the next mystery.
Still a walking disaster, but now with ambition. He rushed back to her, passion taking over. They embraced fiercely, discarding their clothes in a heated rush. Hana rolled on top of him, putting him into a trance with her fiery magic. The chamber darkened without warning. A hiss rose from the corners, low and ancient. The murmur of words twisted inside out. Smoke curled in, thick and inky, slithering along the walls and coiling at their feet. Misty figures emerged from the gloom, blurred, shifting, not quite real, not quite right. Dark shapes gathered around Will, shadows with purpose, creeping closer, hungry for form. Demons, rippling, changing, like nightmares that hadn't yet decided what they wanted to become. Beneath him, the stone of awakening pulsed faintly, its light gentle at first, until it wasn't. A flash of metal, Hana's hand moved, fast, certain. She raised the dagger straight above his heart. Will didn't move. Couldn't. His breath caught. The trance held him like a net. She didn't tremble. She moved violently. The blade hovered inches from his chest. Time froze. And the stone of awakening flared. A sudden burst of white light, blinding, urgent. A silent scream. An alarm that ignored the rules of time. Will gasped, as if yanked from deep underwater. The trance shattered. In a blur, his hand shot up and caught her wrist, disarmed her, and threw her off. The air exploded with movement. They fought, and whatever grace they'd once shared, twisting to something sharper. It wasn't playful. It was brutal, fast, awful. Hana came at him like a shadow with muscle, slashing, spinning, dropping low. Will blocked, parried, flipped, countered. Every strike she landed, he answered. Every trick she tried, he outpaced. She was quick. He was faster. She was trained. He was balanced. But that didn't make it easier. He didn't want to hurt her. She didn't want to stop. And when she realized she just couldn't beat him, she went low. "Sorry," she muttered, and kicked him between the legs. Will folded. By the time he hit the ground, gasping for air and pride, she was already gone, vanishing into the swirling smoke, the sound of her footsteps echoing like a terrible memory. The stone of awakening glowed beside him, silent, watching. Will winced and mumbled, "Should have seen that coming." Chapter 18. The Key Element. The waterfalls of the sanctuary roared, deep and relentless, drowning out everything but the storm within. Deep in its core, the sound of distant thuds and shouting echoed, a warning that something important was falling apart, or about to. Will stormed across the sacred grounds, boots striking the earth where steam curled up from the hot spring. Birds burst into the sky. A lizard, halfway through its morning sunbath, wisely slinked away from whatever this was. With a growl, Will hurled the stone of awakening to the ground beside the pond. "I don't want to do this anymore," he shouted, voice cracking. "None of these tributes are certain elements. None of this shit," he flung his arms wide at the sky, "makes any damn sense." The forest didn't respond. It just glimmered quietly, infuriatingly serene, as if the trees had seen worse tantrums and lived through them just fine. Behind him, Mila sat at the pond's edge, calm, still, like she'd known this exact moment would come, and chose not to interrupt it.
Will paced, then turned, then paced again. How do I even know these are the right elements? He snapped. How do I know this stone is the right element? He gave the Stone of Awakening a shove with his foot. It skidded across the ground and came to rest by Mila's feet, still glowing, utterly indifferent. Mila remained calm. Why are you asking me? You're the one who decides. He stopped cold. I decide? She nodded once. Of course. The guardian chooses the elements for his sanctuary. She held his gaze, eyes twinkling. You're building your home, Will. Who else should choose the pieces but you? He stared at her. Then he laughed. At first, it was quiet. Then it cracked. Then it spiraled into something sharp and helpless and absurd. Why didn't Grandma just say that? Mila smiled. She likes riddles. Will kept laughing. But now it was edged with energy that comes from too many expectations and not enough sleep. And I went searching for these elements all around the world. I almost died 8 times. I fought monsters, survived a tomb dance with a literal murder crush, and you're telling me I just pick them? Calm down, son, Mila said gently. She leaned over, picked up the Stone of Awakening, brushed it clean like she'd done it 100 times, and held it out to him. Her eyes were soft, but unwavering. Now think, she said. Do you think this stone is the right element? She wasn't patronizing. She wasn't guiding. She was listening. It was different now. Before, they'd all been telling him how to be a guardian, what to do, what not to do, what to feel, what to think. Everyone had an answer, and not one of them had ever asked him. Nobody had ever asked him, the guardian, what he actually thinks. But his mother. She didn't just ask. She meant it. It wasn't advice. It wasn't a test. It was endless sincerity and a desire to hear his own answer. A moment of stillness in a world that kept pulling him in every direction. Her voice softened further, but somehow grew stronger. You can tell me anything. She put her hand on her heart. What do you think? Will looked down at the Stone of Awakening. It pulsed in his palm, soft and steady. It beat like a second heart. It's strange, he said, his voice calm. It's responding to my heart. It pulsates just like my heart. The star does too, and trees do too. But the thing is, not only the trees I brought, all trees, pretty much everything, every last stone. He paused, his eyes going wide. This whole place, he whispered, it's like one living thing, one single organism, and it resonates with the pulsation of my heart. He looked up, breath catching, chest rising. Wait, that's the key! That's the key! From behind them, Iranar stepped into view. His expression sharpened with rising anticipation. His eyes scanned the shifting glow around them, the soft pulses of energy now visible in the air. You found the key element? He asked. Will turned, eyes blazing. Yes! It's my heart! Iranar raised a brow. Figuratively? Poetically? Philosophically? No, literally. There was a beat of stunned silence. Then Mila gasped. Her hand flew to her mouth, and in the next second, she was on her feet. Oh my, Will, panic blooming in her voice. They want your heart. This is why the cursed want your heart, Will. A sudden urgency seized her. She bolted toward Iranar, breath catching. "We have to stop them! Now! Before it's too late!" Iranar didn't respond. He turned and walked, quietly, deliberately, toward the sanctuary well. There was no time to explain, and even if there was, the words wouldn't come. At the edge of the well, he paused. The stone glowed faintly, veins of mineral light threading downward into darkness. The sound of rushing water echoed far below, deep and distant, like breath exhaled from the lungs of the earth. He closed his eyes and jumped. The fall wasn't long, but the drop seemed endless. He landed in silence at the bottom of the well, in a vast cavern embedded with glowing minerals, gold, silver, violet blue. They pulsed softly beneath his bare feet. He crouched low and let out a whispering whistle, one that echoed oddly in the stone walls, a sound these caves had known for generations. The air shifted. A hush spread through the cave. Then movement. Shadows rippled at the edges, unfolded. One by one, the bats emerged, slowly at first, cautious, watching. Then all at once, they poured in, a velvet storm of memory and instinct, circling him, weaving through the air like threads drawn back to their weaver. He raised his hand, not to command, but to greet. They didn't fear him. They knew him. Iranar had grown up visiting caves, quiet places where the past was still alive. He would sit, tracing the journey of his ancestors, imagining the time, long ago, when all the cursed still gathered in shadow, clinging to whatever light they could find. Back then, the bats were more than creatures of the dark. They were hope with wings. The bridge between the world below and the world above. Messengers, witnesses, companions in silence. In those days, to the cursed who longed for the sun, bats were guides to a sky they could no longer reach. To Iranar, they were the link to the past, the only ones he never had to hide his origins from. He stood tall now, arms open, letting them come to him, not as beasts, but as bond to ancient family. The air thickened with wings. Then, without command, without sound, they rose. And so did he. His feet left the ground, lifted, as if gravity had stepped aside for an older force. The bats moved with him, around him, energy flowing between them like a living field. The bond ran deep, born of generations that had trusted one another in the dark. The bats swept him into the tunnels, faster than thought. Corridors erased from every map but theirs. He didn't have to guide them. He let go, because there was only one place they could take him. The past. And only they knew exactly where it still breathed, rotting and alive. What he buried was rising, and this time, it would look him in the eye. The air was damp and humming with quiet menace. Deep inside the caves of the cursed, Iranar moved swiftly, scanning the walls, ignoring the unnatural thrum coming from the glass capsules surrounding him, each one holding a glowing organ suspended midair, flickering like something still trying to breathe. He tried everything. First, he went with raw strength. He raised his arm and smashed his fist against the glass. One blow, clean and powerful, enough to shatter granite. The capsule didn't crack. It didn't even tremble. Only the bones in his hand did. He stepped back, shaking it off. Next, fire. With a single controlled breath, fire bloomed in his hand, spiraling into white heat. He hurled it at the capsule. The flames engulfed it. The organ glowed hotter, then dimmed back to normal.
like it had absorbed the heat and laughed. Now, lightning. He raised both hands, and a bolt arced down from the cave ceiling with a sound like a divine scream. The strike hit the capsule dead center, sparks flying, stone floor cracking beneath it, and then resumed its quiet thrum. "Still nothing," he muttered. He turned to the bats. A high-pitched whistle echoed through the chamber, a command only they would understand. Dozens of them dove, wings slicing the air, claws sharp. They descended like a swarm of blades, clawing and scraping at the glass with desperate precision, wings fluttering furiously. But the capsule was untouched. The bats scattered, unsettled. Irinar clenched his jaw. He stepped closer, inhaled, then sang. A deep, resonant hum rolled out from his chest, low, tuned to the frequencies of breaking stone, of cave collapse and structural death. The cave around him was crumbling. The glass quivered. So did the organ. But it didn't yield, not even a crack. Finally, he stepped back and glared. A glare so concentrated, so focused, it could have melted obsidian. The capsule didn't care. It pulsed, calmly, confidently, still untouched. Nothing worked. "Can't break them," he muttered, pacing like a storm in a cage. "Have to turn them off. How do you turn these off?" He tried again, a concentrated flare of white magic from his palm. The capsule sparked. The glow flickered. The organ stayed untouched. Behind him, a voice flowed in, smooth as water, poisoned water. "Well, that looks productive." The cursed king emerged from the shadows, surrounded by his grotesque, decaying followers, each of them grinning, eyes alight with that wicked joy that meant someone else was about to suffer. Torchlight made their glee completely monstrous. The cursed king stood at the center, arms crossed like an emperor of rot, smiling as if he'd already won. Irinar turned slowly, met the gaze that had waited all these years. His voice was cold, precise. "So, you're the one who wants to rule the world now." He tilted his head. "Then listen closely. You won't build triumph out of misery, not real triumph. There are stronger forces than that, and they will rise against you." The cursed king stepped forward, eyes smoldering like coals that had learned to hate. "This," he spread his arms wide to the glass capsules, "is the strongest force in the world. The organs of the most powerful magi, their essence, their will." "Organs of magi," Irinar said softly, "are always weaker than the magi who had the courage to stay whole. One day, someone will defeat you, with nothing but their integrity." The king's smile widened into something reptilian. "Remind me of that," he hissed, "when I'm holding your son's heart and ruling the world with it." Irinar's jaw clenched. "We'll see about that." He took a step forward to the glowing jars. "Tell me, how do you turn these off?" The cursed king leaned back, smirk deepening with arrogant joy. Then, slowly, deliciously, he said, "I don't know." The cursed erupted in laughter, clapping, shrieking, shaking with delight. To them, it was perfect. The master stroke. If they didn't know how to shut the organs down, then Irinar couldn't steal the knowledge. They were invincible. In their minds, unstoppable. But Irinar only exhaled, No rage, no panic. Just a flash of white light from deep within his chest. The light exploded, radiant, wild, absolute. It filled the cave, flooding every crack, every stone, every shadow. When it faded, Iranar was gone. He soared. Bats carried him through the winding tunnels, hundreds of them, wings slicing through the thick cave air like threads of loyalty. Their path twisted through the ancient arteries of the earth, curves and arches long forgotten by magi. Moonlight poured from cracks overhead, breaking into shafts that flickered across his face. He didn't steer. He trusted. Through endless drops and sudden echoes until the past slipped behind him. There was only one place the bats could take him now. Home. The stone tunnel opened into a chamber, glowing from within. Iranar stepped through, his breath slowing as he took it all in. The silence, the radiance, the strange pulse in the air. He'd stood at the bottom of the sanctuary well before, but it had never shone like this. Or maybe he had never truly seen it. The walls were laced with veins of mineral light, silver, gold, and a strange living blue that glistened like water lit from within. The color moved, rippling faintly through the rock, as if the stone were carrying messages just beneath its skin. He crouched and scooped up a shard from the ground. The moment it touched his skin, it lit up, not blinding, but deep. His palm radiated a cool, otherworldly hue, half mineral, half memory. It ran up his wrist, a faint trail flickering behind his skin like veins of starlight. His hand looked ghost-like. He held it up, frowning. Then a shift, a whisper of movement, water dripping in the distance, a low hum, almost felt more than heard. And in that instant, clarity. A realization so strange, it barely fit into words. The ghostly girl. She hadn't appeared from nowhere. She hadn't floated. She hadn't haunted. She had emerged. From here. From this well. The radiance on his hand matched the glisten that had clung to her gown. The mineral dust. The wet hair. The cold gleam around her arms. She wasn't some phantom conjured by grief or guilt. She had come from below. She had swum across underground lakes, climbed through mineral veins, and stepped into the sanctuary camouflaged by the earth itself. Not a ghost. Not a dream. Something else. Someone else. Who? She wasn't the cursed. Who else was after the sanctuary? After its guardian, if not the cursed? Demons. He stood in the center of the glowing chamber, the bats still circling far above, and felt the stone pulse under his bare feet. The sanctuary was trying to say something. Chapter 19. No crown worth wearing. The well glowed faintly in the night, its stone rim wrapped in mist that curled and thickened. From its depths, Iranar emerged, skin still shimmering faintly from the underground minerals. He didn't stop to rest. His eyes burned with urgency, not panic, but a fire forged in old knowledge and imminent danger. Mila and Will were already running toward him, breathless and pale under the moonlight. "Did you stop them?" Mila asked, voice trembling with hope she barely dared to hold. Iranar shook his head once. "No," he said, low and grim. "But I have a plan." He turned to Will and grabbed his shoulders, steady but intense. "The ghostly girl, the one who appears here by the well," his voice dropped. "She's not what she seems."
Will blinked, caught off guard. She's evil? Very, Iranar said. Very evil. Will frowned, searching for logic. But the ball lightning didn't chase her away. She can't be evil. Iranar gestured toward the faintly glowing orb drifting near the well. That little thing? He said. It wouldn't chase her away. She's much stronger than that. He paused, just long enough to twist the air around his next words. She's the Demon Master. Once she appears here again, don't be a gentleman with her. Before Will could respond, the ground shuddered beneath them, a deep tremor, distant but coming closer. The air changed. Deep below, a chamber in the dark cave was decorated with organ light. Rows of glass capsules lined the walls, thrumming with a rhythm too steady to be natural, shining with light that wasn't living but was unwilling to die. Green, red, purple, turquoise, pulses throbbed in the gloom, flickering across the cave like ghosts of some ancient surgery that had never ended. From the shadows, music began to rise. Unbidden, unsettling. The cursed band was assembling. A disjointed pile of broken instruments, rusted strings and pipes that screamed more than played. They struck up a wild, discordant symphony, one that clawed at the walls and stabbed into the skull like a rusted nail. On cue, the puppets came. Not puppets. Acrobats, maybe. Dancers, sort of. But half of them were stitched together. The other half were too limber to be human. They swung on ropes soaked in black water. Their eyes rolled like marbles. Their mouths smiled too wide. The dancers twirled through puddles, their feet smearing patterns in something too thick to be mud. Clothes shredded, faces streaked with soot, skin cracked and gleaming with oil. Dirty, 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 inside and out. They hissed, they giggled, they welcomed her. La, 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 look who failed, one sang, twirling a spine like a ribbon. Little black cloud returns, cackled the classy crooked cursed. The hall rattled with applause, mocking and delighted. And at the center of it all, upon a throne made of chained bones and molten glass, sat the cursed king, clapping slowly with gloved hands. The gloves were wet. The smile was dry. Hana stepped forward, boots echoing like a sentence being read aloud. Her posture was upright, but her soul was slumped. The king spread his arms with deliberate grandeur. Back so soon, my dear organ thief. I failed, she said flatly, her voice dead of ceremony. I can't complete my father's mission. He's not giving me his heart. The cursed king gasped, clutching his chest as if in mock heartbreak. Oh no, he cried. He's locked the door to his heart. How terribly literary of him. He twirled dramatically, like a mad villain in this haunted circus. Then he strolled toward a glowing glass capsule near the center of the hall. Inside, a liver, gently pulsing, exuding a slow, ominous red light. Well, the king said brightly, he locked the door to his heart. It's okay. We'll knock on his liver. He'd approached it like an old enemy he'd finally cornered and gave it a few mocking punches, rhythmically, like a boxer to a sandbag. The organ, unsurprisingly, did not respond. Let's see if that opens. He guided Hana toward a stand, the capsule rising into a beam of icy light. We're not giving up, he said, grinning wide. We just need to ignite his passion. He's got plenty of that for you, doesn't he? Connor recoiled slightly. That is so gross. The king only chuckled. If you focus on his liver, and then on your liver, you'll forge a connection, a strong one. You'll feel an immense burst of power of passion. And if you think about Will's liver, he leaned in close, eyes gleaming, you'll link to him a very passionate connection. Hana's face twisted in confusion and disgust. I can connect to his liver? The king nodded. Only you can. You're perfectly attuned for this kind of magic. His grin widened. You have a very special connection to this very special liver. Hana took a slow step back, her stomach turning. Why? She whispered. Why do I have a special connection? Then her eyes snapped to the capsule again. Wait, why is this liver so special? The realization hit her like a slap. Her voice dropped. This is my father's liver. Her gaze swept the chamber. Capsules, organs, 8 of them. Are these all my father's? No. Just the liver. His other organs were... The cursed king made a wobbly, unimpressed hand gesture. Meh. His eyes began to glow, slow and sinister. And just so you know, his heart was a mess. He leaned forward slightly, voice dropping to a mock whisper. And after he fell into our caves, it was literally a mess. He howled with laughter. The cursed followed, erupting into shrieking, cackling madness. Their laughter bouncing off the stone walls like breaking glass. It echoed endlessly, inhuman, unstoppable, infectious. Hana's eyes burned. Something broke in her. Tears of rage slipped down her cheeks, her fists clenched. Dark smoke erupted from her skin in violent, pulsing waves, rushing out like venomous breath, thick and fast, coiling around her as a storm rising from her ribs. And from within that smoke, the demons came. Shapes of fog, twisted outlines, writhing without form. They screamed without mouths and slipped like oil through the cracks of the world. They didn't attack. They possessed. The moment they touched the cursed, the whole chamber shifted. The twisted dancers doubled over, then rose again, sloppier than before. Their limbs flailed as if they were dancing through molasses. Their eyes rolled back, their jaws slackened. One hurled a rusted violin across the room with triumphant fury. It hit a wall and flopped like a fish. He cheered. Another tried to pirouette and crumpled into a giggling pile of dancers. 2 cursed fought to play the same bone flute from opposite ends. Some spun in place, shrieking out half songs, half curses. One tried to high-five a torch, missed, twice. The ensemble dissolved into noise. Instruments crashed into each other, screeching, burping, snorting. One drum section broke into a fistfight with itself. The demons danced inside them, twisting their speech into nonsense. Commands turned to giggles, laughter to sobbing, movement to spasms. The cursed weren't fighting back. They were falling inward. Hana stood in the center of it all, eyes blazing. Her scream tore through the chaos, a sound not of fear, but pure betrayal. Betrayal by the world, by her blood, by everything that had led her to this.
And the demons responded. They spun, swarmed, guarded her. The smoke thickened, surging like a tidal wave through the hall. Glass cracked, organs quivered. Even the cursed king took a single step back, blinking at the scale of what he had unleashed. In a final burst of power, Hana threw her hands outward, and the smoke caved in, swallowing her whole. She vanished into the dark, not as a girl fleeing, but as a storm with somewhere to go. Hana wandered the cavern alone now, her soles tracing faint echoes across the slick stone. Her breath lingered in the damp air, like a ghost pacing just behind her. The smoke had settled, but not in her. Demons still clung to the edges of her mind, like memories that refused to become past. They whispered. They always whispered. But for once, she didn't whisper back. Her hand brushed the cave wall, cool, coarse, and real.
Why did you want to rule the world?
She wasn't talking to anyone. Maybe to the stone. Maybe to the ghosts.
You had everything, Father. You were brilliant, beautiful even, sharpest wit, strongest voice. They called you the greatest leader the Magi of Passion ever had. Even your enemies admired you.
She laughed bitterly.
And what did you do with all that? Burned it, traded it for more power.
The shadows flickered as her voice dropped.
You turned cruel. The sharp wit became sharper claws. Your brilliance, blinding. And me? I never even met you. Just inherited you.
She stared at her own reflection in a puddle. The same eyes, the same unibrow, same fire. She hated how much she loved that fire.
People say you were the worst villain in our history. I don't know if that's true. But I know I've been trying to finish your work. And now, it all feels so stupid.
She leaned back against the stone and slid down to sit.
Why do people even want to rule the world? What's the plan, huh? Make everyone kneel? And then what? Just sit there on top of a pile of scared people? Is that supposed to feel good?
She scoffed, bitter and quiet.
There's no crown worth wearing, if that's all it gets you.
The demons around her stirred, unsettled by her clarity. But for once, they didn't win. She looked up at the jagged ceiling, the minerals glinting dimly like frozen stars.
I was made for this, born for this, to carry your mission, to finish what you started.
She paused. The quiet sat with her, not judging, just waiting.
But what if I don't want to?
Her voice trembled slightly now. It wasn't fear. It was something far more dangerous. Hope.
What if I try something else? Do I even have a choice at all?
She stood slowly, every line of her body tense with resolve.
This must be irrational. I might not deserve him. But maybe, just maybe, I can save him.
The demons hissed behind her, loud and furious. But she didn't hear them. Not this time. Hana stepped forward, steady and sure, into the dark, without looking back. The ground beneath the sanctuary shuddered again, harder, like something ancient was dragging its claws toward the surface. Leaves trembled. Stones shifted. Something was rising. Mila turned, her voice barely more than breath.
They're coming.
Iranar placed a hand gently on her back, gaze firm. Mila, I need you with me.
We have to cut off their main source of power. We don't have much time. He turned to Mulan. Mother. She stepped forward, arms already rising. Magic shimmered beneath her skin. You'll need me, she said. Her voice rang out, clear and strong. Chapter 20. The Battle for the Sanctuary. The cave pulsed, raw and exposed. A wound that refused to heal. A long, vaulted chamber, carved by madness, where glowing glass capsules rose from thick stalactites, each one cradling a single organ suspended in the middle. They throbbed in eerie unison, a symphony of stolen heartbeats, flickering red, blue, green, turquoise, yellow, like a carnival from some long-dead world. The air was dense with the scent of damp stone, mildew, and old charms left to rot. And in the midst of it all, the cursed waited. Some lounged on toppled broken instruments, malfunctioning relics of chaos, resting on them like fated generals who'd long forgotten what the war was about. Others paced in circles, muttering curses or cracking their knuckles to no rhythm at all. A few danced in slow, swaying spirals, limbs flopping like marionettes with severed strings. The broken orchestra wheezed in the background. Violins shrieked in splinters, their broken strings howling with a grief that wasn't human. Flutes gurgled through cracked reeds, and drums, stitched from things best not named, thudded against the rock in muffled warnings. Every sound was slightly off, every step just a little too wide, every laugh a little too hollow. I can't sit here and wait, snapped one of them, a wiry, wide-eyed cursed with fingers that twitched like they were picking fights with the air. His boots were cracked open at the toes, caked with ash, and looked thoroughly chewed by bad decisions. I'm going to join the others. You're staying right here, hissed another, dragging a rusted spear behind him. His skin was flaky with dried mud. Or maybe it wasn't mud. We're guarding the organs, while they get Will's heart. For the monster. There is no monster, you damp walnut, the first replied. They don't need one. They can rule the world just fine without making a gooey overlord. In the corner, a particularly bloated cursed stroked his own belly thoughtfully. I don't know, he mumbled, voice like wet clay. I still kind of like the idea of the monster. The others grumbled in agreement, or snorted in disgust, citing artistic differences. Like better actors fighting over the final scene of a play, no one was rehearsing sober. Then the light changed. White. Blinding. Boom. Iranar stormed into the cavern mouth, bats swirling around him in a wild flaring cloak. Trailing behind him, with the force of a war banner catching wind, Mila and Mulan followed in his wake, as he raised his hand and cast white light through the dark. A blast of white magic across the cave, pure, searing, ancient. The closest cursed were swept clean off their feet and flung back into the tunnel like rag dolls tossed aside. For a moment, just a breath, silence. Then, chaos answered. The cursed shrieked back into the fight, rallying with renewed frenzy. The bloated one grabbed a broken piano from the debris and heaved it at Mila with surprising grace. It exploded against a column with a thunderous clang, sending shards of black keys skittering across the floor. Iranar ducked, turned to Mulan, and pointed toward the capsules. These, he shouted. Find a way to turn them off, or destroy them. Mulan didn't respond. She stepped calmly through the battle, the storm parting around her. A drumstick whizzed past her head. She blinked slowly. She knelt, folded her legs, and closed her eyes. Serenity, stillness, a calm heart in a cave of screaming organs. The battle raged around her, curses flying, limbs swinging, fire crackling from Mila's hands, and light beaming from Irenar's palms. And there, in the center, untouched, Mulan listened. To the cave, to the life force, to the question the organs had never been asked. The mist wound around the base of the well, moving with the patience of something that had waited too long. She appeared again, the ghostly girl. Her glow was faint, unnatural. Her dress clung to her like woven fog, shimmering with cave dust and glints of blue mineral. Her eyes shone too steadily. Her silence was not peace. It was warning. Will didn't hesitate. He lunged, grabbed her, spun her, slammed her against the stone. Mineral dust flaked from her skin under his touch. Her glow dimmed, flickering as it cracked. He swiped at her face until the shimmer split apart, and the unibrow emerged. A buried truth, forcing its way to the surface. Will staggered back, as if scalded. "You!" His voice split in shock. "You're the Demon Master! You came to destroy the sanctuary!" She didn't struggle. She didn't run. "Yes," she said. Her voice was low, steady, sad. "I can control demons." She stepped forward. "But I'm here to save you." Will stared at her like she was a stranger, because she was. "You tried to cut out my heart," he said, voice cracking with fury. "This whole time, that's all you wanted, to cut out my heart." Hana's eyes flickered. Guilt, grief, and something else. "Yes." She could have made 100 excuses. She had them. She was born a demon master. She'd inherited darkness like others inherit eye color. She hadn't had a choice. It had never even felt like a choice. Until now. But she didn't say any of that. She said nothing. She owned it. The blame, the blood, the whole legacy of what demons did to the world. All of it. She reached for him. He shoved her hand away. "You tricked me, tried to kill me. Again, and again, and again." His voice was shaking. "Why are you here again? To finish it?" She stepped closer. Her hands didn't reach. Her voice did. "The cursed are coming. They want your heart. If you die here, they win. The hope for the world ends. The hope for me." She swallowed hard. "Please, come with me. I know the way out through the well. I can get you to safety." Will didn't move, didn't blink. "I don't believe you." His voice was ice. "I don't trust you." He looked past her, at the stones, the trees, the heartbeat of the land, of his home. "And even if I did, I'm not leaving. This is my sanctuary." Her hands trembled. "Will, listen to me." "No, you listen, you monster," he shouted. "I'm staying with my sanctuary, whatever happens." They stared at each other across the silence. The earth twitched. A hiss, a hum, soft at first, barely audible. Like 100 voices whispering in unison from somewhere far beneath the roots of the world. The earth pulsed again, and this time, it bled. Foul mist seeped from the fracture. Fingers, rotting bone white, punched through the soil like claws reaching from a nightmare. A heartbeat later, arms burst free. Dead, flailing, furious. All around them, the ground ruptured in violent rhythm. Pale bodies writhed up from the soil, cloaked in decay and draped in tattered echoes of who they used to be. All around them, the ground was alive with death, and the choir grew louder. A humming, hissing chorus. Words impossible to make out, yet chilling to the bone. A collective breath taken in the dark. The cursed were rising. And Will stood between them and his sanctuary, with Hana at his side, or not. The hum that came from everywhere, that whispering, filled the ears like smoke fills lungs. More cursed rose from the earth and spilled around. Not a few, or even 100, but thousands. Astonishingly, more darkness than the world had ever believed could exist. A grotesque tide, as if the earth was exhaling them. More fingers wriggled up from the ground like roots gone mad. More heads emerged, twitching. Pale limbs tore through the soil. They moved with purpose and without sense, driven by something older than their pain. Power. The sanctuary answered. From the canopy above, birds let out a scream. Not melody, not music. Weaponized sound. A chorus of soul-shredding tones erupted, high-pitched, glass-scraping, brain-stabbing cries that ripped through the battlefield. Cursed dropped to their knees, clutching their ears, twitching, whimpering like lifeless puppets. Will stood in the center of the chaos, calm and grounded, as if immune to this sound now. Hana and the cursed king stood at opposite ends of the chaos. Even they, even the strongest, felt it. Hana's jaw clenched, her hands trembled slightly at her sides. The sound drilled into her skull like needles, but she held her ground, eyes locked on Will. Across the battlefield, the cursed king staggered once, as if something ancient in his spine twitched from the noise. But then he straightened, grinning through the pain, blood seeping from one ear like a badge of defiance. He made his first step forward on the sanctuary ground as the forest exploded. Trees burst from within, hurling bark like shrapnel. Branches cracked like rifles. Gunfire. Natural. Relentless. Wild. The already staggering cursed now faced the sanctuary's true defense. Some were speared mid-scream, splinters tearing through twisted limbs. Others collapsed as entire trunks ruptured, launching chunks of wood like battering rams. The battle truly began now, and Hana unleashed her weapon. A torrent of black shadow burst from her body, rising like a tidal wave, enveloping the sanctuary in thick darkness. From within it, demons swarmed. They poured through the air, twisting, howling, seeking vessels. They struck the cursed with silent fury. One by one, the invaders dropped, jerking, staggering, possessed. And the dancing started once more. But this time, it was vile. They twitched, they screamed, they pirouetted grotesquely, like clowns on fire, tearing at their own clothing, their limbs flailing in mockery of rhythm. One spun until he collapsed, another giggled and threw up a bone. Still, the demons avoided Will. They spun away, repelled by the ball lightning, now glowing fiercely beside him. Will stepped forward, eyes locked, firm and unwavering. He raised his harp and plucked a single chord. From the trees, the bear emerged. It let out a roar and ripped a massive wooden pole from the earth, its muscles coiling with power. Behind it, the steaming pond began to drain, slowly, methodically, preparing a trap. Will struck another chord. The animals moved. The birds flew. The cursed were stumbling, reeling, herded toward the draining pond's bottom. Will's eyes flicked to Hana, just once. She understood immediately. No words, No hesitation. She nodded, sharp and sure, and raised her hands like a conductor of shadows. The demons surged with her, swarming in front of the cursed, pushing them back with an eerie, elegant precision, driving them like cattle into the earth's waiting jaws. Light and darkness moved as one. Will, shining with fierce, unrelenting light. Hana, veiled in black smoke. Together, darkness and light, united at last in purpose. The pond had nearly emptied. What was once a steaming basin had become a wide, muddy bowl, its water spiraling away. The cursed stumbled back, step by step, feet slapping into thinner and thinner pools, pushed by birds, beasts, and demons alike. And at the bottom, half buried in sludge, still pulsing faintly, lay the radiation rock. Will struck one final chord, piercingly clear, cutting straight through the chaos of battle, strong, commanding. Every animal froze. "Run," he said. "Now!" They did. The final drops of the pond sank into the soil, quiet and ominous. A breath of silence, too complete to be natural. And then, the world ruptured. The explosion began with light, a red flash, sharp, eerie, like blood remembering how to burn. Then came the sound, a tearing of world and matter, of past ripped from present, a sound that shouldn't exist and couldn't be stopped. Time broke. Everything slowed. The air turned heavy. Cursed bodies lifted from the ground, spinning mid-air, their limbs flailing in surreal arcs. Bark tore through the sky like spears, shards of bone, torn black cloth, fluttering like cursed flags, chunks of stone pirouetting beside human hands. The colors blurred, red, black, gray, until the battlefield resembled a painting shattered in mid-stroke. Will watched it happen, wide-eyed, locked in that frozen moment when all choices came crashing to consequence. And through the flickering red haze, he saw Hana, still standing, smoke swirling around her like a second skin, not running, not breaking, still with him. Time returned, sound snapped back like a whip. The air recoiled, the debris began to fall. The last of the smoke twisted upward, curling into the final brushstroke of that once shattered painting, now hesitantly trying to reassemble itself. And from the far edge of the ruin, something moved. At first, it looked like a shadow, just another wisp of black against the wreckage. But then, it stepped forward. The cursed king, not fleeing, not wounded, rising. The smoke peeled away from him like adoration, clinging to his outline before vanishing. There was no trace of regret, no sorrow for the obliteration of his kind, only hunger. More. His eyes gleamed, unfazed, his body pulsed lit from within by a grotesque constellation of stolen power. You could see them now, clearly. A ghostly green glow throbbed inside his skull, tracing the lines of his exposed brain like some hideous crown. His lungs glowed turquoise, swelling and contracting beneath ribs stretched too far. His liver flickered red, slow and venomous. His right eye blazed magenta, the left hollow and black. And when he smiled, his tongue glowed blue, slick, twitching. He was a cathedral of stolen life, a king sculpted from the remains of others, and he was still smiling. Will turned to face him. He lifted his hand. Pure light burst forth. The king raised his arm, and met it with his flame. The moment they collided, the night cracked in half. The energy ignited in a cyclone of color, red and white, spiraling upward like a warped aurora, wrapping around the treetops, bending them backward under the pressure of clashing power. Will paused, his breath catching. He saw the remaining forest straining. He stopped instantly. But that hesitation was all the cursed king needed. The king raised both hands, and lightning split the sky. Forked, crooked bolts rained down, spiraling like serpents of vengeance. Before the king could launch a direct strike, Will reacted, fast. He flung both arms forward, and a sweeping wave of wind tore through the field, catching leaves. The wind slammed into the king, burying him in a whirlwind of sanctuary greens, bright and sacred. The king stumbled, his eyes going wide, rolling slightly from the scent, the pure scent of life. He swayed, collapsed. Unconscious? Will narrowed his eyes, cautious. No, he was faking it. Suddenly, the king's arms shot up, finishing what he had started. A bolt of lightning struck the ground, inches from Will's feet. The earth cracked, stones hissed. A bear charged, massive, roaring. Its body surged like a landslide, wild, relentless, and protective. The king turned and hurled another bolt of lightning straight into the beast. It hit hard and blindingly close. The bear dropped, legs twitching, smoke curling from its fur. Still breathing, still alive, but stunned. Will cried out, diving to his companion. He reached for the bear, shielding it, just as a third bolt came hurtling toward them both, fast, bright, final. Will couldn't move in time. Not with the bear. Not like this. But Hana did. She threw herself between them, arms outstretched, catching the bolt in her chest. The impact lit the sky. Her body crumpled and collapsed into Will's arms. He caught her, his eyes wide, her hair falling across his shoulder like dusk. The cursed king stood above them, his laughter booming through the hollowed trees. A victory laugh, a grave laugh. But the sanctuary had not yet spoken its final word. Deep in the caves of the cursed, the storm raged on. Mila and Iranar moved like fire and steel, flashes of light, sudden force, fending off wave after wave of broken, snarling cursed, and their creative weapons. And yet, in the very heart of the battle, untouched and unmoved, remaining in the eye of the storm, sat Mulan. She knelt in the center of the chamber, eyes closed, hands resting gently on her knees, serene, still, surrounded by chaos. The capsules around her pulsed, yellow, purple, magenta, each cradling a suspended organ, hovering midair. The rhythm of their glow had quickened, mirroring the rising chaos coursing through the cave. A scream tore across the room, sparks flew, a horn clattered to the stone floor, and Mulan's eyes snapped open, calm and clear. A spark of realization crossing her features. "Got it," she said, rising. Her voice cut clean through the noise. "You must connect your own organ to the one you want to deactivate. Both organs filled with magic. Then shut your own off. The linked one will fall with it." There was no need to explain further. Energized by Mulan's instructions, Iranar acted swiftly. He placed his palm over his own liver, his opposite hand over the capsule containing Gorday's stolen liver. Just behind them, Mila stood alone between them and the oncoming wave of the cursed. She didn't hesitate, Her body moved fast, spinning, shifting direction, adapting magic and tactics with lightning precision. Trained by Iranar himself, she now fought with a clarity and speed no training alone could teach. This was a defense fueled not just by skill, but by something much deeper. She was a mother protecting her child, and in that moment, nothing in the world could have broken through her. Iranar's hand glowed. His torso glowed. A subtle vibration passed between him and the hovering organ. It shimmered, pulsed, aligned, linked energy. With a focused gesture and a steady, controlled breath, he turned his own energy off. Instantly, the capsule across from him dimmed. As the eerie glow faded slowly, triumphant stillness settled over the hull. The liver flickered, died. The organ dropped an inch, no longer floating, no longer dangerous. Chapter 21. No one saw this coming. What remained of the night was trembling quietly. Stillness spread through the sanctuary, but not a peaceful one. It was the ominous silence that waits to see who survives. Above the ruins of battle, the cursed king strode triumphantly towards Will, with that arrogant, "Give me your heart already" look. But his liver stopped him. His liver, once burning a fierce bleeding red, flickered. More stubborn than a flame tossed by wind, like something deciding to die. He looked down. For a moment, he didn't understand. Then his chest convulsed. A spasm, a hiccup in the magic. The light in the organ faded away slowly. The energy inside him shivered, retreated. A dawning horror slithered into his expression. Fear, raw and real. Then the choking pause of someone trying to deny the inevitable. And then, like echoes trailing behind a fading song, the rest followed. The lungs, turquoise and trembling, lost their glow. The eye, which had burned magenta, dimmed into a dead glass marble. Even the brain, ablaze moments ago in ghostly green, flickered like a dying signal and went dark. One by one, the lights winked out. Each died with a sharp click, as though the switches of his evil body were being flipped from a distance. The cursed king froze. No more stolen power. His skeletal frame stood in place, rigid with disbelief. Panic creeping across his once smirking face, like frost on spoiled fruit. From the shadows, a wolf padded forward, slow and deliberate. Shoulders coiled like springs. Its eyes never left the king's throat. It crouched low, ready. And just before the strike, Will lifted a hand. A sharp gesture. The wolf stopped instantly, waiting. Will stepped into the open, wind tossing his hair, streaks of blood and smoke across his face. His voice didn't rise in rage. It cut through it, like someone who had outgrown fear and had something to say. "So, why do you think this place will make you rule the world?" The cursed king blinked. His voice cracked, no longer regal. "The prophecy. It says the sanctuary." "Has some special magic?" Will snapped. His tone rose, his eyes burned. "It doesn't have any special magic. You got it all wrong." He stepped closer, every word carved from clarity. "This place is like any other place in the world, and my heart is just like anyone else's." The cursed king shook his head, desperate now. "No, no. The prophecy says the guardian will rule the world with his very special heart. You feel it, don't you? The bond, that power, that connection." Will's voice broke, then steadied. Yes, the connection, he exhaled. This bond is what makes this place a sanctuary. He looked around at the trees, the animals, the sky. Anyone can have that. Anyone can build it. Anyone can have their own sanctuary. You can have your sanctuary. It could be your world to rule. Maybe that's what the prophecy was trying to say. No, no, the cursed king whispered, clinging to something vanishing. It says, Will's voice rang out, fierce and final. I don't care. He stood tall. Now it's your choice. You can leave in peace. A pause. All around them, the animals stood still. Big and small ones, birds, even bees and bugs, all poised and ready to defend their home. Or, the cursed king blinked. His voice was almost small. Or, you're not going to set them on me? Will's voice was quiet now. No, but I won't be holding them back. From above, the moon broke through the clouds, casting the sanctuary in the pale light of choice. For one suspended breath, the world held still. The king twitched. Fear overtook him. In a final act of desperation, he hurled a stone at the steaming bull. It was the last thing he ever threw. From every direction, roars, screeches, wings, claws, and wild screaming. But Will didn't watch. He was already running toward her. Hana lay still at the edge of the battlefield, her smoke gone, her eyes closed. Will dropped beside her, pulled her into his arms, his breath uneven. He held her close, her head resting against his chest. His voice was a whisper, a confession. I had to do it. I had to protect this place. It's my responsibility. He rocked slightly, his arms tightening. My responsibility. Footsteps crunched behind him, soft and low. Iranar, Mila, Mulan. They moved carefully, stepping over the splintered remnants of battle. Ashes, claw marks, shattered bark. The cost of protection. The first streaks of sunrise split the horizon, golden and tentative, like someone afraid to interrupt. The sanctuary had not fallen. Yes, trees were shattered, branches broken, craters where roots once curled deep into the earth. Bits of glowing mineral scattered across the ground like lost memory shards. But so much had survived. A grove of eternal trees, still standing, bruised but unburned, shimmered under the light, leaves trembling, not from wind, but from breath they had held. A bear limped forward from the shadows, flank scorched, but head high, fur streaked with ash. He was not alone. Birds descended in loose spirals, their wings catching the dawn. Songs cautious, but beginning. A fox poked its head out from behind a boulder, squinting like someone waking up from a nightmare. A squirrel climbed onto the bear's back like nothing had happened. More movement stirred across the sanctuary. Badgers emerged, blinking. Boars shuffled through the underbrush. Hawks swooped low. A bull stepped forward, steaming gently. Bees traced spiraling loops in the light. They emerged slowly, animals in peace. There were no human words for what they felt, but they knew. They had defended something sacred. They had endured. And now, the light touched them, and they basked in warmth, in stillness, in peace. And then, something unexpected happened. The fox trotted up to the bull, and without warning, licked its face. The bull froze, blinked, let out a soft, bewildered snort that might have been shy. High above, the lyrebird fluffed its feathers, cocked its head, and muttered, "No one saw this coming." Some birds began to sing a little louder, notes of joy trembling on the edge of relief. A soft celebration, as if to say, "We're still here. We made it. Let this feeling grow." Mila dropped to her knees beside Will. She didn't say anything. She just gathered him into her arms, tears spilling freely. And Will spoke again, louder now, stronger. "I have to protect this place. I have to nurture it. I have to make it thrive. It's my responsibility." A silence followed. Then, Irinar nodded, eyes firm. "You speak like a man, son." Chapter 22. Very Special Magic. It had been a little while since the battle, just enough time for the smoke to clear, the animals to stop flinching at loud noises, and the birds to begin composing scandalous gossip songs about everything they'd seen. The sanctuary, to everyone's relief, had already begun to heal. Mostly. The pond was still bubbling again. The trees had straightened their spines, as if determined to stand taller after everything they had endured. The story of what had happened here had slipped from one whisper to another, carried by bird songs and traveling artists, by magi of all nations, and badly drawn charcoal portraits of Will that somehow all made him look either like a divine hero or a deranged raccoon. Thanks to the storm of battle, half the berry bushes had been flattened, branches snapped, fruit everywhere. It turned into an emergency harvest. By the time calm returned, the sanctuary looked like it had been struck by a runaway berry festival. Baskets overflowed. Birds looped through the air with cranberries in their beaks. A deer, raised by Will since babyhood to always share, delicately offered some to a bewildered badger. Even the bear, who absolutely knew how to share, but was emotionally allergic to the concept, tried to help in his own way, which mostly meant rolling in a basket of berries and growling at squirrels like he was protecting a national treasure. And whenever someone dared to ask, "What are you going to do with all these berries?" Will would square his shoulders, lift his chin, and, with the gravity of a guardian who had truly come of age and fully realized the weight of his responsibility, even if it involved berries, declare, "I'll marmalade them." That morning, the sun was shining brighter than ever. Shafts of light filtered through the trees in long, reverent columns, as if the sun had decided the sanctuary deserved a spotlight. Or many. It was the kind of morning that arrived with fanfare. Birds wove through the sky. A goat headbutted a tree purely for the thrill of it. Foxes darted through ferns, chasing nothing but each other and the high of being alive. And Will? Will was on a mission. He strode through the sanctuary with purpose and mild exasperation, scanning every stump and bush as if one of them might hand him what he was looking for. "Will," came a smug voice behind him. "The guardian of the sanctuary. About to be officially accepted as the guardian of the sanctuary by the entire world. How does it feel?" Irinar appeared with his hands behind his back, the usual mix of pride and mischief curling at the corners of his mouth. Will barely looked up. "Feels great," he muttered. "Where's my speech?" "Which speech?" Irinar asked innocently. Will narrowed his eyes. "Don't get clever with me. My speech for the ball. The grand ball. The one where I say noble, wise things about duty and the future. You know, the speech everyone will judge me for forever." The morning light drifted across the grove, settling gently on a familiar sight. Mila sat cross-legged on a tree stump, like a woodland queen. A squirrel perched on her shoulder, peering at her ink-stained notes, with the deep concentration of someone who couldn't read,
but refused to admit it. "Mom?" Will approached with slow suspicion. "Are you rewriting my speech?" "No," she said sweetly, not looking up. "No, I'm writing a story. A play." Will paused. "A play?" "A play about your adventures." He blinked. "And who's in this play exactly? A bull, a bear, and a goat?" She looked up at him, totally serious. "Yes, maybe I'll have that cute little goat play your role." The moment she said it, the animals froze. The goat's ears perked. The bear sat up straighter. Even the bull, usually stoic, gave a theatrical snort and tilted its head like it was waiting for stage directions. Will deadpanned. "Oh no, no. I'm not being portrayed by a goat." As if on cue, the goat trotted over, plucked a piece of parchment from a stump close to Mila, and began chewing enthusiastically. "Well, guess your play is so good, the goat just devoured it." Mila sighed dramatically. That wasn't my play. That was your speech." A beat of silence. Then the sanctuary exploded into laughter. The birds chirped like giddy poets. The foxes tumbled over each other. From a high branch, the crow cackled so violently it had to flap twice to stay upright. Even Iranahar gave up trying to look dignified and threw back his head in a full, uncontrollable laugh. Will looked around, eyes wide. He had been through battles. He had survived all kinds of darkness, heartbreak, ancient prophecies, buried fears, and one very dramatic magical tango. And here he was, upstaged by a goat. He threw his hands in the air. "Fine." Everyone turned to Will, expectant. Mila tilted her head, one brow arched. "Well, what are you going to say at the ball now?" Will looked around at the cheerful chaos. Goats chewing speeches, birds whistling their opinions, porcupines pretending not to listen. He let out a laugh, full and free. "You know what?" he said. Mila narrowed her eyes, mock serious. "Enlighten us." Will spread his arms wide, taking in every inch of the sanctuary, the trees, the animals, the sunlight skipping off the leaves like it was in on the joke. "I'm going to say," his voice rose with real joy, "after all the deep thoughts, the near-death adventures, the brilliant discoveries about how it's all about connection, not magic," he grinned, "the sanctuary absolutely has some very, very special magic." A cheer rose like a sunrise. Mila beamed. Iranar gave him a proud nod. Even Mulan, from somewhere off to the side, raised an eyebrow of quiet approval. The animals stomped, the birds circled, the air glowed. And for one perfect moment, it wasn't just the end of a quest. It wasn't even the end of a journey. It was the beginning of a new life. The sanctuary hadn't just survived. It was alive and thriving. And so is he, the guardian of the sanctuary. This has been The Guardian of the Sanctuary, narrated by Justus McGonigal.